All right, what's good, everyone? Joining up the stream, everybody. What's up? 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 How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Crazy news overnight, as fucking usual. As fucking usual. Donald Trump put up a fucking statue of himself, like a North Korean style statue, like the dictatorship-esque sort of statue, right? That exists in North Korea. Take a look at my. It's actually fucking crazy, by the way. It's actually fucking crazy. Take a look at my thumbnail if you're on YouTube. It's actually nuts. I'll try to bring it up on stage or on screen right now. Here's actually the picture right here. Let me bring it up on screen right now. This is the picture that Donald Trump just dropped. This is him. Look at this shit, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's literally a statue that he made. That he had made. Look at this. And for comparison, everybody, look at this. You see the similarities? You see the similarities? Looks very familiar, I tell you. It got the literal exact same pose. Like, I'm not trolling. Like, isn't that crazy? That's like actually nuts, isn't it? Holy shit. Actually crazy. What is that? The new statue that he just dropped that he put at his own golf course. Now, secondly, insane news is that they have relocated Jonathan Ross, the man that murdered Renee Good in Minnesota in broad daylight, right? They have redistricted him to a different area, and he's continuing to work. They say that they're doing this investigation, which is utter bullshit. Just utter bullshit. Like, they literally have him working in a different area. That's crazy. Seeing that, I was like, holy fucking shit, dude. Like, that's this administration. That's this administration. It's fucking nuts. We're going to start getting people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Absolutely insane shit overnight. Absolutely insane shit overnight. We're going to get on the debates right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We have most of the live setup. It's kind of, I've had issues with my internet or not internet, but like how I reach the internet. Just the specific tab. I don't know why it hasn't been working like right away in the beginning of the streams. I don't know why. There we go. What's good, everyone joining in? It's working now. Seems fine. No problems at all. Just got everything set up. We're going to start getting the debates up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up, though, everyone joining in? What's up, Mila? Good morning to you. What's up? What's up? How you doing? What's up, Spooky? How you doing? What's up? What's up? We're going to start getting the debates up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up, Shanti? How you doing? What's up, Amy? What's up, Evie? What's up, Kate? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kick me if you like to get pegged. Kick me if you like.
Elle, how you doing? Luis, what's up? What's up, Luis? Amy, how you doing? Epiphany, what's up? Retro, what's up? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely not Kamala Harris and definitely
Kamala.
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. Can you get rid of the fake accent?
Man, fuck you, Parker. I'm trying to touch you in your sleep right now.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008.
Okay. And what month?
January 26.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? So I'm very Christian and I grew up very Christian. And one thing that I see as an important thing is putting Christian values when it comes to politics. And Trump's do that.
Okay. How do you feel about him literally committing blasphemy, representing himself as Jesus Christ?
I think that was an accident. I think he wanted to show himself as a doctor, healing people, not as Jesus Christ.
Do you actually
And
think he
I'm
saw
sick
himself
and
as that when he
tired of
looked at that?
liberals making that into like a fake scenario where he's like trying to be Jesus, which he's not. I think he's the closest thing to be uh not holy, but I would say he's the most honest president we ever had.
The most honest president we've ever had. Well, we'll see in a quick second, but take a quick look at the screen. You think
Yeah.
that he took a look at this image of him literally glowing in this look, and you're telling me that he thought he was a doctor in this image? It's not letting me move this for some reason. Do you see it?
Yeah, it could also mean that maybe the AI he used did like went something wrong. I mean, it doesn't have to be like he sees himself
Dude,
as
I'm
Jesus
sorry. Look at
Christ.
this. He has glowing hands, my guy. What doctor has glowing hands? What doctor wears that type of clothing? That's the historical outfit of Jesus.
Well, it could be like maybe he told the AI to depict himself as healing someone, and the AI just made a Jesus Christ. It doesn't
Okay, I think
automatically
I think
mean
it's
he's.
ridiculous for you to say that. And also, this image was created two months prior by a different account on social media, not by originally Trump. And they edited this image to make it look more religious in the background.
It could also be rage bait. You know, he might maybe perhaps like trying to rage
You
bait
can say you think it's rage
his.
bait, but that doesn't take away from the fact that that's still Donald Trump committing blasphemy. So he was willing to commit an unforgivable sin to rage bait the libs.
Well,
That sounds
I don't
unhinged from
think
your
he
own
has any
perspective.
bad.
Like what do you guys get out of that? Like
I
that
don't
sounds
think he
horrible from
has
your
any
own view.
bad
Like I mean,
meaning.
to be honest with you, like dude, I'm not a Christian, right? This doesn't affect me at all. I don't really personally care. I only bring this up as
Mm.
a point for like this is hypocrisy on your guys' behalf.
Well, I can't really judge him as a person because well, everyone's commit sins. But I want to go back to the reason why I support Trump, and
Wait, what? What
I
do you mean?
said,
You just want to overlook this?
what do you mean?
You just want to overlook the fact that he committed an unforgivable sin? Fuck anything you want to say
Well,
about anything else. This is literally the red line that your God draws.
yeah, but still, I have to look at the good thing he has done. I mean, I
Yeah, no,
can't
no, no,
only
no, no, no.
judge
You
him.
can't look at that image and say that he's a doctor. Come on. You look at these
Yeah, but
images and you think that he's listed as a doctor.
the same. The thing is, he's an old person, so it could have some kind of effect that he didn't know what he was doing.
I'm
I
sorry.
when
So
it,
wait, so hold up. He's cognitively declined? So he's
I
got
mean,
lots of cognitive decline and he couldn't tell the difference between this image and a doctor? Are you serious? He didn't know the difference
yeah.
between this image and a doctor because of the cognitive decline that he's going through? What about this one?
What I'm trying to say is he
No, wait,
accidentally
what about
sent
this
it.
one? Could he tell the difference here?
I don't know, but
All right, what's the
to be honest,
justification for this one?
to be honest, this is not as important as the other fact that I want to make.
Literal blasphemy is not important to this guy, and he's Christian. Come on, bro. It's literally your worldview, my guy.
Okay, fine, but can we talk? So, what's your opinion on abortion?
Why are you
When
pivoting?
the
None
no,
of
it's
that
not
matters to
pivoting.
you. All of
I
those
just
are
want to make
forgivable
a
sins.
fine. I mean, it could be that he's like, okay, he did something wrong, right? Let's say he did. I don't think he did it purposely, but
He
let's
clearly
let's
did. I'm
say
sorry. You actually buy the explanation that he provided that he thinks that he was a doctor. Like, that's what you actually buy. It's either that he has to be insanely cognitively declined to even believe that in the first place, or it's that he purposefully knows that and he was just using that to get out of this, and you're dumb enough to believe it.
well, I think to be honest, I think it's his
Actually,
rage bait.
I think explanation two is correct. I
No,
think he knew what it
I'm pretty
was. He
sure.
posted it and then literally thought you were dumb enough to believe the explanation. And you know what's crazy? You were.
That's not nice to say.
Well, it's true. You actually legitimately think that he thought he was a doctor in that circumstance. I'm sorry, but you have to be literally the most naive person like ever, dude, in order to claim that. In order to agree with that. That's absurd. Like any person should be able to think their way out of this. If you can't think your way out of this, I'm sorry, but you're so ingrained into the cult that you can't even possibly see how he could be wrong.
Okay, you know what? I can give you the fact that to a certain point, it could be seen as blasphemy, and it is wrong. But even though this is rage bait, it doesn't really matter as much as the other things that he's done.
Wait,
Like
who's he rage
when it
baiting?
comes to Trump, of
Yeah, who's he
course.
rage baiting?
Uh, his haters, I guess.
So liberals. Don't you guys say that they're
Yeah.
predominantly atheist?
No, no, there's Christian liberals.
Of course. So is he just trying to make the Christian liberals mad? Because not just Christian liberals are mad. You know that conservative Christians are mad as
Well,
well.
let me ask you this: did you get any type of feeling when looking at that picture?
Did I get any healing?
Feeling? Did you like feel anger, disappointed? What did you feel when
Laughter.
you saw?
It's hypocrisy. I wasn't angry at all, dude. I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist. He's not rage baiting me. He's rage baiting his own supporters.
Well, I
That's who
don't.
he's mostly rage baiting in this circumstance. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, but I also think it's funny, and I'm a Christian.
Okay, but it's blasphemy under your view. It's not funny for you.
Well, he's not claiming to be God.
He is. He's depicting himself as your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in the historical clothing of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we just have two different viewpoints on this. Then.
What? What are you talking about? Well, how so? That's
Yeah,
the
I think
historical
I think
Jesus
actually
clothing,
you're
and he
prevailing.
has glowing hands while healing someone.
The truth is, this is not as
Wait, and by the way,
important
look at
as
the
the other.
image. If he wanted to look like a doctor, why didn't they make him look more like the person in the bottom right?
Which one? The lady?
Yeah.
Well,
Don't they look like a
actually,
doctor?
perhaps you listen. You see the lady? Maybe he wrote to the AI,
Who looks
like
like a doctor? Her or him?
I'm trying to say that the AI maybe did something wrong. It
Wait,
doesn't
it's
have to
not
be.
no, it's he couldn't see the difference? Dude,
No, maybe he
come
didn't
on.
look at it. He just posted it. Like
Come on, bro.
still, it's
Stop
I
buying this
know.
shit, dude. Come on, use your brain.
Okay, like I'm trying to get to my
I
other
shouldn't
point.
have to
You're
on a
not
live
letting
stream
me.
in front of thousands of people be like, dude, use your brain for you to do this. Like, this is nuts. What do you mean it's the AI's fault? What the fuck does that even mean? Trump is the one who
Like
looked at it, said,
no, no,
"Oh,
no.
that's a funny picture. Let me post this. I think I look like a doctor." Are you serious?
I mean, can you? Okay, let's just go to my second
Hey,
point,
hey,
please.
look up. There's actually naive written on the ceiling. Take a look.
No, okay, you just okay.
Did you actually
Okay,
look?
what's up? No, of course I didn't.
Okay, well, I felt like you would.
I did. So what?
Well, Gullible's now on the ceiling.
Oh no. Okay, can I get to my other point, please?
Okay, go for
Can
it, man.
I?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in Christianity, abortion is seen as taking one's life, and the reason we see it as that way is because life starts as what's the word?
At
Like
conception.
when exactly, yes.
Yeah,
So
but you don't care about cellular life. No one does. Like it's just absurd to actually care about it.
why
Yeah, let me
shouldn't we
explain.
care
Let me
about it?
explain. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Actually, yes, I did. I do think it's a murder.
So you think everyone who's done that in the chat, they're murderers and should go to prison?
Yeah, definitely.
You know that's like tens of millions of people in this country that you're saying are murderers,
Yeah, and I'm actually shocked by the.
and you should put
I
them
don't
all in
understand
prison?
why. Yeah, definitely, because that's still murder.
No, it's not. You're being
In my
ridiculous.
eyes, if a person has a beating heart and like breathing, and I see that person as living, right? And to end that life before they can make a choice is murder in my eyes.
It's a cellular life. They're dead biologically, like in terms of sentience. Or we
Well, let me
consider
ask
them
you this:
medically dead under our law. You think every medical professional that's been involved in pulling the plug should
is
go to
there a
prison?
chance that they
So
could live again?
every medical professional, right, specifically that was involved in doing so, you think that they should go to prison as well?
Yeah, say that again. I didn't hear
Every
the
medical
lagging.
professional that's been involved in pulling the plug on an individual in someone's family that is brain dead at the behest of the family, do you think they should go to prison as well?
Not prison, but revoke their
Why
doctor
not? You think
license.
that they're murderers?
Yeah, but revoke their license or something.
Wait. So you think if they commit murder, you just revoke their license and they don't go to jail? So if they just shoot someone, right? A doctor shoots someone in the hospital, right? Just for fun. Do you think that they should go to prison?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So if a doctor commits murder, they should go to prison. They shouldn't just lose their license, right? So if you think that this is actually murder,
Perhaps
then
both.
you think they should go to prison, right? Not that they should be given or just a slap on the wrist and they lose their license.
Yeah, you may be right. Yeah, sure.
Oh, so you actually legitimately think they should go to prison?
Yeah, if killing people, yeah.
It's not a person. They're literally brain dead.
But
I
what I'm
I
trying to
bet
say
there are
is
people in
there a
your
chance
I
that
bet
they
there are
can
people
live
in your
again?
family that have done this. I
No,
would
actually.
actually bet that. So you
I don't
actually
know.
would argue for those people if they've done that in your family to go to prison?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I think you're trolling me right now. I
No,
don't
I'm
believe
I'm
you.
trying to ask. I'm trying to ask, is there a chance when someone is currently dead and like brain dead, is there a chance that they can live again or like
No, they're never coming back in terms of sentience. They're still cellular life. They're going to continue to stay cellularly alive, but they're never going to come back in terms of their sentience or subjective experience.
so there's no record of that happening.
Say it again.
So there's no record where someone is like clinically dead but somehow manages to live again.
No, and that would just be a misdiagnosis.
Okay. Well, then I guess I would revoke what I said.
Oh, okay. So you don't think it's murder?
Nope.
Okay. So
Because
if you
I thought we were talking about coma. I guess it's
no,
not
of
the same
course
thing
I'm
then.
not talking about. Yeah, like that would of course is murder. I think we both agree with you that that's murder. If it's a
Okay, because
coma,
I
because in
started
a
the same
situation of a
thing.
coma, that person, in terms of their subjective experience, it will come back. That would be absurd. I
Okay.
agree with you, but that's not what I was saying. So, if you do want to talk about what I was speaking about in terms of brain death, you don't value
Mm.
just cellular life. You value the sentient life, and that's why you say that even though it still has cellular life, right? You're going to say it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead.
That's not murder, yeah. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
that is if
So,
they're
do you
dead.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, the same could be said about abortion. I actually agree that to let's say in the like first weeks when the fetus is not really developed, I don't actually see it as a human too. What I'm talking about is like weeks after that. I saw some on Instagram a doctor telling how he would abort not like fully developed fetus, but like a few weeks after where they have like similarities to a human child, and they what would they do is like they would put limb by limb and kill them
Yeah, you're just watching
that way.
propaganda on the internet.
Really?
I'm just
It's not
totally
true?
serious with you. Yeah, you're just like straight up watching propaganda. Yeah, like after the point of viability, they just induce labor, which doesn't lead to the death of the fetus.
Mm. So wait, genuine question. Could you like perhaps do an abortion like at 7, 8 months? Is
That
that
would be just an
legal?
induction of labor. Like
So it's
they just
not.
induce early birth,
Okay.
so it doesn't lead to the death of the fetus at that point.
So in your opinion, when does the fetus actually become a human or
Well, I mean,
develop a human?
it's human cellular life at the point of conception. No one's disputing that, but we're saying that it
Mm.
becomes a valuable person. Person is what we deem to be valuable, right? At the point of sentience, which is around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
So would you then, if someone does the abortion at that time, would that count as murder?
If someone has an abortion after that time, you mean like a lethal
Yeah.
abortion?
Yeah.
Technically, it would, but there should be no law restricting after that point because it would just restrict people who need it in the circumstances in which they need it, rather than actually
Mm.
restricting people who we think have committed murder from doing so. But yeah, like after lethal elective abortion would be.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? All the arguments I had was that, and you beating me, so I don't have any points no more.
Okay,
So
so you
you
don't
won.
support Trump
Good
anymore?
job.
Hello?
Uh, actually, I think to be honest, I think he's dumb. He's not the best president we had.
Okay.
And
Yeah, like a fucking.
So like you wouldn't support him anymore? Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, it wouldn't be my first time voting, but I wouldn't vote him. Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, man.
Alrighty. For the guests that just joined the stream, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And how old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
That's personal.
Yeah, I have to make
I'm
sure
25.
you're. Okay. What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year?
How old are you?
I'm 24. Now, do you want to answer my
Oh.
question? Everyone else who joins my stream can answer this question. I don't know why you can't do this. Think of the galaxy. So answer the question.
It's the first time. It's the first time for me, so.
Okay. Well,
You know
you
what I
have
mean?
about 10 seconds to answer the question. If not, I will go on to the next person.
Okay, got it. Okay, what was the question again?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay, they're definitely trolling me. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I fucking hate niggers.
You're disgusting. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Hi, Parker. It's Mikey. How are you?
I've talked to you recently.
You have. So I.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes,
What's your birth year?
2008,
What month?
February,
And what state do you live in?
New Mexico.
And what time is it?
Fuck.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yes.
Hi.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Niggers, fuck niggers, fuck
You're
niggers.
disgusting. Let me make sure to fucking... If you're a mod, make sure to ban those people if you can, by the way. I try to kick them off as immediately as I can. I'm just going to go to my second account to make sure to do that. Oh, wait.
I
Sorry, it just like... I saw that profile picture before. If I have, I'm just going to kick you because...
God loves you, Parker.
Okay. Well, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. If you don't meet that criteria, I'm going to block you, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, or you've sent a guest request before and I've removed you, I will just block you. So please get out of the guest request. Stop wasting your own time. Stop wasting my time. I am just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. If I see you in the box and you have already tried to join the stream, I will just block you from the box. So I recommend getting out of the box. If I've why'd you drop me? I told you right after. Okay, do you want to get blocked? Do these people want to get blocked? Like I don't understand. Use your brain. Don't send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, and how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you send a guest request, don't meet that criteria, we'll block you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Trump. Fuck.
Okay, do they want to get blocked? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Bye. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, I will block you. Do not send a guest request if you do not meet that criteria. I don't know how to clear how much more clear to make it. Okay.
Yo, so
How old
fuck
are you?
Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria, I will block you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, if you block me from the box, I'm gonna shoot myself in the head, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. By the way, you fucking disgusting fuck, don't come up here and literally play on shit like that. Like, there are people out there that actually are in situations where they will be in situations like that. Never play on that. It's not something that's funny at all. That's actually disgusting. Go fuck yourself. I hate people like that. Don't do that. It's so disgusting. Like, that is not something, like, out of all the things to joke about, not something to joke about. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just busted a nut at your face, bro.
Sammy, thank you so much for the Desert Tom. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 31.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, even though that election will never happen again, but Trump.
For sure. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
It comes down to 2 or 3 very simple ideas, and I'll do it in order of importance to me. Number 1 is in the geopolitical scene. I don't believe that Trump is necessarily a good actor, but I believe he's better than the weak policies of the Democratic Party and the de-escalation at all cost. You know, when the United States is all about de-escalation at all cost, then people can run all over us.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay,
I'm in an Uber.
Just making sure. Sorry, continue.
I'm in the back of an Uber. What was I saying? When it comes to de-escalation at all costs, countries know that they can do whatever they want and they won't receive any blowback from the United States. So even though the United States has an immense military strength, they know that the United States won't use it. They knew that Biden wouldn't use it. They knew Obama wouldn't use it. And that's why they were able to run all over us, in my opinion. Now, do I think that this war with Iran is a great thing? No, I don't. But to confront Iran the way that the United States did, I think is something that needed to happen, and that was never going to happen in a Democratic Party. At least Iran now knows that the United States is willing to do it. I hope this ends right now. I hope that they don't go back to war. But I think it's very important in terms of the reverberations it has with China and Taiwan too. I think it's really important to show strength, or at least a willingness to act. That's number 1. Number 2, I believe that just like in the previous thing, I don't think Trump is great for the fabric of America. For the soul of America, I don't. But what I also don't think is great for the soul of America is just a hyper focus on. Sorry, I got a call. A hyper focus on trans issues, on gender issues. I'm not saying they're not important. That's not what I'm saying. But just the hyper focusedness on it, where everything is about race, everything is about gender, everything is about all that stuff. I think it's bad for the soul of America.
That's actually the conservative party that's perpetuating that narrative, right? It's commonly the conservatives that constantly bring those things up, specifically in a negative context, and not the left that's bringing it up in the first place. We just want people to be accepted and treated well, right? That's all we're advocating for, which is the basic thing that we apply to every single person already. So that's not unique in this context, and right, they're just trying to bring it up in order to be able to distract you away from the fact that they're advocating for economic policy that disenfranchises the working class to the benefit of the very richest amongst us that are already not paying a fair share. Right? I'm not saying the top income tax earners specifically that are paying into the tax system, the income tax structure. What I'm saying is specifically the people that make money through the context of capital gains and the largest levels of net worth within our society. Right, the top 400 billionaires, they pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class. So I think that really they're trying to distract you or like from the wrong, from the right issues is really the point that I think conservatives are trying to do there. But broadly, at least in terms of the other points you brought up, you think that confronting Iran prevents China from invading Taiwan. I would actually argue that it might increase the likelihood that something like that might happen. And the reason why I would say that is because it justifies, right, China acting in that way, in taking other sovereign territory, right? Given that Donald Trump's engaging in behaviors such as starting wars of aggression, such as calling for the annexation of countries such as Greenland and Canada, right? And I think that those things actually normalize the idea that Taiwan might be taken by China, rather than actually what the Democrats were doing, which clearly wasn't normalizing that. Wouldn't have sent us to war with Iran, which bolsters support for Iran, which is bad. Not only for. Go ahead.
I got you. What I'm saying is, if you think that China needed justification for it, and that's what international actors wait for precedent to be set, you're wrong about that. That's not the way the geopolitical world works. Countries will do things that they think they can get away with, not things that have been justified or something that a precedent has been made already. China knows that with Trump in office right now, I'm not saying this is necessarily the best thing in the world, but they know that with Trump in office, they're going to get a response that isn't just words. Okay, Trump, who's very quick to use military force, might go in and send forces over there that threaten China and threaten their economic interests and all this stuff. I'm not saying that this is the best thing for the world in terms of peace. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm telling you is that countries don't wait for precedent or justification. Countries do what they think they can get away with and what benefits them economically and in terms of conquering.
Okay, so I think that doing this sets the precedent, which causes them to think that they can get away with it on the world stage. Like, does that make sense? I do think that geopolitical actors do work based upon precedents because they're trying to think about what they can get away with, and precedents, at least to some extent, tells them what they can get away with.
So I think that a lot of I think that the wars that were started in the last several years began because they were under the assumption that America wouldn't intervene, or at least wouldn't intervene with force and would just intervene with words.
I disagree. I think that the Biden administration made it clear that they would defend, right, our allies, like specifically like Ukraine, for example, which Donald Trump actually undermined. So actually the idea of defending your allies is more likely going to be true under the Democrats, and also because the Democrats bolster support amongst our allies, have better relationships with our allies to be able to establish those conditions diplomatically in the first place, whereas Trump has issues with that because of the fact that he's engaged in certain foreign policy that distances us from our allies. He's also undermined defense of Ukraine, for example, which is a part of defending our allies, so he's more focused on like what is going to be a war of aggression or offensive wars, things like that, rather than he actually is defending, which actually might make them think that they might be able to get away with it because the U.S. has gotten away with it.
Yeah, but you're speaking about words. I'm speaking about actions. We could talk about the wars. The Ukrainian war began under the Biden administration. The Hamas invaded Israel while the Biden administration was in office. These things were not happening when Trump was in office. So my question to you is, if that's the case, and if people know that the Biden administration were the ones that were going to defend American allies, all this stuff, then how come two wars on American allies started when they were in administration and not when Trump was in office?
I think that's a correlation causation fallacy. I think you're saying that just because it happened under the Biden administration, that means it was caused by the Biden administration. Therefore, under your own reasoning, the same thing would be true for COVID under Trump.
No, it wasn't caused. It was not caused by the Biden administration. Sir, I would never blame the Biden administration for that. What I know is that they operated in that with the assumption that the United States was not come in and support, at least militarily, and they were right about that.
That's just,
were they not?
No.
Oh, so the Biden administration came in militarily to help Israel and Ukraine?
No, they funded them specifically in both scenarios. And by the way,
I didn't talk about funding. I said militarily.
Yeah, I don't think that there was going to be a military response. I mean, Ukraine's not a part of NATO, neither is Israel.
So maybe, if the Trump administration was in office, these bad actors would not have acted because they would have been afraid of Trump's speed of using military action, that it might be used against them in response. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Trump didn't bring in U.S. military response in Ukraine either. So I don't know what your point is here. What's your...
Perhaps if
And
Trump
also,
was in
are you
office
trying to
for
say that,
time-
again, because it happened under Biden's administration, that means it's caused by Biden? Because, again, that means that COVID was caused by Trump.
once again, Parker, I never said that it was caused by Biden. I actually said the opposite. I said it was not caused by Biden. But do I think that it happened when Biden was in office intentionally? Especially,
Do you think it would have
in
happened
both-
if Trump were in office?
I do not believe that either of those invasions would have happened if Trump was in office.
Yeah, but what's your evidence of that, other than just like, I feel like it because I think
can't-
Trump is strong and
can't-
cool?
You can't prove something that didn't happen. Okay, I can't.
Wait, so
bring
then why
an
do you believe
article
it? Why do you
proof
believe something without evidence?
Why do I believe it? Because people view in the international stage, people view Trump as what you probably view him as, which is a madman, and people don't want to mess with a madman, and they
You're
don't
covering
want
your
to.
mic a little bit.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
They don't want to mess with a madman. Okay, so that's
They
not.
don't. They don't.
We don't
one
want
second, I
our
was
leaders
almost
to
done.
be
I was
insane.
almost
That's.
done.
I'm sorry. This
I
is
was
such a
almost
crazy thing that people bring up. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not saying that Trump is not insane. I'm not.
Wait, no, but
I'm
like,
not
why
some
do you
big
want your
supporter-
leader?
One
No,
second,
no, no,
Parker.
no, no, stop. You're misunderstanding me. You're saying he's a madman. You're trying to argue that's a good thing. You're pro him being a fucking nut job. That's bad. That's not a good thing. I want
Did I
my
say-
fucking I want my leader to not be crazy. I want my
you to
leader
listen
to be.
I want you to listen
Okay.
to my words.
All
I
right.
never called him a
I'll
madman.
listen to
I
you
said-
and then let me know when I can
Thank
speak.
you. Okay, thank you. I never said he was a madman. I said people view him as a madman. Now, once again, I'm not a big supporter of Trump. I don't think he's good for the country. I just think he's better than the alternative. And I never called him a madman. I said people around the world view him as a madman, which is the truth if you leave America.
Yeah, but you're trying to argue that is a good thing, right?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for other countries to think of our president as one who's quick to use our military if we're slighted. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
I think that was already something that's true under either administration. If someone attacks us, we will defend ourselves. That's just a fact under either administration. The issue with Trump is that he's a madman and he might just attack your country randomly. He might just try to expand the U.S.'s borders. He might just try to annex an ally, right? That's literally the things that he set as fucking precedents for what he wants to do, right? So, I mean, why don't you look at any of those things as problems, not as things that are like, oh, yeah, you know what? That's going to cause countries to be less likely to attack us. They were not going to attack us either way. Okay, these are specific circumstances around the world. These are not attacking us. And you're trying to argue that they wouldn't have happened if Biden wasn't in office.
So
And you have
think
no
it's a
evidence of that.
So you think it's a coincidence that these generational wars happened during a Democratic administration and not during a Trump administration?
Absolutely.
Okay. I hope you have a good day.
Well, are you just going to leave and not address it or give me any
No, I mean,
evidence?
I made my point. Wait, Parker, you know that I can't bring evidence on something that hasn't
So then why do you believe it?
Or the alternate. We went over this already. If you want me to keep talking about it, I can. If you'd like me to, but
I don't
that
think
made
you
my
explained
point.
it.
I made. Okay. Why do I believe it? All right. When you have, would you believe that the Biden administration and a potential Kamala administration, do you believe that they are less likely to be confrontational on the world stage
Yes.
than a Trump administration? Okay. So if you have an administration that's less likely to be confrontational, then don't you think that gives incentive to our adversaries to act in more aggressive ways because they know that the blowback might be a
No.
little less severe? Oh, bro,
No.
come on. You can be against Trump while acknowledging that could be a truth. Come on.
No, I don't think that just because someone's more confrontational, that makes it good. Things like
No, I
confrontation.
didn't say good. Parker, I didn't say
So
good.
let me
I said-
please finish.
Go ahead.
Things like confrontation are seen as like within the context of a golden rule. There's a certain level of confrontation that is good. When Trump specifically confronts allies, trying to take things from our allies, that destabilizes our relationships with our allies, that's not a good type of confrontation. Okay? So him being confrontational within that standpoint is actually a negative quality, not a positive quality. But can confrontation be good when our adversaries go against us in terms of harming our allies or harming us directly? Yeah, of course it can be. And that's something that already exists under a Democratic administration. They are confrontational on those certain things. They're just not overly confrontational in the same way that Trump is.
The first point that you made had nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Do I think it's a problem when the Trump administration goes after Greenland and said that they're going to take Greenland? Yes, I think it's a huge problem because we're talking about a United States ally and we're talking about a sovereign nation that the United States had no precedent in taking over. I think it's a problem. I have no problem admitting that. But that's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about specifically in terms of our adversaries. When our adversaries see that our government is not willing to confront or must be pushed to a certain level in order to confront, they're going to push the boundaries. Okay, and I don't think that's
That's true of every person. Oh my God, there's literally a boundary of confrontation with every person that exists.
100% right. So that's what I'm saying. I think that the Democrats are way too soft and hesitant to be confrontational.
In what way? Be specific.
Be specific. I think that Iran was,
So
throughout
cringe.
throughout the last couple decades, Iran's main goal is, they scream Margbar Amrika in their parliament, the death to America, and you have the Biden administration and the Obama administration looking to negotiate with them, which I think is something that you should never negotiate with people who are state sponsors of terror. And not only that, but unfreezing assets. Obama's main goal in terms of foreign policy was peace with Iran, which obviously wasn't going to happen. Okay, it just wanted his legacy to be that horrible nuclear deal that was going to be terrible. Do I think that a full-fledged war where Iran can close the Strait of Hormuz is a good thing right now? No, I think it's a terrible thing. But at least we confronted them. Okay, at least we showed that we're willing to actually put our money where our mouth is. And Iran's going to respect us. Iran's not going anywhere. I don't think they're about to be toppled. But at least they know that they can't just excuse my language. They can't just mess with us ad nauseum. It's my opinion.
I don't think there was any evidence that they felt like they could mess with us before. Secondly, I don't think that they're respecting us more after.
Parker, I think you're on mute. Either I can't hear you or you're on mute.
It is. I apologize. I'm on mute because there's a little bit of feedback. So I don't think that this causes them to respect us any greater extent. I think that they already, in this context, wouldn't have done that under the Biden administration. I don't know why you just keep thinking that these things are true under the Biden administration. Like, oh yeah, they think that the Biden administration's doing nothing and they can just fuck with us for no reason. No, that's ridiculous. I think that's the only thing you believe because you just believe in fucking propaganda with no evidence. All these things are just claims with no evidence, okay? And then you all say, oh, I don't want to support someone that's looking to negotiate with state sponsors of terror. Do you think Russia's a state sponsor of terror?
Yes.
Why do you think that Trump was justified in negotiating with Putin, rolling out the red carpet for Putin?
I think the two are so wildly different. So incredibly different.
What, you just said that you don't want to negotiate with state sponsors of terror. You just admitted that Russia's a state sponsor of terror, but then you're totally okay with Trump rolling out the red carpet for Putin.
Iran has been a state sponsor of terror against us. That Russia hasn't. It's still terrible.
You just said Russia is.
I don't mind. No, Russia is not a.
Isn't Russia helping fund Iran?
Not indirectly for sure, but
okay. So then they are a state sponsor of terror. That's quite literally exactly what you just said Iran was doing.
What Russia hasn't done is Russia hasn't killed thousands of our soldiers with roadside bombs. Okay, Russia has not done that.
Really?
Yeah,
so you don't. So let's just clarify. You don't think that Ukrainian soldiers, for example, that are funded by the West, by the U.S. dollars, have been murdered by Russia?
That's Ukrainian soldiers. I don't have anything against Ukrainian soldiers, but they're not Americans.
Okay, I'm not disputing that they're not American. I never said that they were Americans. But do you think that they've been murdering Ukrainians?
For sure, they've been in a terrible war for 4 years. For sure.
Okay, so by the way, your point is this country, Iran, 40 years ago murdered Americans. Therefore, we should go to war with them now.
40 years ago? Do you think it was 40 years ago?
Yes.
Do you think that the roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan weren't from Iran?
Oh, okay. Wait, so you're saying specifically here in the 2000s, in Iraq. Okay. So if you're claiming 20 years ago, right, they murdered U.S. citizens, therefore we should go to war with them, isn't that an argument we should go to war with the Taliban?
Iran is a lot more of a threat to us than the Taliban is.
You just argued. So your whole argument would mean that we shouldn't have pulled out of Afghanistan.
Is the Taliban enriching uranium?
Okay, so your argument is now about enriched uranium. Didn't the JCPOA prevent them from enriching uranium to a greater extent than what Trump's done?
For a time.
Yeah, but longer than
it
Longer than
it
what
wasn't.
Trump's done.
Listen, I think that negotiating them when they have their underground or enrichment facilities, that they don't even let the IAEA come.
No evidence of this,
look
by
at.
the way.
Okay, so you're going to trust the government that screams
The
death to you.
IAEA, the surveillance that we had.
No, you're going to trust. It's not we, it's the United Nations, but you're going to trust the government that screams death to you, that they're not going against the deal that they made with you.
I think that if we don't have evidence, then we can't say that.
Okay, so you can think that. I don't trust I don't.
And also, that's not what Trump claimed as the reason why he pulled out of the JCPOA.
I don't.
He claimed
care,
it's because he didn't
care
want
why
them
Trump-
building up their money.
I don't care why. I mean, I'm a fan of that too, but I don't care why Trump pulled out of it. I wanted them.
Trump
to
got rid of all the
because I know that-
sanctions under the 10-point plan that he'd be willing to agree with because he didn't want to do the complete
I
end of
think something you're not
civilization for
understanding.
Iranians.
I think something that you're not understanding is that I'm not some big supporter of Trump. I just think he's better than the alternative. Like I'm saying, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't think Trump is good for the country.
I don't think
Let me be
anything
clear
I
about that.
said supposed that.
Well, you're trying to say, well, this is what Trump did, or you're. I'm not going to defend. I'm not.
I
saying
understand,
that why
but
Trump
this
pulled
gets
out
you
of
to
it.
at least look in comparison and make the comparison between Democrats and Republicans. Now, can you tell me what's so bad about Harris that makes you want to support Trump because you think Trump is preferable?
It's not Harris as a person. It's Harris as the party that she represents. It's not. I don't. Harris stands for a lot of things that I stand for, individually. But
So what about the party?
When you're voting for a president, you're voting for the party, in my opinion. And I am against the Democratic Party.
Yeah. So what about the Democratic Party?
Soft on international, on geopolitical issues. Hesitant to confront issues like that.
I just think you're blatantly wrong. One of my issues with the Democratic Party
I'm a
is
Zionist.
how
One second,
Warren
Parker,
Vina.
I'm
Oh wait, you're a
continuing.
Zionist? Okay, that explains it all.
100%. I thought that it was obvious at this point. I'm calling Iran the biggest state sponsor of terrorism. Anyone who calls them that is probably a Zionist.
Not necessarily. You
I'm-
can say
I'm a
that and also
Zionist.
not be a Zionist. What?
I think that the Republican Party is getting less Zionist, but I think the Democratic Party is already there. So that's definitely a huge part of it also.
Okay, so you quite literally just don't like the Democratic Party because you think that they're less pro-Israel than the Republican Party.
It's not that I think, and it's not the sole reason. It's a bunch of reasons, but they are less. You could look at the
Vintage,
polls.
thank you for the galaxy. Wait, I don't dispute you. I agree.
Oh, okay.
That's something that I think is good on behalf of the Democrats comparative to the Republicans. Because I think our involvement in the Middle East has historically destabilized the region. It's cost us trillions of dollars. It hasn't benefited us in any meaningful way. Tell me, how much has the trillions of dollars that we spent over the past 20 years and 30 years really benefited us? Tell me, explain.
Yeah, Israel and the United States share on counterintelligence, counterterrorism. They share on technology. Israel's basically a base for the United States. I know that America doesn't have any real bases in Israel, but it serves as a satellite little America in the region. Do I think that I'm not up here?
I
saying
disagree.
that, that's fine. I'm not saying that America needs to support Israel for the end of time. I'm against foreign aid to Israel in perpetuity. But to say that America and Israel don't benefit from each other is just not true.
I'm asking what's the benefit? And all you said is that they're a base for us and they help us with counterterrorism. Sounds like both of those problems, right, are trying to solve things that are generated from our relationship with them in the first place. Because you know that like the cause of terrorism towards the United States is the U.S.'s relationship with the state of Israel and involvement in the Middle East. That's a great cause of terrorism targeted towards the U.S. You know that, right?
All wars that the United States has fought in the Middle East, do you believe is because of Israel?
I think that, yes, I think we're fighting them on behalf of the state of Israel outside of the context of, obviously there is a notion of like after we've been attacked specifically on 9/11, we got to respond. But why did we get attacked on 9/11? Because of a relationship with the state of Israel. You're just actually kind of pointing into the fact that terrorism targeted towards the United States is caused by our relationship with the state of Israel. So you understand that if we stopped having this type of relationship with the state of Israel, thank you, Ron, I appreciate your counselor, and we stopped giving all this foreign aid to them, right, and under your view, treating them as a quote-unquote base for us, maybe we wouldn't have all these needs for intelligence relating to counterterrorism in the first place. So, like, what actual benefit do we get, net benefit, from our relationship with the state of Israel? Because it can't just be for the problems that our relationship with them generates in the first place.
Because terrorists use support for Israel as a justification for terrorism, that means you think that America should stop supporting Israel?
I think it would be a reason to reduce the level of terrorism, and I think that would be that's actually evidence of the point that the counterterrorism intelligence that you're saying is important for us is only relevant to us because of our relationship with Israel in the first place. So why have a relationship with them if that causes us to have these threats of terrorism in the first place? Why? It doesn't benefit us in any, cost trillions of dollars, increases the likelihood of terrorism, right? You're saying that the benefit of our relationship is that we can reduce the level of terrorism, but it increased the level of terrorism, our relationship with the state of Israel.
So with that same logic, let's say our relationship with Egypt, if a bunch of people around the world were committing acts against us because of our relationship with Egypt, that's the reason to break off the relationship with Egypt?
Well, I'm not bringing this up as a sole reason, but it's one of the main reasons, and I feel like that would in general be like a relatively decent reason. Like, yeah, like if a certain country is causing us to have destroyed relations diplomatically around the entire world, why would we maintain that relationship? That seems against our interests.
That's exactly my point, and that's why I don't like the Democratic Party. They recede to what's it called? They capitulate to threats, and they capitulate to aggression against them instead of confronting it.
Capitulate to aggression to that. Why don't we just say that we don't want to be involved in military conflict forever, dude? We don't want this quote unquote satellite base in the Middle East that causes issues in our country. We are sick of this shit. Okay? You need to fucking get your head out of your ass and stop this fucking 20, 30-year-old fucking rampage that we've done in the Middle East that's led to millions of civilians dying. And it hasn't led to better conditions for Americans. We've spent trillions of dollars on this. We've almost bankrupted our fucking country doing this shit. Do you realize how much of a threat this is domestically to our country? We're literally so hyper obsessed about the entire international community, specifically relating to the state of Israel, that we're not even focused on things here in our country, that we ignore our country here at home. We have so many problems here in our country. 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. Right? Because people can't afford their health insurance because there are 137 million Americans over that with medical debt that they can't afford. There are people in this country that have vast levels of student debt they're paying off until they're 40 years old, 50 years old in some instances, right? That limits them from building up families, taking care of their kids, right? And growing their base for investment, which obviously is going to be beneficial to them in terms of social mobility and to our society as a whole in terms of social mobility. And yet the country that we're funding has these things. Israel has all of these things. We're funding them. For what? We're losing. We're in debt. We're how much in debt? The fucking debt wasn't as near as much of a problem prior to us involving ourselves with Israel in the Middle East after 2001. And even before that, us spending all this money to them wasn't beneficial towards the debt even as well. So, I mean, I don't understand our hyper obsession with everything relating to the state of Israel in the Middle East when it's historically not led to better conditions and completely ignoring domestic issues because of it. Like what you've decided to bring up on the live isn't, oh, I want to help out Americans in this country because of this reason. It's, oh, I want to fight this war across the entire world because it makes us a little bit more respected when there's actually no evidence indicating that in the first place. You are ignoring your own country. They left. Are you serious, dude? That shit pisses me off. Not only because they left and they weren't willing to address it, but because, like, that fucking relationship is not beneficial. And he couldn't even describe the benefit. The only benefits he mentioned were literally information relating to counterterrorism, which, by the way, is information limiting the terrorism that's going to be directed to us because of our relationship with the state of Israel. And then they operated as a base for us. Okay, why is them operating as a base for us when we, by the way, don't even have a base in their country? Why is that beneficial to us? I have yet to hear a reason. Seems like they can't justify that. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, Geopolitical. I love ya. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. God, shit, that fucking shit pisses me off, dude. Like we're literally tens of trillions of dollars in debt because of this. Like, I just don't even think people fathom that. Like the trillions of dollars we spent on this, it's literally unfathomable how much that could have put into our infrastructure, our childcare, our housing affordability, and could have bettered the conditions here in America. We could be economically so much better off if we decided not to do that. It is such a fucking travesty. First the Night Star. And every single person, if they care about this country, that should make them mad. It should make you mad that our country was, our future sold away because of the defense contractors and the oil companies. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry, dude. I forgot. I didn't mean to.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. You know, I think the algorithm is a little bit slow today. I don't know if that's just me, but it does feel a little bit different than the usual days. On both, I mean, I feel like that's both on YouTube and on TikTok. So maybe that's just today, but we'll see. We'll see. Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Kyle, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Good some W's for Kyle in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. That's actually true. Thank you so much, Kyle. Christina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I do have to move it. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Amy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see. As well as, I don't know what he would say on that. As well as Grace, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Grace. Give me some W's for Grace in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck for you on that. Good luck for you on that. I did see it for a second. As well as Ronald, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Or belated birthday, because it was about 6 days ago. So happy belated birthday. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Parker,
Election.
I want you to guess what? Guess what?
What's your birth year?
Take one guess. Oh, 2007,
What month?
January 13.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Donald Trump. But guess why?
Why?
Chicken butt.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. How old are you?
Hit a blinker for Daddy Trump.
Thank you for the Galaxy, Candace. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next person. Hey, everybody, please stop sending a guest request if you don't meet that criteria. Like, I know, like, all of y'all think it's funny, but, like, it wastes more of your time than it wastes of mine. Like, think about how much time you're spending in my chat, in my box, for no reason. Like, think about how much time you're wasting of your life just to be able to do that. And it's not even funny. Like, no one's laughing. So, I don't know. I mean, if you want to keep doing that, just realize you're wasting more of your own time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I want to come inside you.
Like, I don't understand why people do that. Like, you know that's just, like, literally sexual harassment, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, so we're just going to get a bunch of trolls. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
My phone's all fucked up. I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Someone was calling me. Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because I rape niggers and fuck kids.
You're disgusting. So you just see these people are all gross. Like, I just don't understand why they do this. It's so gross. What's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think what he's doing with illegal immigration, and then also he puts the American taxpayer first.
Okay. How does he put the American taxpayer first?
I think he's getting rid of illegal immigration and lowering our taxes.
Okay. So he's actually not. He increased taxes by imposing tariffs. We'd actually, according to the Federal Reserve, be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed tariffs in the first place. So
Yeah, I
you would
think
have saved
imposing
thousands of dollars
tariffs-
on a yearly basis in taxes.
I think
each person.
imposing tariffs creates American jobs and disincentivizes companies to buy overseas and buy domestically.
How's that worked? We've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration so far after a massive boom under the Biden administration.
Well, I think the car industry is doing the best it's ever done before. And I think it's creating American jobs. And I feel like if we're having a bunch of illegals come in, the American citizen is paying higher taxes. In one case, like illegal immigrants coming in, their kids go to schools. Now schools funding increases. Therefore, U.S. citizens are paying higher taxes for illegal immigrants to go to schools.
I think you're being dishonest with this because undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in a federal, state, and local taxes on a yearly basis. Plus, immigrants provide significantly more to the economy than they take from it. Immigration over the past 30 years, according to the Cato Institute, has reduced the deficit by $14.5 trillion. So actually, immigrants help us deal with the problems that we already have in this country. They don't create higher taxes. If anything, they create lower taxes. So you're just wrong with that. And then also we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. So not only did we see real domestic manufacturing investment decline, we also saw a horrible year of job growth. How can you claim that this is at all beneficial to the average American? Tariffs have been horrible for this country. Universal tariffs, by the way.
You just talked about the deficit. One way to decrease the deficit is by increasing revenue. Tariffs, therefore, increase revenue, which pays down deficit.
So you want to increase taxes to increase revenue?
Well, we're increasing taxes on those who decide to pay.
You know what increases revenue? Increasing the amount of people in your country.
Legally increasing.
Yeah, and you can increase the amount of legal immigration. I'm okay with that. I want the legal immigration process to go quicker. But Trump would rather put hundreds of billions of dollars over 10 years into, ICE and the things that actually haven't benefited us in any meaningful way, rather than putting it into making the legal immigration process go quicker, which would have disincentivized people to go through the process undocumented.
So what's the message you send if you say, okay, you can come in here illegally and be fine and go through your due process, to the people who are waiting in line legally?
So, by the way, the Democratic position is still criminalizing undocumented entry, but making the legal process go quicker.
And then how many people are through that process right now? Are you saying that we should expand?
Yeah, we should take in more people.
We should take in more people legally or illegally?
Legally.
Okay. I think what ICE is doing is they're getting rid of people that are illegally coming in.
Yeah, and I've already responded to this. Did you hear anything I fucking said? I literally just responded to this.
What
I
you
literally
said is illegal immigrants, right? They increase.
Democrats?
They pay taxes. They
Holy
pay
shit, dude. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why this is so complicated. Democrats want to criminalize undocumented entry still. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear what you're saying. And you're saying that illegal immigration is actually better for our economy than no illegal immigration.
That's actually not what I said at all. I think that, so by the way, I'm saying Democrats want undocumented immigration to be criminalized.
To go faster.
But they want to make the legal process to go quicker.
Yes, but right now we have a lot of illegal immigrants in the country currently.
Dude, are you fucking hearing what I'm saying?
I hear what
Democrats,
you're saying.
I'm going to say it one more time. Please listen this time. Democrats still want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
Correct. Yes. I don't know what that has to do with the illegal immigrants currently in the U.S. right now.
The fact that they want to criminalize undocumented entry, that means that there still is a process that would remove undocumented immigrants from the country. Is that complicated to you? It's still criminalized under a Democratic administration.
Yeah,
why is this so complicated to you?
Point. So I don't know why you're arguing with me.
I'm telling you that you're just straw manning the Democrats. You can't possibly fathom that the Democrats still want to deport undocumented immigrants. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing on that point. You just keep repeating your point.
Because you are disagreeing with your statement.
My statement is that the U.S. citizen is paying higher taxes because of illegal immigrants.
You're wrong.
That is my statement.
That's also wrong.
So if a legal immigrant went to school, right? There's millions of them right now. They get to go to school. Who pays for that schooling, or who pays for
Millions
the
of
funding of that
undocumented
school?
immigrants are not going to school.
So you're saying that illegal immigrants are not going to school?
So like here, actually, I mean, I guess if you could say like 1/7 of the population, or if you estimate like a certain percentage of the population is children, I guess you could, but it's still gonna be less than the amount that's paid into the system, even for undocumented immigrants. But if you want to make them pay more, give them a legal pathway.
I mean, currently, do they have a legal pathway?
No, they don't. Not where they can stay in the country.
So currently, there's no pathway for a foreign person, to legally enter the country, is what you're saying.
If they're already in the country undocumented without leaving the country.
So while they are in the country, you believe that all the illegal immigrants are not attending a public school?
Their children are.
So who pays for that illegal immigrant to pay
No
for
one's
school?
disputing that our society is, but again, undocumented immigrants pay into the systems.
Yeah, I agree. But how much of sales tax go to funding public schools?
I don't know the specific number.
It's a very low percentage. Most of it is through income tax, through U.S. citizens, or it's through property tax, again, through U.S. citizens.
Yeah, which undocumented immigrants pay through federal, state, and local taxes. Regardless of whether or not it directly goes to that, doesn't mean that it isn't going to be factored in to at least the deficit context. It's still relevant because the revenue still is going in. Okay?
So what you're saying is a million of illegal immigrants are entering. Therefore, millions of legal immigrants are attending public schools. Therefore, schools need to increase
Not all of the
public
people
funding.
are going to public schools. The children of the undocumented immigrants are, which, by the way, they probably could be U.S. citizens, right? Like if they were born in this country, they're a U.S. citizen, for example. And if they're a child, they should also not be restricted from going to school. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm not saying that they should be restricted. I'm just saying that increases a U.S. citizen to pay higher taxes because
Dude,
schools
I
need
understand
more
this
funding.
point, and I've already responded to this. I feel like you're not listening to me at all, and I've already responded to this multiple times, and you provided nothing but just repeating this point.
So you agree that the U.S. citizen will pay more in taxes?
No.
Because?
Dude, these people are like ridiculous. I'm sorry. Is your brain functioning properly right now? Is there a problem?
Okay, let's start here.
Like, I don't mean to be rude. Is there a problem right now? I'm actually serious.
What taxes do immigrants
Stop
pay
and listen
for?
to me for a second. Is there actually a problem happening right now? Because like I don't know why this is not making sense to you. I'm not trying to be rude to you at all. I'm just trying to point out, like, dude, is there a problem right now? Like, seriously.
A problem with what?
You're like something going on, like where you can't fathom my explanation here. Is there something
What is
happening?
your explanation? What taxes does an immigrant pay for?
They pay into federal, state, and local taxes, undocumented immigrants, over $100 billion. Okay? And then if you want to make them pay even more into the system, provide them a legal pathway where they don't have to leave the country, and they'll pay even more into the system.
Why would they not have to leave the country?
Why would we not have to... What? Repeat that?
If you came here illegally, you're saying give them a pathway to legally stay here, even though they came illegally, to citizenship,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
So why would they not have to go back?
I'm saying if you want the highest level of tax revenue, if that's your concern, because otherwise they have the incentive to stay in the country undocumented, right? And they're not going to identify themselves to authorities, and they're not going to be paying into the system as much as what they would have been, right, if they were in the country legally, right, and they were making market wages, right, and they were also able to file taxes in the exact same way as everyone else. Now they can with an ITIN, but it doesn't mean that they're filing it in the exact same way as everyone else. So there still is somewhat of a distinction.
So right now, are you saying that you support people coming into the country illegally? Like, since you're already here, we might as well just give you a process to become a citizen.
Yeah, if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, this is what I support. Again, different from the Democratic Party because they just want to criminalize undocumented entry but want to make the legal process go quicker. I want to make the legal process go quicker, and I want for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes to be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
So therefore, if someone is a foreigner trying to enter the country, are you trying to tell them that it would be okay for you to enter the U.S. because once you're in the U.S., there is a pathway to become a citizen?
The pathway for citizenship is for people who already have been in the country, right? So obviously, you can generate a system that's quicker for the legal process, but it would just make sense for them to go directly through the legal process rather than trying to come to the country undocumented and then go through the process. It would be a little bit more complicated for them to do that rather than to just go directly through the legal process. That would be quicker.
So if I'm waiting in line and you're saying already there's a long wait to get in the country, why wouldn't I just move to the U.S.?
We're making that wait quicker. That's what I'm advocating for. I'm saying you have to do these things simultaneously.
Okay, but still, right now the process is not.
Can we
quicker.
go back to like the point you were making, like that you wanted them to pay more in taxes, or are you just going to completely ignore that now that you found another thing to try to hyperfixate on because you are going to misrepresent my view again? Again, we're not even talking about the Democrats' position
I'm just trying to
We're talking
understand
about my
your view.
personal position. I don't think my position's complicated. If you want to understand it, we have plenty of time to explain it. But can we address one point at a time and
Okay,
move on
which
once
point
we've
would you like
already
to
addressed
address?
something fully? The tax revenue point.
I still don't understand how you don't think that illegal immigrants are increasing taxes for the U.S. I don't understand it. I just gave you a prime example of how U.S. citizens are paying higher taxes for illegal immigrants to go to school.
No, they're not. So undocumented immigrants pay taxes. Not only do they pay taxes, but if you want them to pay more taxes, provide them a legal pathway where they don't have to leave the country.
But why are they paying taxes? Should they be allowed to pay taxes?
They have ITINs.
I know, but should they be allowed to pay taxes if they're here illegally?
Like, what is that even supposed to mean? How are you going to prevent them from paying taxes?
I know, but in my specific point about schooling, I just told you that the taxes are from property taxes and income taxes on U.S. citizens.
It's mostly property. But like that means that we need to change the funding system for property taxes. And no,
to allow... So that would be
so
a
that it's
point.
not based on property taxes, yeah.
Or we could just get rid of the illegal immigrants, correct?
No, we needed to address the thing in terms of property taxes anyway because of the fact that different areas are going to have different levels of funding for their schools based upon the valuation of properties in that particular area.
So let's take Chicago for an instance because they keep increasing property taxes. Do you think that's because they're allowing a lot of illegal immigrants going to public schools?
No.
Therefore, but property taxes fund schools.
I understand. But what you're not understanding is that the overall system does lead to more money, right, existing, right, for those schools in the very first place, even if it is through property tax.
So if schools are getting more people, do they receive more funding?
If schools are, say that one more time?
If schools increase their enrollment, do they receive more funding?
Yes.
Okay. So if illegal immigrants are allowed to go to school.
Yeah, I know that you're trying to make this point over and over again. I've already responded to this because of the overall amount of increase in the GDP that inevitably leads to more taxes being paid. Inevitably speaking, even for property taxes, it still isn't going to lead to a net loss or a net increase in a net loss for American citizens in terms of how much they're having to pay into the system, and or a increase in taxes specifically for American citizens because of the immigrants. It's not because of the immigrants. It's because of the fact that they're increasing costs due to inflation and other things over time that obviously compound. Okay?
So why do you think property taxes are increasing?
Wait, do you have an issue with undocumented immigrants like not paying enough in the system? Because then if you do, you should argue for them to have a quick legal pathway, right? So that they don't have to leave the country, so that they pay more into the tax system. Is that your issue? Because legal immigration, you've already acknowledged this, decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the deficit problem because the U.S. owns most of that debt anyway, so it's really not like a huge problem.
It is still a problem.
How is it a problem?
How is it a problem? Because the net interest payments on the debt that don't allow for us to spend that money on other things that people need.
And when you say can't spend money, how much money are you talking about?
I'm talking about hundreds of billions of dollars every single year.
How much did we spend last year?
I'd have to look back at it. Because interest rates are higher right now. It's a little bit higher.
But just like ballpark, give me a year of how much we spent. I believe it's in the trillions.
2025, we paid $970 billion.
So almost $1 trillion.
Yeah, isn't that fucking crazy?
I agree. So the Democrats' position is the government needs more money. If we're giving you $1 trillion to spend, do you think that maybe it's the government's problem of spending, or do you think it's because they don't need more money? Do you think it's a money issue?
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending compared to the Biden-Harris administration by over $4 trillion in his first administration. You know that the debt is going up because of the massive tax breaks he gave disproportionately to the rich and wealthy?
But just the point, do you think that the government, Republican or Democrat, do you think maybe they have a spending issue, or do you think that the government needs more money?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay, I gotta go, but good conversation. I respect your views, but
wow, we got nowhere. We literally got nowhere. Like, we didn't even get through this point. Are you serious? And you're gonna leave?
I have a job, buddy. I have to go.
And you just wasted my time, dude. Next gen, think of the galaxy. Like, if you knew that you were gonna leave and you had your job, why did you do that in the conversation? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much, next gen.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Really good, buddy. How are you?
How old are you?
Good, good. I just want to say free Palestine, man.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 55, first time, but I just want to quickly just say something. No. I'm going to.
Hey, everybody, we are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
1998.
You said you're how old again?
25.
That math is atrocious. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
February.
The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. Lee, thank you so much again for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it just depends on the day because I go live based upon whenever my girlfriend is going to be busy. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Rebecca in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really trying my hardest, honestly. Heriberto, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Bertie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Thank you so much. And Rue, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Rue. Thank you so much for the $25. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Emily, good to see you as always. Thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Totally agree with you. As well as Justina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Well, thank you so much. He definitely does. He absolutely. And it's probably not even that hard to identify where, too. Let me thank some people over YouTube, and then we'll go into the conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people as always. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Decaf, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, definitely is not. As well as TS, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yasmin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you, Yasmin. As well as Lazy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I'm actually fully caught up already. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because of borders. I'm a Republican, obviously, so I'm pro-life, and yeah, mainly for those two reasons.
Okay. You're pro-life, and you said you're Republican, or did you say you're Christian?
Pro-life.
Okay.
Republican and Christian both.
Okay. So, how do you feel about Trump committing blasphemy?
When?
Here, I can just show you on the screen. He posted this to his Truth Social.
Are you talking about the Jesus picture?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. I mean,
and also this.
I think it was more or less like I don't think it was necessarily like. I mean, I guess you could say it's blasphemy, but I don't think it was necessarily like a on purpose kind of thing. I think it was more just like I don't know what to say about that. It was a little.
If it wasn't on purpose, what was it?
I mean, he obviously posted it on purpose, but I don't think he necessarily was trying to commit blasphemy. Like he wasn't necessarily.
Then what do you think he looked like in the scenario?
He looked like the Pope.
This one? No, the other one's the Pope. What about this one?
That one, he said something about being like a doctor or something.
Do you believe
Whenever
that?
somebody asked him about it.
And do you believe that?
Sure, if that's what he said.
Really? So doctors have the historical clothing of Jesus and glowing hands. And they heal people just by touching them on the head.
Jesus has never had any historical clothing.
Yes, he does. There is historical clothing tied to Jesus.
Wore was no, it's not.
Yes, there is. You're just not acknowledging history. Secondly, look at the bottom right. Doesn't that look more like a doctor?
The nurse, yeah, which would make the most sense. Which would correlate to him also being.
So
one.
wait, no. Because look at the difference in how they look. If one's a doctor, if one works in the medical field, the other one doesn't, isn't it tell you that one's religious clothing, the other one's like obviously medical clothing?
The fact is like, if that was his intention, then sure it was a problem. But you can't really tell someone's intention just by.
Well, we obviously know that his explanation is bullshit.
It's a Photoshop picture, like.
It's an AI picture that was created that they then did edit in Photoshop to make more religious in the background. They added demonic entities in the background.
Demonic?
Yeah, like you see the background right here? Like those little shadow figures?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they used to just look like people. They didn't have like the little horns and wings.
Looks like a soldier.
Yeah, the horns and wings. Do you see the horns and wings? That didn't exist prior. It was just people. Like the original image created 2 months ago was just people in the background. They edited it to make it look more religious.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to say.
Well, if that wasn't purposeful, why did they edit the image to do that?
I don't know. I was more wanting to debate on like real, points, not just
real points. I think him committing blasphemy, which is an unforgivable sin under your own worldview, definitely is going to be something that's relevant to you, right?
I mean, there's a lot of things you could consider blasphemy, though. Like saying "Oh my God" could be considered blasphemy. It's not
This is him representing himself as God. Oh my God is not blasphemy.
It is. It's using the Lord's name in vain.
I don't even think it's using the Lord's name in vain necessarily.
That is using the Lord's name in vain. That's
and also, is that blasphemy?
No, it would be considered blasphemy. Yes.
Really? I don't think that's. Yes. I don't think that's considered blasphemy. Using the Lord's name in vain. Like blasphemy is like representing yourself as God, my guy.
Either way, like it doesn't change what he still stands for as a Republican, like pro-life at least.
Yeah, but like you care about those things because you're Christian. So like, by the way, abortion means you should go to prison, even though that's a forgivable sin. But unforgivable sin doesn't go to prison.
Abortion is murder.
Okay, that's a forgivable sin under your view, right?
No, I would much rather
murder is unforgivable. You know, in the Bible it says that blasphemy is the only unforgivable sin.
Okay. You want to talk about something other than just my beliefs, like my Christian beliefs?
Okay, I mean, if you choose to not invoke Christianity at all throughout this entire conversation, or in any way
That's
that
not what
even
I'm
hints
saying.
at it,
That's not what
then
I said at
I
all.
won't, I'll be done talking about this with you. But it
That's
sounds
not
like
what I
you're
said at
probably
all.
going to invoke your Christian views as a reason as to why you support Trump.
No, I mean, my Christian views are just what I believe. It's not like I necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Apparently
know.
not strong enough to say that you don't support Trump, though, because he committed blasphemy, and you're just not
Well,
willing to
here's
say
the thing:
it.
the Democratic Party is way more unchristian than anything Trump has done. The thing about it is,
What makes
like,
you think that?
abortion, the fact that whenever Charlie Kirk died, it was celebrated, and they're just like, the problem is that the Republican Party keeps getting blamed for being the violent party, but you look back at all the school shootings, you look at all the attempted murders that have happened.
What did
and all
Trump
this
say
other
after
stuff,
Rob
and
Reiner
it's
died?
always been a Democratic person.
What did
It's
Trump
always
say
been a
after Rob Reiner
Democrat.
died? What did Trump say after Robert Mueller died?
I don't know who that is, so I don't know.
So Trump specifically said about Robert Mueller, "Good, I'm glad he's dead."
Okay. And how many times did that happen with Charlie, and how many times did that happen?
Wait.
Like, so many other times?
Did the nominee for the Democratic Party say that about Charlie?
I mean, there were definitely some Democratic governors and
Who? Name one.
Representatives that definitely
Name one.
did.
Name a single one.
I mean,
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Just letting you know. So you have to go look at it, try to find it,
Yeah,
and then come back.
hold up. Yeah, my bad. I'll go look real quick.
Okay, go for it. He's not going to find jack shit. Ronald, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Hank, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. That's exactly what I would say. That's kind of what the point I was making with the property taxes, that it still is paid into. Nicole as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that we can distract you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Allie, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you can catch it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $35. Thank you very much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as SB, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Oh, that's amazing. Hope you have a great time tonight, Allie. Thank you so much. Alrighty. We'll give them a few seconds to find this information. They're not going to find jack shit, so just expect them to come back and be like, oh, well, even though they didn't say it, I'm going to bring up this something that clearly isn't, condoning any violence towards Charlie Kirk at all, but they just said that he's a racist, okay? That's violence, actually. Calling him racist is violence. Watch it. They called him a fascist, actually. That's racist. Racist. It's racist to call Charlie Kirk a fascist, actually. That's what we're going to say it is. They've got DDS for doing that, okay?
I mean, you may be right on that. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe they didn't necessarily support it, but it was definitely still something that is a problem in the Democratic Party as a whole.
Okay, so the Democratic Party as a whole didn't do that. There's no person in political office you could say that did that. And I pointed to the presidential candidate that's currently the president of the United States, leading your party, which has 80 to 90% support within your party, saying these things about Rob Reiner's death and about Robert Mueller's death. Saying, good, I'm glad. You have no example of a single Democrat saying that about Charlie Kirk. Right, that's running for political office. You have comment sections. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to say, like, for example, the KKK supports Trump. Is that a reason to say that you don't support Trump? That the KKK supports him?
No.
Oh, okay. So then you can't say there are people specifically that support Democrats that called for Charlie Kirk's death. Therefore, that's a reason to not support Democrats. Do you realize how that's ridiculous?
I mean, it's just
in that scenario, you're saying it's worse to call for Charlie Kirk's death than it is to be a part of the KKK.
It's just like the political beliefs as a whole in the Republican Party, I believe, are way more Christian and way more. I don't know what else is like. They just
that's ridiculous, though, right? Like
everything that I believe.
Wait, pause real quick. You can't say that you don't. Listen. Oh, hold up. These are all pivots, though. Can you at least acknowledge the original argument was incorrect? that just because
Yeah,
there
I
are
just said
some
that.
Democrats in a comment section, by the way, that
I just said
celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, that is not justification to then say that you won't support Democrats in the same way that because the KKK supports Trump is not a
What
reason to
about
stop
you though?
supporting
'Cause,
Trump
I
under your
mean, I know
worldview.
you celebrated it a lot. I know you've made.
I did
fun
not
of him a
celebrate
lot.
Charlie Kirk's death. I don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so I've joined this live multiple times, and you're playing the Charlie Kirk song over and over again. to
That's
piss
not
people
celebrating
off.
his death.
What is that? It absolutely would be
We
considered.
are
Like, it's the same
Charlie
thing.
Kirk. We
I mean, it's not gonna piss me
carry
off.
the flame.
It's not going to make me mad. that
We
you're singing it. You're
fight for the gospel. We'll
yourself
honor
sound
his
stupid.
name. We are Charlie Kirk. It's making fun of people calling themselves Charlie Kirk, not making fun of Charlie Kirk's death, my guy.
Okay.
So, like,
It
you
doesn't
you
matter.
understand
It's
that,
the
that
same-
there's a big distinction
It's the
between those
same
two
thing,
things?
though. The only reason you would ever do that is just to piss Republicans off because you
Absolutely
know
it
that
is.
that was yeah, exactly. And
What?
Because
It's not
of
wrong.
his- I'm not saying. That
I'm doing
you
nothing
saying
wrong
it
by
is
making
wrong.
fun
That's
of
what I
people
just said. I
who
said you
specifically
argue
are
with
literally
someone about
saying that they're
thinking it.
Charlie Kirk after he died.
Okay, so it's the same as like saying that someone lives inside of you after they die. Like people will say that all the time that people live through you even after they're dead. I mean, that's not that crazy. It's not stupid. Like that's not a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, I think it is crazy to call yourself Charlie Kirk. If I died and people called themselves Parker Get a Job, I would think it's funny to make fun of them. From the grave.
Okay.
I'm serious. If people went out there after my death and be like, "We are Parker, get a job. We carry the like," I would actually think it's funny to make fun of them. Yeah. What? That sounds so ridiculous, doesn't it?
I mean, I personally know I wouldn't say so.
I don't think someone that was
Like-
making fun of someone calling themselves "We are
No,
Parker, get a
because, I mean,
job"
they're standing
is
up for his
necessarily.
beliefs
I don't think that
still.
they're
They
making
agree
fun of
with
my
his
death in that
beliefs.
scenario.
It's not
Like,
them saying that they are him. It's them saying that we still believe in the same beliefs that he had. It's not.
okay, well, when you say that we are Charlie Kirk, it's absurd. If you want to say that you agree with him, that's a different point.
We are
But
his
saying
beliefs,
you are
yes, like
Charlie
people
Kirk is
do
fucking
agree with
ridiculous,
his
and I'm going to
beliefs.
make fun of that. That's also not me calling for Charlie Kirk's death. So why did you argue that I just called for Charlie Kirk's death when I clearly didn't?
I didn't say you called for his
Oh,
death. I
sorry,
said
made
that
fun
you
of
made
it.
fun of
I
him.
apologize. Never did
Yes.
that.
You absolutely did. You just
No, I didn't.
agreed that you.
Wait. Can you admit that that's not me making fun of his death?
It is.
No, it's not. Wait, so if someone were to say, make a song, "We Are Parker, Get a Job," and people were to make fun of those that were singing that song in a legitimate notion, would you say that they're making fun of my death?
I mean, if it was Republicans doing it and they were making fun of you, I would probably say so. Yeah.
No, not making fun of me, making fun of people saying "We Are Parker, Get a Job."
Yeah.
So that'd be
Because
me
that's
making fun of
using
my
their
death.
name still. I mean, it's
That would be
still
making fun of my
that
death.
person. It's still making fun of that person because people.
It's
are
not
standing
making.
up for
It's
him
not
after
making
he
fun of
died.
that. It's not even making fun of the person.
It is though.
It's not. Like,
Okay,
that's not saying,
how is
"Oh,
it not?
Parker, I'm going to make fun of you because of this characteristic of you." It's saying, "Oh, these people did this who support Parker, and I'm making fun of the people who support Parker doing this."
Because they're supporting him.
It's not just for supporting him. It's because of the fact
So-
that he
so would-
they are saying "We are Charlie Kirk." But also, I would make fun of you for supporting him as well. So,
Okay.
what's wrong with that?
I didn't say. I mean, you can believe.
That's not me
whatever you
making
want.
fun of his
I'm
death to
still-
make fun of you for
still
supporting
gonna
him.
believe
Like,
whatever I
what?
want to. Like, you're not gonna be able to change any of my beliefs. I don't think I'm gonna be able to change any of your beliefs.
Okay, but like, it's
But-
dishonest for you to claim that I celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. Like, do you realize what you're saying about me? Especially within this climate. Like, I just want to let you know, within this climate, what you're literally trying to say that I celebrated a person's death from the other political aisle, which, by the way, would then justify people from the right doing the same thing about me if I were to die.
You were probably excited whenever it happened. Like, if we're being
I was
honest.
30 to 40 feet away. I was traumatized after the event. You know that, right?
Okay.
I was there. I was in line to
sorry.
debate him, my guy. I was talking to people. I ran away because I thought it was a school shooting. What's up?
I said, it's actually kind of sad and I apologize.
Okay, well, thank you very much. But, like, do you realize how ridiculous that seems? Especially given that I was there?
Who do you think we actually got the right person
Probably.
since you were there?
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in any of the conspiracies.
Wasn't there something that came out like a few weeks ago saying that it like didn't match the gun, like the bullet didn't match the gun, and the
Yeah, that was just saying it's inconclusive, so it's a bit misleading.
Okay. So it could have still
Yeah,
been.
yeah, yeah. It just broke when it went in his body, so
Gotcha.
they couldn't match it. Does that make sense? But that doesn't mean that it wasn't his bullet. There's other corresponding evidence that indicates that it was Tyler Robinson within the court case, and we'll see if he gets a conviction there. But, I mean, I don't dispute the investigation there in determining that it was Tyler Robinson if he's convicted.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't care about necessarily like who it was, as long as we do get the right person. But it does matter the political beliefs of the people that this keeps happening with. All the shootings. The Republican Party is historically known for being the violent party, and has been pushed into this narrative that we are the violent party because we stand for the Second Amendment. But then every time the Second Amendment every time there's a problem with the Second
I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Happens, it's always a Democratic party. Like it's
that's
always
not true. That's not true. Like, let me just clarify.
It's always
we're not
that's
saying you guys are violent because of this.
In the Democratic Party.
Hey, dude, we're not saying you guys are violent because of the Second Amendment. We're saying you guys are violent because Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th and called them patriots. We're saying you guys are violent because you support a candidate that called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given one. That's calling for the execution of people. He's literally said he's glad about people like Robert Mueller, who's literally an independent, by the way, like a Republican leaning. He's glad that he died. Simply because he was anti-Trump, right? Not because he was like a broad liberal on TikTok or something, but because he literally did an investigation into him. That's it. That's the anti-Trump notion. That is going to be justification under Donald Trump's worldview to say that he is glad that you died.
I'm just saying personally, I haven't ever seen a school shooting or a public like mass murder that has been on the right. Like, at least within the last 2 or 3 years.
There's been countless examples of that. You just haven't heard about it.
Can you name
right?
one?
It's actually, according to the FBI, more likely to happen. You know that, right?
Can you name one? Or
can I name a right-wing person? The person that killed the Hortmans?
I don't know who the Hortmans are.
Look up Melissa Hortman. She's a Democratic representative, and she was murdered. Most of the political violence is targeted by the right. You know that, right? Like the right literally is the one engaging it. So, according to the FBI, most domestic terrorism is committed by the far right. Also, look up Paul Pelosi being beaten with a hammer.
Like the biggest problem.
Which, by the way, Charlie Kirk
I think is a problem in the nation is school shootings, and we need to get those obviously like down. Like it's happening way too often.
Did you know Charlie Kirk? Did you know Charlie Kirk called for the person who beat Paul Pelosi with a hammer to be bailed out?
Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't actually.
I said I haven't seen a single Republican be an active shooter in a school. Like
I by the way, if you want to point to schools, there are literally countless examples of neo-Nazis that have gone into schools recently, by the way, this last year.
Okay, neo-Nazis aren't Republicans.
They're right-wing.
But it's not the same thing as a Republican. It's not. Like, I didn't say I was right-wing. I said I'm a Republican.
Okay, well, then you could say that these people aren't Democrats. Like, I don't know what your point is.
Because they actively say that they are Democrats.
Who?
I mean...
Okay, while he looks that up, I'll give him a second. Laurie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I have no clue. And don't worry, Laura. I just appreciate you being here. So it's Ronald. Thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wish you'd run for president when you're eligible too. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm never been someone that wants to run for president, to be totally honest with you. But maybe we'll see. As well as Hank, thank you so much. I already saw that, actually. Thank you, Hank, again. Jose, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. As well as Maggie, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm so here for Spicy Parker. Well, thank you so much. Tiana as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Tiana. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said MAGA always twist things to fit their narrative, but when shown a clear as a day picture of Trump as God, they deny reality. It's so absurd, isn't it? It's so absurd. For Parker for president, actually. Actually, Chad, we can't have that leftist lunatic as president of the United States. He'd try to destroy this country from within, actually, okay? Not allowed, okay? Leftist lunatic. President Parker get a job. Not allowed, okay? Not allowed. He's Antifa, actually, everybody. He's actually Antifa. So the Trump administration's actually marking him as a domestic terrorist, actually. Alrighty. We'll give it a second, everyone.
Okay. I mean, I couldn't find a specific answer to a school shooter that said they were Democratic, but I did find something that said that the leading cause to school shootings is mental illness, which also correlates to all the LGBTQ community.
What type of fucking pretzel bend is that?
Do you mean?
You said so. By the way, you just tried to say the reason why you think that Democrats are associated with school unalivings is because there's a correlation between mental illness and being a part of the LGBTQ plus community.
Yes.
You know, there's a correlation between mental illness and being a man.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Because I've seen at least 2 or 3 where the school shooter was LGBTQ or
most school shooters are white men. You know, there's literally like a fucking joke. Yes, there is. It absolutely is.
Okay, look that
especially mostly men. So do you think that we can make these generalizations about men? Because over 95% of school unalivings are men. He swiped out of the app. He's running away from the Antifa talking points, everybody. Look at that, actually. These Antifa talking points are absolutely crazy, okay? Get him off the air, actually. Get him off. Right now, immediately. I can't do it. Andy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, well,
doing it, you can bring up a different topic instead of
Instead of what?
just continuing to be an asshole.
How am I an asshole?
I mean, I've seen your lives multiple times, and I've never seen you admit that you were wrong about something. I've never seen you change any sort of belief that you've ever had, and all you do is just continue to constantly nag at people. You're not debating people. You're just pissing people off and only showing your points. And you come in here completely ready to debate people and then expect people that are on TikTok to be able to debate you back with facts that they don't have.
I'm giving you time to look it up. And also, I absolutely do admit when I'm wrong. You just haven't watched my live long enough. Hell, I'm almost certain I've admitted I was wrong literally yesterday. And even today. There's no issue with me admitting I'm wrong. Hell, you want to see where I've admitted I was wrong? I took a political compass test and I misread things and I admitted I was wrong. I misinterpreted things and admitted I was wrong.
So you misread something and said you're wrong, but you didn't admit that you were wrong about any sort of belief or point that was ever brought up by someone else.
That would mean that I was someone else brought up a point. I acknowledged that I was wrong on that point and I conceded.
Okay.
I just gave you an example. You can go watch the YouTube video if you want to see.
Going down now.
Gas prices have gone up because of Trump's war with Iran.
Said that they wouldn't come down.
Wait, gas prices have gone up since Trump's war with Iran. And also, wait, by the way, what were you looking up?
My gas prices have gone down.
Hey, bud, what were you looking up again?
I have no idea. I've looked up multiple things while you've been on here.
What were you looking up?
we're talking about school shootings.
Yeah, and did you see it was mostly done by men? So can you make this determination about men as a whole? Because 95% of school unalivings are due to men?
I didn't find any stat about men. I found a stat about it mostly being white people.
Okay.
That was the only stat I found.
It is mostly men, though. Like, that's an undisputed fact, by the way. It's
I mean,
like over 95% men.
But that doesn't correlate anything to the party that they...
Yeah, but like, I'm just making this point. Can we make a generalization about men because of this?
Democratic. I mean, not a general public, no.
What?
You can't.
So you can't generalize men because of this.
With just white men. No.
Wait, but you said there's a correlation.
Sure, but it's not like all white men is what I'm saying. I mean, you can't say
Oh, okay. So then why'd you bring that up about the LGBTQ plus community? You were trying to associate the LGBTQ plus community with school unalivings because of mental illness?
Because there's way more white men than there are people in the LGBT community.
Okay, but is 95% of society men?
Numbers of
is 95% of society men?
Huh?
Is 95% of society men?
No.
Okay, if 95% of society is not men, yet 95% of these school unalivings are committed by men, that means men disproportionately commit this particular violence. Given that men disproportionately commit this particular violence, would you argue under your own perspective that you would be able to make this generalizing statement about men as a whole? Because there's a correlation?
I don't understand your question.
Because you were trying to make an association between school shootings and Democrats and the LGBTQ plus community. Okay. So you can't make this generalizing claim about Democrats just based upon the fact that there are going to be a disproportionate amount of this particular violence that's committed by Democrats then, even if that were true.
All right. Okay, fair. I mean, I don't know what else you want to say other than...
So what's your whole argument here? Because I was bringing up, Donald Trump has straight up called for the deaths of some Democrats. And you said, Democrats called for Charlie Kirk's death. You called for Charlie Kirk's death.
He didn't call for a death. He didn't ask for it
sorry,
to happen.
you joked about Charlie Kirk's death, which I didn't do.
Yes, you have. I've seen you do it multiple times.
Tell me, what was the joke?
I already told you.
Yeah, that's not a joke about his death, dumbass.
It absolutely is.
Use your brain. I'm joking about the people who think that they are Charlie Kirk. That's not joking about his death, dude.
Okay, no one obviously thinks they're Charlie Kirk or Charlie Kirk would be here. For you to actually make fun of somebody for thinking that, in quotes...
No, for saying they are Charlie Kirk, dude.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
there are actually people that claim that.
They're Charlie Kirk?
Yeah,
No.
do you want me to play clips of you of Republicans saying they are Charlie Kirk?
Thinks they are Charlie Kirk.
Do you want me to play a clip of a guy saying that he's Charlie Kirk?
Stupid.
Do you want me to play a clip?
Sure, you can play one clip of a Republican that said he was Charlie Kirk, even though obviously he doesn't look like him at all, and he doesn't.
Okay, well, I'm not saying it is Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm making fun of him for doing this.
Saying that they're Charlie Kirk doesn't make any sense. You're just making fun of him in general.
Yes, exactly.
You're making fun of Charlie Kirk in general.
No,
yes,
I'm
exactly.
making. That's not what I was saying. I said I was making fun of the person specifically in general that is saying that they are Charlie Kirk.
Okay, did he actually believe he was Charlie Kirk? No.
I'm not saying that they believe that they're Charlie Kirk.
What are you really making fun of?
That they're saying that they're Charlie Kirk. I don't know how that's complicated to you.
Okay, because nobody actually believes that, and
it doesn't matter whether or not they believe it,
sir.
Sir, it doesn't matter whether they believe it. It's the fact that they're saying it.
Okay, but what is the point of them saying it, is my question.
In support of him.
In support of him, and then you're making fun of them for supporting him.
I'm not, in this situation, I'm not making fun of them for supporting him,
yes.
but I don't have any issue with making fun of people who support Charlie Kirk. I would make fun of you for supporting Charlie Kirk. I don't say that's making fun of Charlie Kirk. I'm making fun of you for supporting Charlie Kirk. And by the way, I can make fun of Charlie Kirk and not be making fun of his death as well. You know that, right?
Sure.
Okay. So none of these entail that I was making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. You're just being a crybaby fucking sensitive snowflake that won't acknowledge that your president of the United States that you support called for the execution of some Democrats and you're overlooking it.
The thing is, I've seen way more Democrat.
No, you haven't.
Call for deaths
You
of
already
Republicans
tried to
than
look
I
it up
have-
and you couldn't find jack shit. You looked it up, you found
of any
nothing.
political person, maybe. Like of an actual politician, sure. I couldn't
Yeah,
find it.
isn't that what's fucking important if I'm bringing up the president of the United States?
I guess. But
yeah, so then,
I
like,
don't-
why are you saying, oh my god, there were Democrats in the comment section saying they're happy Charlie Kirk died? That's
just because
comparable
they
to
don't-
Donald
just because
Trump
they don't
literally
post-
calling for the deaths of some
Just because they're
Democrats.
not posting online, just because they're not posting online that they are happy about it, doesn't mean that that isn't true, and doesn't mean that it still wasn't celebrated not online.
But you have no evidence of it, yet
So-
you're trying to compare it to
Okay,
Donald Trump
no evidence,
online
but it's the most
calling for the
obvious
deaths
thing in
of
the
some
world.
Democrat. Okay, I could say Donald Trump personally wants me dead, but I have no fucking evidence for that. I can't just go around saying that shit. Okay?
You don't. Sure.
Okay,
Like,
but he has called for some Democrats' death who straight up literally just said, if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it.
Given an unlawful order. Wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so some Democrats made a video and they said, if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it. Remember your oath to the Constitution. If you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it. Exact same thing Mike Pence said after January 6th.
There are a lot of things that
Exact
happen
same thing
that are unlawful that have
Pete
happened
Hegseth
throughout
said
the
in
history of our
2015 or
nation.
2016.
And there are a lot of unlawful orders that have happened and get done behind our backs as well. I mean, that's not like a abnormal thing.
Yeah, so can you listen though? All they were saying is that if you took your oath to the Constitution, don't follow unlawful order if you're given it. That's all they said. And Donald Trump said that they engaged in treason, seditious behavior, and he said it's punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
His point of treason would have been saying that statement in the first place. It wouldn't be like.
How about this? If I say all Republicans are treasonous, treason is punishable by death. Hang them, George Washington would. Would you think that I'm calling for the deaths of Republicans?
I mean, sure.
Okay, that's exactly what Trump did. So Trump's calling for the deaths of some of the Democrats. Given that that's the case, right, would you say that you don't support Trump anymore because he's perpetuating political violence like you cannot say is true for the Democrats?
Yeah, unless they are committing treason.
There's no evidence they committed treason. Based on what they said, that's not treason.
So your whole thing is just that there's no evidence to support any of this. But you don't necessarily always need evidence to have common sense.
Oh, okay. All Republicans are treasonous. I don't need any evidence for that, right? TJ, think of this,
No, I said common sense.
No.
That's not based off of common
All MAGA is treasonous. Do I need any evidence for this?
Yes, you would.
Why? Wait, now I need evidence? Why? You just said I don't need evidence.
No,
I just need
I'm
common
saying-
sense. My common sense tells me MAGA is treasonous. Like, seriously, dude. Common sense.
In some cases, I didn't say in all cases. Like, especially whenever the more broad you get and the I don't know, the wider your range gets, the less likely you are to be correct.
Okay, so, like, if I said this, would I be wrong?
Yeah.
I'd be in the wrong. Okay? So, I would be calling for their deaths, right?
Sure.
Okay. And I need evidence that they have committed treason to call for that, right?
I'm lost. I mean, I don't know.
Do I need evidence that they committed treason to claim that they committed treason and then
also-
call for their death?
Everything we've talked about so far is just.
He's
been
not
something
listening.
you
Hey,
figured
hey,
out when I was
hey!
talking-
Listening ears
talking
on.
about,
Listening
and
ears
you
on.
changed-
Can you put your listening ears on? Listen, please. Okay. So if, again, Republicans, right, called for this, right? Donald Trump called for this, right? It's very clear. You can't just say, even though I have no evidence specifically that they've committed treason, I'm just going to claim that it's justified that he's claiming that and calling for their death. If you say that, well, then I can claim that about any MAGA supporter I want, call for their death, and you think that's justified because you don't have to provide evidence that they've actually committed treason. So the question I'm asking you is, do you need evidence to claim that someone is treasonous and to claim that they should be literally executed because of it?
His evidence was in the fact that they were basically bashing him, saying that he was giving unlawful orders. That is the treasonous part. That is what he is saying is treasonous, is the fact that they were saying that he was giving unlawful orders.
No, they actually
that
said
is treasonous.
no. There was no specified unlawful. One, there was no specified unlawful orders. They said unspecified unlawful orders. They said if you're given one, don't follow it. They never claimed that he was doing that.
Okay, but who's that?
Secondly, he has given unlawful orders.
That's the common sense I'm
He
talking
has
about.
given
Who's that
unlawful orders.
directed towards?
He has given unlawful orders, including Mike Pence. Mike Pence literally said Donald Trump gave him an unlawful order to certify false slates of electors. And he said he wouldn't do that because he cares more about the Constitution. Based upon your argument, Mike Pence committed treason. Do you think that?
Mike Pence isn't the vice president anymore.
That doesn't matter. Answer my fucking question.
Buddy, you can calm your tone down.
Answer the question.
But I don't care about Mike Pence. I'm not going to answer a question that has no
Why not?
relevance.
It is relevant.
There's no relevance.
It is totally relevant. It's the exact same thing. Answer the question. You know that you won't answer the. This is why it frustrates me to deal with people like you. Because what are you, a politician? You can't answer a direct question. Why are you playing defense for this? Why don't you just answer the question? You're not a politician. You don't have a platform. You're some random fucking dude. Why are you doing this?
I have no knowledge of any of this stuff, and you're the one that's trying to push it constantly. Like, I'm not fighting you back. I'm not doing anything.
I'm asking you a basic question. Answer the question.
Pressing.
Mike Pence did this. I'm giving you the information, sir. Mike Pence did this.
No, you're the one giving me the information, which is why I don't want to believe it all.
Okay, then do you want me to play the clip of Mike Pence saying this?
If I could sit here and study all of this stuff for however long you have, then sure, I would like to have this conversation with you. But I didn't bring this conversation up. So you can't just constantly press somebody that doesn't have that information.
I'm not asking you for information that you don't have. I gave
You're
you the
giving me yeah, but you're giving me
hey
information.
dude, can you please listen? Listening ears on.
Okay? You won't even let me
listening ears on, listening ears on, listening ears on, listening ears on. Okay?
And you're getting mad constantly.
Because you're not listening and you're not engaging with my question.
Buddy,
a basic question.
Plenty. I've listened to everything.
Why do people do this? Why do people do this? Like, why are you doing this? I'm trying to get you to answer a basic question, okay?
No, you're setting me up for a question. That's very different.
Let me know when you're done speaking so I can speak without interruption.
Let me know whenever you're done speaking. Like, all you've done the whole time is just constantly press me and act like I'm supposed to answer a question based off of information that you're giving me. How am I supposed to answer a question based off of information that you're also handing me? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Given that this information is true, can you make a determination about it?
Sure,
Okay,
but
that's not a
there's
complicated
also
thing.
other true information out there that I don't
I can also
have.
play the clip, sir. I can play the clip of Mike Pence.
Yeah,
saying
you're
this.
going to play a clip that you also still found before this and that you searched
I actually
before
haven't. I
this
can go
and-
find it right now.
Okay,
I
but
haven't.
you've
I don't
seen
have
it
this clip
before.
of it. I have
But
seen it
you've
before.
seen it.
Yes,
Exactly.
of course.
Yes, my point exactly.
Okay, I don't understand how that's like a point against me. Like what?
Because you're setting me up for a question and expecting me to be able to answer and defend my side without me having any prior knowledge of it.
No, sir. I'm trying to get you to realize.
And that's
that,
what you do constantly on your lives is just press people about information that they don't know about and they're uneducated in.
Sir, I'm asking you specifically.
And I haven't tried to bring up this point at all. You asked me my beliefs and what I wanted to debate and completely changed the whole subject.
Okay. So I'm telling you what Mike Pence said, and I'm giving you the information. I can play the clip of Mike Pence saying this if you think that what I'm telling you is a lie. Okay?
I didn't say
And
it was
I
a
am
lie.
telling you, please let me
I
finish.
said it wasn't the full truth.
Please let
which
me
is very
finish.
different.
Can I finish, please?
You haven't let me finish a single thing I've tried to say.
I did just let you finish. Okay, so will you let me
Okay.
finish? You can respond and say yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just telling you what Mike Pence said about it. If you think that the information that I've said is false, then I can play the clip for you of Mike Pence saying this. me asking you this question is not because I think that you can defend these actions, right? In terms of this, is actually because I think that you won't defend it. The point that I'm trying to get you to realize is that it's unjustified to claim that someone's a traitor without good reason, and it is literally horrible to call for their death without good reason, okay? Because in this scenario, the same thing could then be applicable to Mike Pence, which obviously we would think it's ridiculous to apply to, right? It would not make sense to justify the actions of January 6 rioters that were claiming they want to HANG Mike Pence because Trump has called for the execution of some Democrats. And this is actually the exact reason I bring this up, is because Trump, I think, is trying to invoke this idea that the vice president has to follow what he's saying regardless, right? Even if the order is truly unlawful. Because in the situation with Mike Pence, it was an unlawful order. He gave this as a justification for not following Trump, and he's essentially trying to pressure his vice president, J.D. Vance, for the future to go through with that by saying that he would justify or call for the execution of them if they specifically say this, if they don't follow through. I'm done.
All right. I mean, how do you want me to answer the information that you gave me in the question you're giving me also? Like,
give me your thoughts on what I just said.
I mean, I haven't been able to form my own thoughts because all you're doing is giving me one-sided information. That's my point. That's the point that I was trying to make earlier and you wouldn't listen.
How is my information here one-sided?
What do you mean, how is it one-sided? It's one-sided in the fact that it's biased because you are a Democrat debating a Republican, and you're the only one with the information on this subject.
What about the information is biased other than just, Parker, you're a Democrat?
Because that's the only thing you're going to bring up is biased information. That's the only thing you're going to tell me is the stuff that supports your side.
No, I can bring up things that I disagree with my own side on. But I'm bringing up things, I gave all the context relevant. Like, I literally gave all of the relevant context. I even gave you a scenario where we're referencing specifically, like, a Republican. Right? Like, this is Mike Pence, a Republican. Do you want to respond? Like, I don't know why you just... Can you say, given that this information... He just left. These people are so ridiculous. Like, that whole time is just unwilling to engage with my points simply because I'm describing it to him and because I'm a Democrat debating Republicans. Like, that's it. That's the only reason he wasn't willing to take into consideration what I just said and respond to the basic question. Even though the information was accurate, even though he couldn't describe what part of the information was inaccurate. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, it's very nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jennifer. As well as Olivia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty absurd, isn't it? As well as Spoof, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Really? Oh my gosh, that's actually so cool. I'd love to see. I'd actually love to see. Kayla as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much for the presidential campaign donation. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. John with the $20. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Don't worry, John. I just appreciate you being here. As well as Dill, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. The guy's insufferable. Yeah, well, at least he's gone now because that was absurd. That was so ridiculous, wasn't it? What does he think debate is? I know, right?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
June.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, first, so something that you said about the last guest, you're like, oh, like, when we sing a song, it's not making fun of the person, yet you can still sing the song without making fun of them, and it's not, like, you're not making fun of the death by singing the song, and you think it's funny. So do you think songs like We Are Jeffrey Epstein, We Are George Floyd, and We Are Renee Good, like would you find stuff like that funny?
I wouldn't find it funny to say we are Jeffrey Epstein.
Why
Because
not?
I mean, you're
What?
saying that you are like a P3DO.
Well, didn't you say that Charlie Kirk was like a really bad person? He was racist, and that's
Yeah, I do think
basically
he's a bad
something that.
person, a racist. I do think there's a distinction between a bad person, a racist, and a
well,
pedophile that's
no,
convicted and sex trafficked kids.
Well, saying we are Charlie
Also,
Kirk
by
that
the
makes you a
way,
racist, doesn't it?
let me just clarify.
Isn't that what you just said?
What would you say?
I said that if you say we are Charlie Kirk, then that makes you're saying that I am racist and I'm a bad person if I say I am Charlie Kirk. That's what you just said.
So when people are claiming that they are Charlie Kirk, we're actually making fun of them when we bring up that song. We're making fun of them.
Okay,
We're
so
not
why-
saying
why
that we
can't it
are
be-
Charlie Kirk. Secondly,
Why can't it be the same with Jeffrey Epstein then?
I think that there's a difference specifically in the person. I do think that, again, you can say Kirk is a bad person. I think Kirk is a bad person, but I don't think that it's like even good faith to compare him to Jeffrey Epstein, because I do think that Jeffrey Epstein is beyond horrible. That's well past what we see with Charlie Kirk. Can you agree with me there? Like, I don't think Charlie Kirk should have been put in prison, but I do
Yeah,
think
I
Jeffrey
know,
Epstein
but-
should have been put in prison.
well,
Do you understand the
when-
distinction? Okay, so by the way, now you're trying to like literally. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Laugh.
I don't think that's funny.
It's hilarious, dude, isn't it?
I don't think it's funny.
either.
Also, was there anyone actually saying that they are Jeffrey Epstein? Like in a legitimate, like they support him type of way? That wasn't prevalent. The idea that there were people saying that they are
There's a lot
Charlie
of
Kirk,
people, bro.
there were actually people literally saying. Okay, I'm gonna kick you now. Okay, I'm just gonna kick him. So he's just like, he's not even trying to actually engage in a conversation with that. He's just trying to like just do that. He's not even trying to engage in a conversation. So let's just go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 20.
Do you support Trump?
By the way, hold on. What did you say? I didn't catch it.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
By the
If
way,
the
my
election were held
account is-
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't vote for any of them.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't even join. My bad. You could kick me.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Oh,
Okay, there's like background song and noise. I'm going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Told me when the answer is yes or no, you better absolutely say no because you
All right. I think it's so easy to send a guest request like without trying. Like TikTok needs to fix it. It's so frustrating that I have to add up like a million people that like just don't even know that they're here. Like, and it's obviously not their fault. It's TikTok. It's like, why do they make it so fucking easy to accidentally send a request? Like, dude, holy shit, TikTok. All of these problems, you never fix them. Do something. Do literally something to fix your app. It's been fucking years, and the same problems still exist, and they do absolutely jack shit to fix them. This app makes billions of dollars a year. Billions of dollars a year, and they can't do jack shit to fix little problems like this. It's ridiculous, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to be here. I was just saying.
Exactly my point. Like, why does it do that? Like, why does TikTok do that? Like, why can't they fix their fucking shit? It's so frustrating, bro. TikTok is so annoying. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, I don't, but like I do want to bring up a point. Like
You
I
don't?
feel like you don't ever.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you send a guest request, like genuinely, I don't understand why people do this. If you just want to tell me something, there's a comment section to do so. You can tell me whenever I do a Q&A. It's not. You should not do that when I'm streaming and trying to get debates up on the live. And this is why I have to tell people I'm going to block them, because otherwise they just do this. So please don't send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
No.
It's like, dude, didn't I just say it? I just understand. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, I just kicked them immediately on accident. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Come over and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantic. Epstein fucking rape.
Send a guest request. You don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked. If I see you in the guest box, you don't meet that criteria. I've already seen you join the stream. You will also get blocked. So do not send a guest request if you don't meet that criteria on the screen, because you will get blocked if you don't meet that criteria. So. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hey, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you send a guest request intentionally, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
That's a difficult question. Okay. I would go with Harris now, just because I'm more curious.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you hear anything I just said?
I did, Parker.
What did you
Parker,
hear?
I did hear. I heard what you said.
What did you hear?
Parker, no, please.
I'm just asking you, what did you hear? I just genuinely want to know.
I know what you said, Parker. You said to only come up here if it, what it says on the board.
If you meet the criteria. And so why did you still send a guest request? Knowing that I'm just going to block you.
No, don't block me.
No, I will.
love
I'm just
watching-
asking you, why did you send a guest request knowing that I'm going to block you?
I don't want you to block me. I wanted to talk about...
So then why did you send a guest request after hearing I would block you if you don't meet that criteria?
To talk about what Trump does?
So I'm sorry. Like, you're being ridiculous right now.
You want to debate.
Yeah, I understand. And I told people I want to debate. And I told you if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked. You said you don't want to get blocked. Why would you send a guest request? Like, you're being irrational then.
I wanted to debate.
It's either you're irrational or
I
you
wanted
do
to
want to get
debate.
blocked.
Your first question was that if it...
Stop wasting my time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
60.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Oh, this old friend.
Is there a way you can go to area with a little less background noise? It's really hard to hear you, and I don't know if I'll be able to run the stream with the background noise.
Yeah, that's right. No, I can't. This is all I have.
I'll just say you're welcome to come up a different day. I appreciate you, Tucker, but I just can't talk to because there's background noise right now. So just come up a different day, and we can have a conversation whenever you're in an area that has a little less background noise. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked, just letting you know. If you purposely send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, you will get blocked. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2005, March 2nd.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Mostly because of the political and economical stuff. I was trying to talk to you about that, but you blocked me. I love watching your stuff. I wanted to debate.
Didn't you just say that if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you would vote for Harris?
I said that I was going to explain that because I would like to see what the alternative would be. That's what I was saying.
Okay, but you just said that you would vote for Harris. I'm asking for people specifically that would vote for Trump in that context.
Could you at least perhaps unblock my main account so I can watch your lives?
No.
Please.
No, I genuinely, what is wrong with you? One, I didn't block your main account even. Actually, when I removed you, I didn't even block you. Because I thought you were like that. Now I am going to block you, actually. Because genuinely, you decided to do it again after I told you not to do this. Okay? So yes, you are blocked now. Go fuck yourself. I think you're purposefully trying to rage bait me. I don't think you're a fan. Go fuck yourself. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
Epstein rape niggers.
You're disgusting. Go fuck yourself. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, but first
election
of all,
held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But first of all, I waited for
Stop.
40 minutes
Stop.
on my other.
Stop.
Okay.
Hey, I'm asking you questions right now. You're not going to speak over me. Okay? How old are you?
Sure.
You said you're 18. What's your birth year?
18. January 2008.
Okay. And you said you would vote for Donald Trump if the election were held today?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Honestly, immigration and the borders, that's pretty much that alone is reason enough for me.
Okay. What about immigration and the border?
Well, I think, I'm not sure what you say about it, but I'm pretty sure no one disputes that there was insane levels of illegal immigration under Harris. And even though the deportations are pretty lame under Trump, the closed border and basically almost zero immigration, I think even sometimes negative migration, I think that matters a lot. So as long as it's a choice between someone like Harris or Biden or Trump, then I'm definitely going with Trump.
Okay. So I don't think his immigration policy actually leads to better conditions. I do think that his immigration policy has actually disenfranchised U.S. citizens in this country, has racially profiled U.S. citizens, has detained U.S. citizens just for having an accent.
I'm pretty sure that was not allowed.
They literally did
it's
that.
Allowed.
They justified the DHS doing that.
But not alone, not on race or accent alone. If you see someone...
actually, in a scenario where they specifically did detain them based upon an accent, they said the only explanation was based upon their accent. Plus, there have been multiple courts that have determined that they've been detaining people without qualifying any other characteristics other than race.
Can you repeat that, please? My
there have been courts
internet went out for a second.
There have been federal courts that have determined that they have applied these to circumstances in which they specifically only used race, and that they didn't use the other factors like they were supposed to, along with race.
Sure. So I think that's obviously not good, but also when there's like 20 million people entering a country illegally, I think some citizens getting detained because of their accent is really not a big deal. I mean, it's bad, but like compared to the threat we're facing, it's really not a big deal in my opinion. My parents are
What threat?
immigrants. They also have accents, and I would understand that maybe they get detained once, but
That's crazy, bro. You'd be okay with your parents getting detained? That's fucking nuts, dude.
once. Yeah, they show their papers and they are let go.
They have to go around with their papers everywhere? That's insane.
I mean, don't you have to carry a driver's license anyway?
When I walk down the street, do I always do that? No.
No, sure.
So if I was
But,
detained
like,
in that circumstance, I
look,
didn't have it on me. Would you think
yes.
that's justified?
I don't know. It's inconvenient for sure. Not necessarily good. But again, there's like, this is an
But by the way, you know the driver's
threat
license
to
isn't
us.
proof of citizenship because you know that. Like,
Yes, because in some blue states, they managed to allow illegals to get it as well. But that's
you claim they're
just
undocumented,
another
but
bad
people
thing.
specifically that don't have citizenship.
Sorry?
People that just don't have citizenship.
Yeah, but legal residents aren't getting deported anyway.
Well,
So
actually, the
legal
Trump
residency
administration
is
was
allowed to
trying
go.
to do that as well. Did you know that they were trying
Who?
to Mahmoud
Who?
Khalil? They held him for over 104 days without charge, without due process, literally just for being pro-Palestinian.
Okay, sure. That's bad. But like, look, Parker, seriously, you need to tell me that there's 20 million people in like 4 years, or 10 million.
Wrong.
10 to 20. We're
None
not
of
sure.
those are true. Those are
At
complete
least
fake
10 million.
numbers. Nope, not even
The
close.
10 million.
Nope,
Okay, how many then?
less than 4 million,
Okay.
according
But
to
that's
Pew
also
Research.
outrageous. That's
No, it's
like
not.
half a European country, half an Eastern European country.
That's like
Like,
1%
seriously.
population growth over 4 years.
From immigration only, and then they have children.
Yeah.
They have more children than
Okay.
native-born Americans. But anyway, we're getting off track. That's not what matters. Look, there's 4 million people coming in illegally.
Is
at
1%
the
population
very
growth
least.
over 4 years crazy?
Yeah, when they're all
0.25%
illegal,
population
and half
growth
of
per
them are
year is
not
crazy?
vetted
You know, that's what we currently do in legal immigration every year.
illegally.
That's what we-
Illegally, yes, that's pretty crazy.
I don't think it's
You're
that
saying
crazy.
4 million people entering a country of like 330 or 340 million illegally in 4 years, and that's the lowest estimate. So like that's at least 4 million.
It's not the
You're saying
lowest
that's
estimate.
not crazy.
By the
What
way, the
is
numbers
then?
you were
I'm pretty
bringing up
sure.
are just random claims from the Trump administration. You're pulling your numbers out of thin air. Those aren't actual legitimate estimates. They are just pulled out of thin air.
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
Well, then give me your
but
source.
I can't cite sources right now because
I
not
promise
everyone's
you
job
won't be
is
able to find
debating
anything.
this.
I've had these conversations a million times.
All right, sure. I will look into it, and then.
By the way,
maybe-
you are very close to your microphone and almost breathing into it a little bit. I'm just letting you know.
sorry. Okay, so, anyway, so 4 million people. That's a low estimate. Can we agree on that? Not the lowest necessarily, but a low estimate.
No.
Oh my. Okay, then let's just stick to 4 million. 4 million people come in illegally. And then the biggest issue is a few probably immigrant residents, legal or citizens, getting detained and then being inconvenienced for like a day or two. I think that's worth our national security. And I think the legal immigrants who came and have an accent, they also agree that they came to this country to make it better, and I think most of them would sacrifice 1 or 2 days of inconvenience for basically the safety of the country.
Oh, you're wrong.
Unless
You're
they're
100%
immigrants
wrong.
like Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, based upon the data, you are blatantly wrong. Most Americans disagree with Donald Trump on immigration now. His approval rating on immigration is well below 50%. Okay? So, and that's also true with immigrants, especially immigrants.
Sure. And what was the approval rating for Biden, if I might ask?
Well, I'm not claiming that Biden's administration's policy had over 50% approval rating. That's not my claim.
Yeah, so they still prefer Trump over Biden.
I don't think that's true.
immigration.
And also,
So this
Biden's
is
not
better than
Biden wasn't the
100.
last candidate. It was Harris.
well, Kamala, who was, or sorry,
I think
Harris,
Kamala Harris
who
now
was,
probably has a higher approval rating on immigration than Trump does.
okay, and that, I mean, not everything that's good is popular, like taxes.
Okay,
Have a
well,
pretty low approval rating.
okay, well then I feel like you're debunking yourself
How?
because you kind of just proved yourself wrong there. Like,
No,
weren't you saying that that's a reason why you support Trump was like the amount of people that liked his immigration policy that were immigrants?
No. What I said is that some immigrants being inconvenienced for 1 or 2 days at maximum, and
It's not.
very
That's not
few.
even 1 to 2 days maximum. Like I can give you a scenario where George Ratis specifically was held for 3 days without due process, without a charge, without access to an attorney, without access to medical services at all. After he was literally tear gassed and pepper sprayed, and his skin was burning. He missed his kid's birthday. Literally, after he was detained, just trying to go to work.
Okay, so obviously that's bad. I'm pretty sure that's pretty rare, but like no one, like obviously that's bad. I don't support exactly how Trump is doing it, but I prefer it over Harris. Obviously, I would prefer humane circumstances, but apparently that's not an option right now. So I prefer
That is an option. Democrats are preferable. Now, secondly, in terms of this, you
and
know,
4
you understand that
million
Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered, and the people
We're not going
specifically
to that,
involved,
please.
like such as Jonathan Ross in Renee Good's death, right, in Renee Good's murder, right, have just been relocated, and now they're working again.
Yeah, sure. I think Renee Good was kind of not justified, but it was understandable. The other guy, not so much. But
So
we're
how is
getting
it
off track.
understandable?
Can we not get into that? Look, he
No,
could have
we shall.
no, but we're always gonna get into like other like subplots, and we can't address the main claim.
The main
But
claim
I
is
think
about you liking his immigration policy. Is this not directly referencing how they view immigration and the accountability that they're willing to put on their immigration enforcement when they literally murder U.S. citizens?
my main claim is that some inconvenience or some sacrifice is acceptable when the other
Oh,
option is like 5 million immigrants coming in
under
illegally.
4 million undocumented immigrants coming to the country. And what was the negative impact from that? How did that negatively impact your life personally?
Well, if I would say this, then you would call me racist. So I would rather not.
No,
But
say it.
it's
I'm not going to. Oh, I mean, depending on what you say. If you say something racist, I will call you racist. If you don't say something racist, I
I
won't
don't
call you
think it's
racist.
racist.
You don't think it's
I don't know.
racist?
When I go to my local Walmart, like I have to go through like 5 people until I find someone who speaks English. So that's pretty inconvenient. For one,
Then
for
why
2,
don't you just.
it's a national
Then you live in a
security.
local area that has a lot of Spanish speakers.
Yeah, but it didn't used to be like that.
Okay. So then why don't you go to an area where there are more English speakers?
Dude, are you serious? So I live in a place in the U.S. and then immigrants come in and change that place, and then I'm at fault for the place not being like
Oh,
how
you're
it
not at
how it
fault. If
used
you
to
if you
be.
just want to be able to
Yeah, but
communicate
then
people without there being an issue in terms of translation, go to an area that has less Spanish speakers and more English speakers.
so
Dude,
I
I
should
live in
move
Los Angeles
because
and I've never had this issue.
immigrants. I kind of doubt that, but sure.
Literally never had this
Um,
issue. I don't know what the
okay.
fuck you're talking about.
Do you think Los Angeles looks better now than it did 40 years ago, except for the technology innovations?
Well, I don't know how you could say except for those things. I think it looks better now.
Okay, interesting take. Anyway,
I don't know
so
how that's
where
an
were we?
interesting take.
Okay,
Like you
no,
understand how much development, technologically speaking, there's been over the past 40 years?
yeah, but that's not due to Los Angeles. That's just Los Angeles adapting the new technology. That's
So
not
that is
better
how
than something.
Los Angeles adapted to the new technology.
Yeah, but flooding the place with immigrants doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a part of it. But anyway, we're getting off
Immigrants
track.
make Los Angeles better. Immigrants make California better. That's why California is the 4th largest economy in the entire world. Hector, think of the
Yeah,
galaxy.
that might be the reason. Or yeah, sure. Okay. Anyway,
Might be the
what do you
reason. It
think
is
is
the
the
reason,
price?
but
Okay, sure. What is the price for getting 4 million people who came in illegally, very much of them unvetted? What is the price for them getting them removed? What is the price you're willing to pay to address this national security concern?
Oh, dude, I don't want
Because
to. I don't want to remove all of them.
So you
why
wanna
remove them?
reward
Like,
them.
let's provide them a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
So that's basically open borders.
No, it's not.
How is it not?
Because there are restrictions.
It's closed borders, but if you come in, then you get a pathway to citizenship.
Yeah,
and
if you have
come in
not
under
committed a
Biden.
violent crime or a bad crime enough to deport someone.
That's kind of insane.
How?
So you have a country, you have people in it. No one voted for open borders, right? I don't need you to dispute that it's not open borders. Just no one voted for open borders, right?
Yeah, I didn't vote for it. I don't support open borders, nor does
Awesome.
the Republican side.
The Republican, yeah, no, they don't. The Democrats, that's another question.
Democrats
But
don't support open borders. You guys, like, all you can do is straw man. Like, that's the entire argument from conservatives on immigration is if we just straw man the conservative perspective, liberal perspective, then people are just going to think that the liberal perspective is a lot worse than it is, and more people will align with your perspective. That's how you guys do it.
Okay, do you think Zohran Mamdani supports open borders?
I don't know what his position on immigration is.
Interesting.
I don't think he supports open borders.
I doubt that, but sure. So,
do you have any evidence that he does?
I mean, I'm not gonna pull up anything right now.
That's just like some bullshit fucking response. Why are you laughing?
Not everyone has a job debating other people.
So
like, not everyone can have a list full of sources.
I never asked everyone for that. I'm asking you for a thing that you claimed about. You made a claim on a live in front of literally 8,800 people, right? And I'm just simply saying, what's your evidence to support that? If you specifically didn't have that evidence, maybe you should do the research before you decide to go on a platform of 8,000 people.
6. Oh, no, because YouTube too. Sure.
Yeah, there's also YouTube.
Okay, so when I come on next time, I promise I will have it. But, so you still didn't answer my first question.
And no, you won't, by the way, because there's nothing justifying that.
Well, if I don't find anything, then obviously I won't.
Okay, so, you have no evidence that Democrats support open borders. That all you can do is straw man their perspective to try to make it look worse than it is.
Not all of them. But I think...
Name a single Democrat that supports open borders.
Probably Bernie Sanders.
Nope, definitely
sure.
not. I'm pretty sure his view on immigration is more strict than most people's views on the left.
Yeah, I'll look into that. But okay, anyway.
Like, that's a big criticism I have of Bernie. He's an idiot when it comes to immigration. Like, actually, I'm sorry, his position on immigration is so stupid. It's unbelievable. He thinks immigration's negative to our country, right? At least in terms of so I think he's an idiot when it comes to that. Yet I typically like Bernie.
Insane. Anyway.
How? Like, immigrants are very beneficial to our society. Over the past 30 years, immigrants have decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion. He has this view that he thinks immigrants reduce wages. There's no evidence supporting that. Actually, evidence over the past 30 years indicates that there's been a slight increase in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens.
Well, compared to inflation or just by itself?
Just from immigration. So that obviously is going to categorize inflation.
Does that include illegals?
This includes all immigration.
I don't know. That doesn't make too much sense. Because, like, if...
This is from a Cato Institute study. You just saying you don't like it is stupid.
Okay, but, like, how would illegals coming in and
undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants coming in benefit us? Well, because it increases GDP, productivity, employment for natural-born U.S. citizens, and wages for U.S. citizens.
Just illegals right now.
I'm referencing the entirety of immigration. And if you think that undocumented immigrants have a negative,
study from?
watch this. If you think undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact, legal immigrants have positive economic impact. Make the undocumented immigrants legal immigrants, and now they have a positive impact.
Or just not reward coming into the country illegally, but
what?
This whole
or just make the legal process quicker.
I don't care about the economy when it comes to immigration. Like,
of course you don't.
I would rather have a 20% worse economy and like
what
the country look like it looked like 60 years ago.
What about our country?
I think, you know.
What about our country 60 years ago?
Cities, 60.
What about our cities?
I mean, you live in Los Angeles, you should know.
You know, you're trying to say prior to the civil rights movement. That's actually what you're trying to argue.
And prior to landing on the moon doesn't have anything to do with it.
So you want our culture and our society to look like it did prior to the Civil Rights Act?
Yes, and no, wait, no. I mean, that was longer. The Civil Rights Act.
It was longer than 6 years ago. I was going to see if you could say that. But you almost ran yourself right into that, by the way, because I was trying to get you to realize that you were actually arguing for the country to be more white. I was getting you to engage in a Freudian slip there.
I mean, I wouldn't be against that.
Oh, so you see what I mean? You want the country to be more white.
I want the country...
Dude, you're literally an immigrant, right?
Yeah. A legal immigrant. And that's one.
But you're still changing how our society functions, right? Comparative to what existed prior. So in the same way that you're against people coming to our country and changing the way that it looks, that includes you, dumbass. Because you just came to our country.
I'm changing it back. I'm changing it back to the way it was.
You know, 60 years ago, you weren't here, right? Your family wasn't here, right?
Correct.
So you want the country to not include yourself.
Oh, that's such a stupid argument.
No, it's not. You want the country to not include yourself.
Okay.
60 years ago, you didn't. Your family didn't exist here.
All right. So if I come in and 99 murderers also come in with me, and I say that the country would be better off without this 100 people, which includes me, that doesn't mean the country would be better off without me by myself. It means that as a collective, the 100 people made it worse, even though me, the one person, made it better. The other 99 made it worse. So yes.
By the way, you have no evidence for that when it comes to legal immigration over the past 60 years, and you can't even point to what specifically that is. I think what you're trying to point to is you think the country is less white, specifically when it comes from other immigration, but when you come to the country, since you are white, you're going to be completely okay being in the country because of the fact that you are okay with white immigrants, you're not okay with non-white immigrants.
Not the skin color. It's the countries they come from, the values they have. African countries, I don't know.
What
Nigeria,
African country?
Somalia, for example, that's a pretty good example on.
Okay, so what values from people coming from Somalia, right, or Somalia, do you think that you disagree with, insofar as that you wouldn't let people immigrate from there?
Not zero, but much less. Like, we need proper vetting. Like,
there is already vetting. Somali Americans go through the exact same vetting process for immigration that everyone else goes through.
The legal ones, yes, and
yes.
General vetting is not enough.
Most Somali Americans were born in this country.
Most, yeah, but that doesn't say anything. If it's 51% was born here, that's still most. Like, that's such a stupid argument.
It's an overwhelming majority.
And okay, and if their parents were illegals and birthright citizenship,
no evidence of that either.
Shouldn't exist.
Most people who came to the country who are Somali Americans came through the process legally.
I said if.
Yeah, but like you have no evidence of that. I don't know why you're assuming this specifically just with Somali Americans.
Okay,
so
but
can you tell me why do you want to restrict people from Somalia, but you don't want to restrict people from other countries?
I want to restrict people from other countries.
Okay, what countries do you want to restrict people from, and what countries do you not want to restrict people from?
Western countries, no restriction, and basically everything else, yes, restriction.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
Western countries, will that include Asia? Like countries in Asia?
No, like Western as in like
So you don't consider
values and
Japan Western?
economically. I mean,
You don't
it's
consider
not
South Korea Western?
I would love immigrants from Japan, but I'm pretty
Okay.
sure they have it better there than they do
So
here.
let me ask you this question. Would you be okay with the entirety of South Korea and Japan moving here?
No, I'm not sure. I
Why
think
not?
the population is like what, 50 or 100 million?
Why not?
Because obviously it would overwhelm everything. Like saying I don't want restrictions.
So now
on
it's an
Western
economic
countries.
argument.
What?
So is
When
it an
did I say-
economic? You said now it's an economic argument because it would quote unquote overwhelm things, right?
Bro, what? If 150 million people come in, then I think that's more than the economy. Like obviously there's
It's not. We have
levels to this.
we have
It's
340
not
million people
the
in our
same-
country. Okay,
Yeah,
but
and
I'm not
150
saying
million
that this
other
will be
people.
beneficial. I'm just asking you, do you think that would be okay? Because your dispute earlier was not economic.
Yes.
If it's now economic,
Yes. Is
well
that-
then let me ask you this question. Over time, if there was an economic way to do it, would you be okay with it?
To do what?
If it were economically viable and it didn't harm us in any way, would you be okay with making most of our country non-white?
No,
Why not?
because that's not what America is about. It was mostly
Oh.
white.
Oh,
some
okay.
blacks,
You see what I mean?
And no, it's not just the color. It's also
It
that
is.
we had barely any immigration, or obviously we had
We had
settlers.
we.
and
What are you
everything
talking about?
in the
Proportionally,
first-
we had more immigration.
And from which countries, if I might ask? And did they come to a fully built country and then half of them relied all on welfare, or did half of them die and the other half
So
build the
are you making an
country?
economic argument that people coming to our country from certain countries that you dislike that aren't from the Western countries are specifically just coming here and taking our social programs? Well, that's not true. There are
Not
plenty of
just that. No,
non-Western
no, no, not
countries.
just that.
There are
No,
plenty
no,
of
no, no, no.
non-Western. There are plenty of non-Western countries where people come here where they do not specifically take higher rates of welfare comparative to the rest of the population. So then, based upon your argument, would you be? Can you listen
That's
without
not
cutting
what
me
I
off?
said. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go
So,
ahead.
under your view, would you be okay with all the people coming from non-Western countries specifically, in which do meet your criteria?
Can you repeat that?
You didn't listen to a single word I said.
No. Just that very last question.
Would you be okay with allowing people from non-Western countries to come to our country if they meet that criteria?
What criteria?
What?
That-
So you didn't listen to what I said? I can
No.
play it back. You didn't listen?
No, wait. Can you summarize it? No.
So
no.
he didn't
I was
listen.
listening.
Oh,
No,
so what did
wait.
I say?
No. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay. With making most of our country non-white.
Oh yeah. No, of course not.
Why not?
Because that's not what America is about. It was mostly
Oh.
white.
Oh,
some
okay.
blacks,
You see what I mean?
And no, it's not just the color. It's also
It
that
is.
we had barely any immigration, or obviously we had
We had.
settlers.
What are you talking about? Proportionally, we had more immigration.
And from which countries, if I might ask? And did they come to a fully built country and then half of them relied all on welfare, or did half of them die and the other half
So
build the
are you
country?
making an economic argument that people coming to our country from certain countries that you dislike that aren't from the Western countries are specifically just coming here and taking our social programs? Well, that's not true. There are
Not
plenty of
just that. No,
non-Western
no, not
countries.
just that.
There are
No,
plenty
no,
of
no, no, no.
non-Western. There are plenty of non-Western countries where people come here where they do not specifically take higher rates of welfare comparative to the rest of the population. So then, based upon your argument, would you be? Can you listen
That's
without
not
cutting
what
me
I
off?
said. I'm sorry.
Okay. So,
ahead.
under your view, would you be okay with all the people coming from non-Western countries specifically, in which do meet your criteria?
I get it. So, no, my argument was not that people coming here and then using welfare is bad. My argument was that them coming for welfare or with the welfare system already being built as a safety net for them is completely different than people from mostly Western Europe coming to the US when it was basically just starting as a country. They had no safety net. They basically built the country. They risked their lives. Like it's so different. And then they were invested in the country, in the US, and they basically gave up their old life and they consider themselves American only. Today's immigration is like half of the immigrants just use the country as like a wallet or like a money-making machine. They don't have allegiance to it. They wouldn't go to war for it. They still have dual citizenship, which I think is insane, especially in the Congress. That's absolutely asinine. And yeah, that's pretty much what I said, or what I wanted to say.
Immigrants over the past 30 years have decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion, according to the Cato Institute. You saying immigrants use the country as a wallet is just ridiculous. Now, you say immigration from non-Western countries... Please be quiet. You said immigration from non-Western countries should be restricted, but from Western countries it shouldn't be restricted as much. So then let me ask you this question, right? The dispute you said, oh, the reason why I specifically don't apply this to non-Western nations, but I apply it to Western nations, right, in terms of the lack of restriction for Western nations compared to non-Western nations, is because non-Western nations take more from the safety net. Is that what you said?
No.
Okay, so then what is the relevant difference between...
Can I refute the first point?
What is the relevant difference between Western nations and non-Western nations that means that you want to restrict it more from non-Western nations than you do from Western nations?
Okay, so for the first point, I know that immigrants contribute to the economy as a whole. That's not what I meant when I said they use it as a money-making machine. What I meant is that they come mostly from poorer countries when they come from non-Western countries, and a lot of them only use the US because they can make much more money in it than they could, or have a better quality of life than they could in their original country. And that's completely different than people who risk their lives, who give up everything in their own country, who had a good life in their own country mostly, and they basically have much less allegiance, if any, to this country, and they don't even give up their old citizenship. So that's what I said for the first one. The second one, why would I not want to restrict Western immigration? Was that the question?
Yeah. Why restrict Western? Why restrict a non-Western immigration more than you restrict Western immigration?
Because is it so bad to say that I want to keep a country's basically
I can't hear you.
original?
1 second. I can't hear you right now. Be quiet. Quiet. I can't hear you.
Okay, I get it.
So please don't say it. My microphone or my headset unplugged. Okay, I can hear you now. Repeat what you said.
So where did I get cut off?
I don't know. Just restart from the beginning.
But you heard that first point, right?
Yeah.
Please tell me. Okay. So, I forgot. What do you think about Kanye, though?
What?
What do you think about Kanye?
Are you fucking serious? You're just gonna completely pivot and not address what we were just talking about?
I just want to know.
I don't like you.
No.
Go
Okay,
fuck
we can
yourself.
go back.
Seriously,
We can go
why
back.
do you do that in the middle of the conversation?
Chill.
I don't want to
Lowest
talk to you
vote is
anymore.
a
Like, do you want to
Democrat.
answer my question? I asked you a very simple
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Why do you want to
Okay,
restrict
straightforward
immigration from
answer.
not... Shut the fuck up and listen to the question. Why do you
I know
want to
the
restrict
question.
immigration from non-Western countries more than from Western countries?
Because I want to keep America's original ethnicity mix.
There you go. There you
And
go.
that's
It's
not that
all
bad, and
fucking
that's
skin
not
color.
racist.
You see what I mean? You
No.
dishonest piece of shit. I was the whole fucking time arguing that you were just doing so because you're a racist piece of shit. And I just fucking proved it. Because you want to maintain a certain type of fucking race.
Can I ask a question?
Wait, so if you want to keep it how it was, do you want to do indigenous? Do you want to keep it indigenous? Is that what you're saying? Oh, no, you're not
That's
arguing for that.
completely
So what are
different.
you arguing,
That's
buddy?
completely different.
Oh, okay, so then what is it? What is
by
it?
By that logic, Israel could occupy the whole greater Israel.
That would
right
be
now.
your own argument, by the way.
No, it's not.
And not the whole Greater Israel. That's not true.
I'm talking about United States, not the land the United States was founded on, and not because, like, 2,000 years ago, some people found that land and didn't build a country. Basically, just extracted.
You know, Palestinians are indigenous to that land, right?
What?
Yes.
Dude.
Palestinians
Okay,
are
but I
also
was in the
indigenous to
middle
that
of
land.
making my point.
So your argument would then mean that they have to live together then. Not that
Sure.
Israel has control
I mean,
over
if
Greater
they
Israel.
could-
Like that's a
if
dumb
they
argument.
Could, then for sure.
But
Anyway,
that's not the argument
you cut
I
me
was
off.
making. That's the argument I thought you were making, by the way. So I'm asking you, what specifically do you want to maintain? What ethnicity?
In the U.S.?
Yeah.
Around a mix, like at best, what it was in the 1900s, early 1900s, because that's around
Early
the
1900s.
1970s.
So what
I was-
aspects about the early 1900s do you want to maintain?
What do you mean? What aspects?
Yeah, like
The
what
ethnic-
aspects? What
ethnic-
specifically?
Ethnic mix.
Yeah, what ethnic
And
mix?
that's not racist, by the way. I think like 80-90% white. 80.
There we go.
90,
Boom.
Yeah, 90,
Boom.
90.
Boom. We
And
found
then-
it.
And then
You want to keep 80 to
black.
90% of the country white. You see what I mean? This is what I mean. You are a dishonest piece of shit. One, that was prior to the civil rights movement. That was prior to women having the right to vote. And you're saying, "Oh, I want to go back to this time, to the specific demographics that existed under this time." Secondly, what you're not understanding is that specifically you want 90%, 80 to 90% of the country to be white. You want to maintain a certain country percentage white in the country because you're a racist, bigoted piece of shit. It does not matter what the percentage of the skin color of the population is if you are not a racist piece of shit.
Two
Point blank,
questions,
period.
please.
If you weren't a racist piece of shit, you wouldn't
Okay,
be.
two
You wouldn't give a
questions.
flying fuck if the country's 80 to 90% white or not. Who gives
I'm
a
not
fuck?
racist.
I don't give a shit.
Can
Do
I
you
have
care?
two
Why do you care?
questions, please? Can I ask two questions?
I want you to answer the question. Why do you care?
Okay, but first, can I ask a question?
No, you're going to answer my question, and then you can
Because-
ask me a
because
question.
That's a country. Okay, so here's okay.
If you
so
don't answer my
if
question,
the
I'll kick
US
you.
Okay, because that's what makes a country a country. If the U.S. was 99%,
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so answer this question: if the U.S. was
No, people being white in the
99%
country. How does that make you? How does that make it the country? How is that the country?
because that's okay. If Germany was 100%, like all of Japan moved to Germany, and the Germans basically died out, and Germany was all full of.
Here, let me
Japanese
just give you a
people.
better
Is
example.
that still Germany? Is
No,
that
watch
still
this. Watch
Germany?
this. Watch this. Let me give you a
But
better
answer
example.
this.
Let me give you a better example. I think this will make it more clear. Let's say every single white person in America, their skin color changed. Let's say that was possible, and they're not white anymore. Same person, they just happen to not be white anymore. A logical hypothetical, not something that's possible, like physically possible within the real world. Obviously, I'm just saying logically. Let's say that they change skin color. Something happens, and it changes everyone who's white skin color to purple. Okay, do you think that then, right? It isn't America.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I would think it's still America because it's still where the people came from. The Europe, it's still what the people who original founded.
So it doesn't have any. So then,
Yes.
why'd you say 85 to 90% white? Because in that context, it wouldn't be 85 to 90% white. It wouldn't even be majority white, and yet you still think it's America.
When the U.S. was founded,
You're not
What
answering
are
my
you talking
question.
about?
If every single person who's white, their skin color became purple.
No.
Okay, because of something that happened, it just inevitably caused every single person who's white to become purple. Okay, in that situation,
That would
would
be
you
tough.
then be quiet? In that circumstance, would you then think that we're still in America?
No, as I said.
So
because
America is
this-
not
no.
defined by what percentage of the population is white, dumbass.
Okay, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, not what population is white, but what population is the same ethnicity as the people who founded the country, and the country was when it was founded and throughout the first 150 years of its history.
Which isn't you.
No.
Your ancestors are not
It's
back in this
Europeans.
country in the first 150 years of America. Okay,
It's
your family just immigrated to this country, like probably within the
Okay,
past
that
40
is
years.
Super racist.
Okay. How you saying I'm being racist?
No, but you guys would if I said the same thing.
No, you're not listening, right? Because your whole argument is that you want the country to have the same type of ethnicity, the same type of people that existed, specifically, historically speaking, the first 150 years of the U.S. existing, right? That's your argument. That's not your family. Your family wasn't here. Therefore, it's not within that ethnicity. Even if your family is from a country that typically did immigrate here, that's still not the ethnicity that existed in America, because it specifically has to be based upon the people that existed at that time then. You're not going to get back that same type of ethnicity. That's why this whole argument for ethnicity is a stupid fucking point. Ethnicity, race, does not fucking matter to a country. Genuinely. You change ethnicity, you change race, it does not change the fundamental values. Watch this. Let's say that something changed. It made it so that your ethnicity wasn't your own ethnicity, but you're the same person. You just happen to be put in a different body, right? All white people in this country happened to get their minds transferred to a different body. They're now in the body, right, of someone who is ethnically from a different country. So then let me ask you this question. If that is true, is it still America?
That's a pretty stupid hypothetical.
It's not.
But if their children would be the same ethnicity and the same culture and same values and same everything.
No. I'm saying every single white person in America, they are literally like it's Freaky Friday, swapped bodies with someone else around the world that specifically, right, is from a different country, right, and they immigrated to this country. Do you think that given that they're in this country, and now this country is not majority white, and it's not majority of that specific ethnicity that's existed historically, do you think it's still America?
Would their culture and everything else swap too, or just the bodies?
Everything.
Well, then no.
Except for culture. Everything about their person, culture, everything.
But like values?
Personality, values, all stays the same. The only difference is their ethnicity and race.
I think it would be the same. But that's such a stupid hypothetical.
Oh wait. So then you still think that we'd be America? So by the way, now you think America isn't necessarily defined based upon ethnicity and race, right?
Well, they have the same values and same everything of the original ethnicity. Just their skin color is different. Then
wait. So now it's value based. Okay. Well, you can't make a determination on who's allowed into the country based upon values. Sir, you can't make a determination.
No.
Please be quiet. You can't make a determination based on who's allowed into the country based on values, because that's against the First Amendment.
Correct.
Okay. So if that's against the First Amendment, and you care about the Constitution, and that's fundamental to what America is, right, and that's a value that's fundamental to America, well, then it seems like you actually can't argue that we should maintain a certain ethnicity or a certain race to our country just for it to stay in America. You have no argument for that.
If Freaky Friday were true, you would have absolutely cooked me in this debate, honestly. But thankfully, it's not true.
Wait, no, but it proves from a logical standpoint that the logical necessary basis of America is not its ethnicity or race, right? It's not a certain percentage of ethnicity or a certain percentage of race. There's nothing to do with what defines America.
If people's ethnicity randomly changed, then yes, that's not what it would be. But thankfully, it doesn't randomly change. And their values and everything else doesn't.
Let me give you. I think it is. I think it is somewhat value based. So I understand the point that you're making, that it is somewhat value based. You just can't. The values do include freedom of speech, right? And like if you fundamentally change the values, like if MAGA completely took over and got everything they wanted, it wouldn't be America anymore, because he doesn't like the Constitution. He doesn't like our democracy. He calls himself a king. He's a wannabe dictator.
Okay.
He's a fascist. He meets the 14 points of fascism.
I really want to talk about the democracy point in just 1 minute. But first, you said that ethnicity doesn't make, or race doesn't make a country, right?
No.
No, as in it doesn't, or no, as in you didn't?
It does not make a country. Race has nothing to do.
You said, now that you had your fair share of hypotheticals, let me give one. The same Germany one. If all of Japan immigrated to Germany, and all of the Germans died out, then would that country still be the same Germany?
If it maintained the same value, structure, constitution, etc., yes.
Okay, and if it didn't?
Then it could be defined as a different country.
Okay, and do you think that most of that African immigrants. Sorry for always saying African. It can also be anything else. But let's say African immigrants coming into the country. Do you think they respect the founding fathers and everything else?
It doesn't matter whether they do or not, because one of the values of this country is free speech and freedom to have the values you want.
Yeah, you can, but maybe we shouldn't import the values that basically contradict our own.
Okay. What? Okay, that's against the First Amendment, though. So,
Yes,
so we should
it
deport
is.
you because you're fundamentally violating one of our values. You
What
literally just
value? The
advocated
First
to
Amendment?
undermine our free speech, undermine our First
No.
Amendment. So you're
No, no,
undermining
no,
our core
no,
fundamental
no.
values. Therefore, we should deport you, right?
No, I never said that. What I said is that we shouldn't import or allow in immigrants who don't share our values, which
So
includes
you,
the First Amendment.
so you and your family.
No, I support the First Amendment.
No, you don't. You just said that we shouldn't let people in who disagree with our values, which quite literally is against the
that's not
First Amendment.
No, 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 no. An African doesn't.
Okay, so why do you keep bringing up
No,
people
it's
from
not.
Africa? I think
Okay, then
African
it's
Americans
South
in this
American.
country represent this country as a whole way more than you do. Fuck you. I don't like you.
African-
Your ideological
African
beliefs are
Americans-
not representative of what this country should view.
Can I answer,
And
please?
African Americans across the board, they value what
No.
this country should uphold to a significantly greater
Straw
extent than you
man,
ever
straw man,
possibly
straw
could.
man. Straw man.
It's not a straw
Okay,
man.
so-
Like
so
80%
do you
of Black
think- do you
Americans
think-
voted
do you
for
think- do you
Kamala
think- do you
Harris.
think- Yeah, that's super sad. Anyway,
That's great.
Do you think? No. Do you think a South American is born with the First Amendment, with the right to the First Amendment?
Anyone who's in our country under our jurisdiction gets the
South
First
American.
Amendment.
A South American born
You
in
can-
South America.
You can be born in South America and then immigrate here. You're
do
covering
you
it
think
like
a
you
South
keep covering your
American
mic
is
and like
born-
doing weird things to your mic, and I have like background noise and I hear things, and like you're breathing into your
Is
mic.
it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think a South American born in South America has, as soon as they turn 18, let's say, do you think they have the right to the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution?
Do they live in the U.S.?
No, they live in South America.
No.
Okay, perfect. So what I said is that if they despise our Constitution, then we shouldn't allow them in. Now, if they were born in here, unfortunately due to birthright citizenship, which shouldn't be a thing, but if they were born in here, then of course they would have the First Amendment, right? So I never violated that. What I said is that someone who is born in South America,
Were
and
your
does not
parents
share
born
our
here?
values, we should not allow them in.
Were your parents born here?
No.
No? Do they have the First Amendment?
Yes, but they're
You
citizens.
just contradict
They
yourself,
immigrated-
dumbass.
No.
Like, why do I talk to people like this?
No.
Like, genuinely, like, you guys
Okay.
are the stupidest fucking
think-
people on the
no,
planet. Like,
no, I
actually the
seriously
stupidest
think you're
people.
just misunderstanding me.
No, I'm
Can I
not.
explain? Yes, you are. So, can I explain?
Go ahead.
What I said is that if the guy is born in South America and despises our Constitution, we shouldn't let him in. If we let him in, and if he has the citizenship, that's a different story. Then, unfortunately, but then he has the citizenship, then he has the First Amendment. But what I said is that we should not give him the citizenship, which grants him the First Amendment. I never said that if just because he was born in a different country, he shouldn't have the same rights as even if
Wait,
he has the
can I clarify something with you? Citizenship is not what determines First Amendment. It's being within the jurisdiction of the country. Like literally, like for example, Mahmoud Khalil, legal permanent resident, not a citizen. Yet he still was granted a First Amendment right, and a court determined that he was having his rights violated against. Please get your fucking microphone out of the fan or out of your breath, because Jude,
Probably the
I
wind.
can't do this anymore.
Okay, it's the wind. So, okay, no, that still doesn't change what I said. What I said is that someone is born outside the U.S., no citizenship, no nothing, not American, then and despises our Constitution, then we should not let him in, and we should not grant him the rights. Now, if he somehow gets those rights, he comes into the U.S. or is born in the U.S., then of course he has the First Amendment, and he can despise the Constitution all he wants. What I said is that we should not allow them in, right?
Okay. Are you saying that we should ask people what their values are before we let them in the country?
What I said is that, I mean, I'm not sure if that would be constitutionally
It's not.
viable. If yes,
It's literally
so
not.
then no. Okay.
So it sounds like you
Then
actually despise
maybe-
our Constitution to a greater extent.
No, I never said that. I literally said if it is constitutionally viable.
It's not.
Okay.
I
maybe we
literally
should
already
amend-
told you earlier that it's not constitutional, and yet you still repeated
then
this.
we should either amend it, or we should just import from or allow people mostly from countries which.
So
share
we
our
should
values,
amend the
which are mostly
Constitution to violate the
Western.
First Amendment?
No. No.
Okay, so then what's your
But
point?
That
Where's
would be
the answer?
possible too. It might violate our current interpretation of the First Amendment, because a lot of it is up to interpretation.
Yeah, so you want to undermine free speech by amending the Constitution?
No. Asking for someone's
Dude, please get your
words.
mic out of your throat. Like, it's
Is it
actually
better now?
crazy, dude. You're like breathing in your microphone. It's
I'm
unbelievable.
not. I'm really not.
Yeah,
It's the
well, I
same.
can hear it. What else am I
It's the wind.
hearing? Are you outside or something?
And I was.
Okay. Are you now?
No.
Okay, good.
So, where were we? Can we get to birthright citizenship? No. So, freedom of speech. Last thing. So it's a lot of it is up to interpretation, and yes, I think an amendment for that would be.
Dina, have you heard this guy yet? Have you been hearing
Dude.
this conversation?
I've been listening for like 15 or so minutes on and off. This guy's not making any fucking sense. I don't know what the hell he's talking about right now to do with the First Amendment. Right? He started by talking about white people. Now he's talking about how we shouldn't let individuals immigrate into the country that quote-unquote despise our Constitution. What does it mean to despise the U.S. Constitution? I've never met anybody in my life that despises the Constitution. I don't, like, what does that even mean, you know? Like, certainly I've met people that think we need to change it and make it better. I'm one of those people. Okay, but that's actually written into the Constitution. It's supposed to be changed to be made better. It's a quote-unquote living, breathing document. So, Nicholas, can you please tell us what it means to despise the Constitution?
Oh, can you stop muting me, please? Because I'm here, like, talking and okay. So
I mean, the
No.
chat makes a good point. Like, I feel like the category of people that would despise the Constitution that I could think of would be people like Trump that don't care about it and want to, like, overreach it to get what they want. Like with his whole executive order number 14160 to deport people even though they're citizens, which was unconstitutional. Or his attacks on the First Amendment saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. His attacks on the Second Amendment saying that it should be illegal for any trans person to own a gun. His attacks on the Fourth and 14th Amendment saying that we could shoot people dead just because they're carrying a gun. Or it's okay to deport people without due process. Or his attacks on the 22nd Amendment. Okay, when he's like, maybe I want to run for a third term. His attacks on the First and Second Article when he says we should federalize elections even though the Constitution gives that power to the states. Or when he says that if Congress doesn't pass a SAFE Act, he will, even though he doesn't have that power because he's in the executive branch. When I think of despising the Constitution, that's what I think of. But that has nothing to do with immigrants. Can you tell us what it means for an immigrant to quote-unquote despise the Constitution?
that was for argument's sake. It was more like they don't. I can't remember the word. But like they don't have a lot of care for the country, and they basically some want to change it, some just want to use it for economic purposes. So basically,
I would say any immigrant cares more about the country than you. I mean, you were born here. You didn't have a choice in that. They did. They fought to come here. They fought to come here, dude. So it's like clearly, I think people.
Yeah, and they come from.
It would be
like,
fighting
a
to
lot
come
of them.
here, okay, to build a better life. Are going to care significantly more about the country than you, who were just born here without a choice, right?
No. So, a lot of them come from not great countries, to say the least. So obviously they will show some effort to come to a much richer country. And very often they only care about the money or the better quality of life. And they don't really care about about
Do
our
you care
values
about the one
necessarily.
thing we need to care about? Better quality of life. Nice, bro. Yeah, what a own. Immigrants care about money and better quality of life. Maybe this is why
Dude,
they
I'm
generated
not
a
saying it's bad.
$14.3 trillion
I'm
surplus
saying
over the last 30 years.
I'm
Dude,
saying it's
own.
not. I'm saying it's not a. They don't necessarily care for our values. I'm not saying.
What
It's
values?
bad.
What values?
What do you
You
mean,
can't
what
say. Oh,
values?
you can't say violent crimes are 2.5 times less likely to commit those on American soil. You can't say wanting to leech off the government. They're less likely to take a social safety nets. And according to the Kalil Institute, they actually pay significantly more in taxes and take less from the government compared to the average American U.S.-born citizen on American soil. So it's tell me, what values do they not share?
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait. If only this economic stuff matters for you, then we can really divide native born Americans into groups. And I'm pretty sure that would not come out great for a few groups, to say the least.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Like, I'm not going to say it because you're going to call me racist, but I think
You already
are.
You already have been called racist by me.
How?
Because you wanted to make the country 85 to 90% white. And you wanted to maintain it 85 to 90% white.
Okay, so what you guys are saying is that immigrants are so good because they commit less crimes and they contribute.
What I'm saying is that immigrants are clearly beneficial to this nation because they generate an economic surplus. They're significantly less likely to commit crimes than the average American. Shut the fuck up. Than the average American citizen. Okay, and I think that immigrants have built this country, not just starting today, but throughout the history of it. Okay, you have forced immigration of black people from Africa to thank for this country's infrastructure and original industrial boom. Okay, you have the open port of Ellis Island with immigrants coming into this country across the globe to build our big cities, to make this country better. Okay, the only thing that you have the white man to thank for, okay, is a founding document on which segregated women to be housemaids and black people to be slaves, and even poor white men to have no power in the political system in which this country governs under. Now, this isn't me saying that it's bad to be a white man, that'd be hypocritical. I'm a white man myself, but what I am saying is that it's completely incoherently gibberish to suggest that this country needs to be comprised of 90% white people, and if you're not a white person, then you shouldn't be allowed in because by default, we're going to assume you to be harmful to this nation. When the biggest harm to this nation in its history has been the white man.
By the way, Dean, his parents are immigrants.
Bro.
So
yeah, because he was earlier trying to argue Western immigration. Okay, non-Western immigration, wrong. I asked him for the distinction. He said because he wants to maintain 80 to 90% of the country being white. So that's why I called him racist earlier, because he wanted to maintain 80 to 90% of the country being white, like how it was, he said, in the early 1900s.
Okay, so can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I said is not necessarily.
Horror, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Horror and Cats in the comment section for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind word. Thank you so much, Horror. Bryn, thank you so much. Bryn, thank you so much for pushing the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really try my hardest to stay patient. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Madeline, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for guest learned how to deep throat the mic from Deep Throat Dawn. That's a diabolical statement. Diabolical statement. Thank you so much, Madeline. Parker. Emily, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I did hear about the recent racist gerrymandering that Republicans are pulling, and that they're literally like, I think in Louisiana, they're letting them get away with, which is fucking insane, by the way. I'll have to look more into that, but that's what I've heard from earlier today that was reported on. Anna as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it as always. Sammy, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's insane, isn't it? Holly, thank you for the $1 as well. And then Chandler, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, that's what this guy is, because this guy is literally just a racist POS that just wants to keep the country a certain percentage white.
Wait, I have a question. Do you mind if I ask you a question, Nicholas?
Go ahead. That's not my name.
Do you know who the highest IQ individual alive is?
Alive?
Yeah.
Wait. I know it's gonna be someone like not white. Probably, isn't it?
I like how he knows that, by the way. That's the first fact that he knows.
Otherwise, he wouldn't ask.
The highest IQ individual alive today is an 11-year-old Mexican girl. I'm not even joking. I'm not even fucking joking. You guys can look it up. She is 11 years old. She has 2 degrees already. And she's like starting to work with NASA because she wants to go into
That's so
physics.
fucking crazy, dude.
So it's yeah. She's fucking. Well, actually, I think she's 14 now. I think that this story started. I think that
That's
this story
still
started when
nuts,
she's
bro.
11.
Dude,
I think
she's
14
outclassing
now.
you in 2 degrees working with NASA. Holy shit, dude. I'm 24, man. Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
god.
crazy. So do you think that we should prevent this highest IQ like human alive, and one of the smartest humans that's ever lived, by the way, from like immigrating into America because she's brown?
I never said that.
Genius fetus, actually, that's what I might say.
Well, I mean,
Can I explain my point?
what does she mess with like the racial ethnic makeup of the country, bro? Like, come on,
Can
bro,
I
we can't be
answer my
hurting those
point,
numbers.
please?
We need at least 90% white people. You know,
Can I answer?
the
I
14-year-old
never said
girl
that.
with
I never said that.
165
Okay, can I
IQ with
explain?
2 degrees working in astrophysicist. Well, she's brown. We need to keep her out, right?
Can I explain my point in like a minute and a half?
I just got a flag for harassment bullying myself. Love that.
So, Dean, you said that immigrants made up the country. And what I said is that those types of immigrants, the ones that came like before the 50s, something like that, but before the 19th or the 20th century for sure, they were like completely different than the ones today. The ones who sacrificed half their lives, who gave up their old lives, to build this country. It's a completely different type of immigrant, the ones who build this country, than those who come to a fully settled country for a lot of times for economic prosperity. And
When
yes,
you say
I
type
know
of
that
immigrant,
I
what do you
know
mean?
that my own-
What are the relevance of type that are relevant? Because when you say the same type of, we're all human. We're all people.
I don't even know what this argument is. No, there's
Can I
never
finish
been
my
an immigrant.
point?
No, listen. The immigrants today are no different than the immigrants 150, 250 years ago. Including, dude, let's even look at Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus didn't, quote unquote, immigrate to the Americas, okay, to like sacrifice his life to start building a new country. No, he, quote unquote, immigrated to North America because he thought it was fucking India for better trade with Spain. It's insane for you to sit here and suggest that the immigrants today are coming to this country for any reasons different than the immigrants even 150, 200 years ago. No, people immigrate to one place from another for a higher quality of life.
Yeah, and one group of immigrants built the country. The other group of immigrants come to a already built country.
Dude, that includes you. That includes your family, my guy. Your family came into the country in the last 30 years.
I know, and I'm glad they let us in. But that
okay, but so your family. So by the way, your own argument is that you and your family, as types of immigrants, didn't build the country. Therefore, we shouldn't let them come.
Yeah, were your
No,
parents
that's not
the
what I'm
bad
saying.
type of immigrants?
No. What I'm saying.
I mean, it seems like that's
Okay,
what you're saying.
Can I get 90 seconds? Start a timer. 90 seconds. You guys can interrupt me, and after that, you guys can cook me. All right?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so the immigrants in like before the
Heidi, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so
I
much,
just
Heidi.
knew you would
W's
do
for them
this.
in the
I
comment
knew
section.
it.
That's so amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Heidi. Go ahead. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Can you restart my timer, please? No,
Yeah, I got you. I'll restart it.
The second I start talking, you're gonna start again.
No, go ahead.
So immigrants before the 20th century, let's say, they came, and now I'm off track. Anyway, so they basically built the country, and they were.
Leah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Leah. Can we get some W's for Leah in the comment section right now? Thank you for the $5, Leah. You said I was going to do it right when you started speaking. I waited. I was
That's
patient.
Insane. Can I go now?
Go ahead.
I need you to promise that you won't interrupt me.
JC, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really
Oh my
appreciate it.
God.
Keonan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I won't.
Do you promise?
I swear on Pisus' life.
Who's Pisus?
The leader of Christianity.
Interesting.
Appreciate the sunglasses.
Okay, so but you threw me off track like 15 million times. So
go ahead.
I will try to form one coherent point without you throwing me off track.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Just from the way you're saying this, I know you're going to interrupt me.
I'm not.
So,
Go ahead.
Immigrants.
Come on.
Immigrants from before the 20th century.
Okay, listen, bro. Can you just please start talking? Like, you've just been talking about starting talking for like the last minute. Can you please just start talking?
He's interrupting me like 15 times.
I'm not going to interrupt you, man.
Average liberals. Okay, so immigrants from or before the 20th century came and built the country, right? They sacrificed.
Logan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Give me some dollars for Logan in the comment section. Thank you, the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Logan. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dila. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, I know, right? It should be absolutely. I would argue that actually. Go ahead.
Okay, so.
You know what? This time I'm actually serious. I won't cut you off.
You will?
I'm actually serious.
Like, you will or won't?
I'm not going to cut you off.
Oh,
this is before.
okay.
Leslie, thank you so much for the
now
comment. It's before.
I kind of forgot what I was saying. Can you remind me?
You're saying something about immigrants.
Yeah, basically. I don't know, dude. Anyway.
Oh my God, Parker, stop rage baiting the racist. Oh my God.
Can I talk now?
Oh my God, it's so horrible. It's so rude of you, Parker. Please don't rage bait the racist.
Okay, now that we're not getting anything done anyway.
I'm waiting. Go ahead. You're literally sitting there not saying it. I'm not cutting you off right now. I'm literally waiting for you to do this.
You're literally yapping anytime I start talking.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for you to speak. You're not speaking.
Yeah, so you can interrupt me.
I promise you I won't. I'll literally mute my microphone. It's fucking muted. He can sit there and stop crying,
now I
bro.
forgot what I was saying.
Go. I'm waiting. It's literally muted on TikTok, by the way.
Immigrants who built the country from like before, I would say maybe, I don't know, 1900s, something like that. They are completely different. They were ready to sacrifice for the country. They gave up their original identity. And that is completely different than coming to a fully built country, basically, with better economic everything, better opportunities. That is completely different than sacrificing for the country. Basically, those immigrants gave for the country, and a lot of today's immigrants take from the country. And I know that my parents are very much a part of that, but I think they share the original American values, and I think that's great. And most Western people, or most Europeans also share these values. So that's why I think we should allow more immigrants from the West. And a lot of people from, let's say, Somalia, for example, because Trump talks about that a lot, but it can be any other country from, let's say, Africa, almost any other country. A lot of people only come for economic motives, and they don't care about American values. And I think that's detrimental. And then they have children, and they might or might not consider themselves as American number one, or as American first, and then their other countries second, or none at all. My parents, for example, they completely consider themselves American only, and their original European identity is like, it's still a thing, but it's like, it doesn't mean anything to them. If the two countries went to war, I know for a fact they would side with the US, and I think a lot of today's immigrants would not, and they only use it because it's beneficial to them currently, but they would not sacrifice for the country.
Okay, a few things I have to respond to this. I'm going to show how that was completely ridiculous and everything you said makes no sense. You're trying to argue because they want better economic conditions, right? Specifically, and they came for opportunity, better economic conditions. Yes. That's the reason why they shouldn't be allowed in the country. The reason why this is... Please stop talking. You just complained about me interrupting you. I'll let you speak. And please let me speak. So now in terms of this, you would say then that we shouldn't have allowed Jewish people escaping the Holocaust to come to our country?
No, because first of all, their life was threatened, and also the U.S. let them in and saved their lives. So I'm pretty sure they would.
So we should have. Sorry, I was just clarifying.
I think yes.
I thought you said no, we shouldn't have let them.
Yeah.
So you agree that we should have let Jewish people who are fleeing the Holocaust coming to our country, but they were fleeing bad conditions and looking for better opportunity and better conditions.
Yes, if they agreed with the U.S. values, American values. If
when you
not,
say
I think
agree with
we
U.S.
could have
values,
found them a third party country, a third
so
country.
when you say agree with U.S. values, you know that's literally you violating the First Amendment, because you can't say if they don't have a certain set of values that we're not going to let them in the country. That's literally against the First Amendment. So you keep arguing for this when I've already explained to you multiple times. This is literally not constitutional.
No, vetting for it is not constitutional. Saying that I don't want 1 billion or 500 million, what is it? Sharia law Muslims in it, not just Muslims, but Sharia law Muslims in, is not violating the First Amendment. And I think.
Okay, well then when we get in office, we're just going to completely restrict you guys from coming to the country. Any MAGA, right, are not allowed to come to our country. You know, whenever liberals get in office, we're just going to restrict all conservatives. Whenever conservatives get in office, they're going to restrict all liberals. Do you see how if you base it on values, that is inevitably going to create precedents where you just kick each other politically, like whenever you just get in office, out from coming into the country? Like, you understand that's going to be the process of immigration already.
No.
Like, yeah, that's what we're going to do. If you guys do that, we're going to limit people who are conservative from coming to our country and only allow liberals.
That would be if they were vetting for values.
Wait, that's what you just said we should be doing.
Countries. No,
that's still a vetting of values. So we're only going to allow certain countries in which are very liberal to come to our country. Is that your view?
Okay, no. Allowing immigrants in from countries that 90% of the population despises us, not allowing immigrants from that country does not violate the First Amendment.
So we shouldn't let people come from Europe because Europe despises us.
Europe does not despise us.
Under Trump, they do.
Oh my God, let me guess. You read it on CNN?
No, I've heard it from Europeans.
Okay.
I've seen it reported on in their media. I've seen their protest to the tunes of millions of people alongside with us.
Sure, but not.
And also, look at his approval rating in Europe. It's really bad. It's really bad.
Okay. So is it in?
We can't let people come to our country if they disagree with our leadership, if they disagree with our system, everybody. We can't do it, actually. It's horrible.
They hate Trump. They don't hate the U.S., and they don't hate the U.S. Or American values. That's completely different than...
so Trump hates American values.
Dude, what?
Wait, whatever we... Okay, so we could just... whoever's in office defines what... Whoever's in office, under their own perspective, under their own legal system, is going to define American values under their own notion. Like, Trump right now is defining American values under the Trumpian notion of doing so. Whereas when Democrats get in office, we're going to do so under our own notion.
Dude, what are you saying? Europeans can hate Trump and not hate America, right? Not everyone who
I
hates
understand
Trump
the rest
also
of the
hates
country.
America.
I'm not disputing you there. But what you're not understanding is that what is deemed to be American values is subjective to the administration that's going to be in office.
Can I ask you a question here?
No.
Go ahead.
No. Do you think that operating under a veil of ignorance, just simply knowing somebody's national identity, i.e. the country that they're a citizen of, that we could learn or assume anything about what they believe?
No, on an individual level, no.
All right, and that's exactly why I disagree. That's exactly why I disagree with the values in which you're espousing. Right, I don't think that under a veil of ignorance, just knowing somebody's national identity, we could assume anything to be true about what they believe in. Like for example, there's many Israelis that literally live in Israel. Okay, that have like refused to engage in like their IDF service. And actively protest against the evil government of Israel every single day and are incredibly pro-Palestine. There's many Russian individuals who think that the ethnic cleansing of Ukraine is wrong. You know, there's a shit ton of Iranian individuals that think that the IRGC is bullshit. Just like there's millions of Americans that think that American imperialism is idiotic. And that our government has a terribly heinous track record, right? We can't assume anything, okay, of like some random person based upon their national identity. So that's why when you tell me that we should be limiting immigration from particular countries because of what that nation has done or sentiments that we have heard from their leaders, it's just completely incoherent.
No, it's
and
not.
And also, it would logically entail... let me also build on that point. I'm going to build on that point. Also, it would logically entail that we...
it, but sure.
I don't care.
Or I'm going to forget what Dean said.
I don't care.
It's too much.
Okay, well, this is the point I already made, so you can just remember both. So I'm doing this for everyone. So this specifically would also then mean that the people specifically who were fleeing the Holocaust, that they specifically should not have been allowed to come to our country because they are coming from a country that disagrees with American values.
Oh yeah, he
Okay.
said that like
Okay.
Eastern Europeans disagree. So like the Eastern
No,
Ashkenazi
can you please,
Jews,
please,
like,
please,
should have
please,
been able
please.
to immigrate into
Can I refute
America.
the first one? So, what you said is that if I meet a random American and they're from a country of, let's say, Sharia law, that you assume that I would say that they're against American values, which is not true. What I say, so if someone in America is from a country of Sharia law, I'm not saying they're against American values. What I'm saying is that a country where, let's say, 80% of people support Sharia law, maybe it's not such a good idea to import or allow people in from their countries. And I would like to ask you, so it's so the
I
blame
think that we
doesn't
should
fall on
place.
me. Wait,
I think that we should place precedents on allowing people in
One
from
question,
countries
please.
that uphold Sharia law, right? Because the people that would want to immigrate into America, right, would be those in which do disagree with this dangerous variant of Sharia law and want to
Or-
escape it as political refugees,
or those
right?
or those who just want better economic opportunities. So I would like to ask you, that is Sharia law contradictory with American values?
If by Sharia law you mean like fundamentalist interpretations of Islam that uphold the notion that like women are half as equal to men, so on and so forth,
Yes.
then I'd say that those are contradictory to the values in which I want to see America uphold. But when we have a rapist as president that is glorified by nearly half of this country,
Which
I
was
can't
not
say
proven.
that it is contradictory as it stands, right? When we have a country where child marriage is legal in 13 of our 50 states, I can't say that it is contradictory as it stands. When we have a country that wants to uphold quote unquote Christian nationalism, where we're putting the Bible back in school and we're telling everybody that's gay that they need to go to conversion therapy, everybody that's a woman that they need to follow the men around them, because that's just traditionalism in a nutshell. I can't say it is contradictory as it stands, but clearly I would say that fundamentalist values of any mainstream religion are evil, heinous, and contradictory to the country that I want to see built. But quite frankly, people like Trump hold me back from achieving that implementation. I think that it's important, if we're going to condemn the fundamentalist interpretations of the Quran and Aisha's Hadith that describe Prophet Muhammad to be a pedophile because he married her when she was 6, then raped her when she was 9, which is the fundamentalist interpretation, then we can't be glorifying a rapist who barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls in America by making him the most powerful man alive, i.e. the president. Right? It's time that you kind of get your principles straight and you apply them equally. You don't apply them in a way in which only targets one particular religion and then paints the fundamentalist interpretation of that religion that not all followers of that religion hold onto all followers of that religion. And we
I
also have to
understand.
keep in mind here, right, that the creation of like the IRGC, for instance, with the Islamic regime, in which is terribly evil, which is terribly atrocious. Okay, well, that comes from destabilization in the region that's been predominantly created by American imperialism. We already know that theocracy doesn't work, regardless of its Islamic theocracy, regardless of its Christian theocracy, or regardless of its self-described Jewish theocracy. Now, what does cause these theocracies in the Middle East, these Islamic theocracies, is going to be Western interventionism. Before we went into the Middle East, I mean, there were Persian queens, right?
That's
so
completely
it's
different
important
topic.
to hold on to a little bit of a nuanced perspective here, acknowledging what has caused these dangerous theocracies, acknowledging that these dangerous theocracies don't represent the beliefs of all followers of the religion in which they claim to represent, acknowledge that theocracies have existed of all mainstream religions, including Christianity, and acknowledge that we should try to give a safe haven for refugees who want to escape these theocracies and hopefully live a better life for themselves, meaning that we shouldn't demonize the national identity of these theocracies. And like, for instance, when there's Iranians that want to escape the oppression of the IRGC by hopefully coming to America for a better life, we welcome them with open arms, compared to turning around and saying that because they're a brown Muslim from Iran, they must uphold Sharia law and you shouldn't be able to come in. I think that's incredibly overwhelmed.
Can I answer? Okay, so what you said basically was that because we have a bad president, possibly rapist. I don't think he is. It hasn't been objectively proven, so it's up for debate. But because we have but let's not get into that. Let's assume we do have a rapist president. that is not a reason to allow everyone in who also supports things like Sharia law. So that is not a reason. I don't think he is a rapist, but if he is, I think if there were like undeniable evidence, I don't think basically anyone would support it. But him being president is not a reason to allow these people in. That's number one. Number two is that from a country that where, like, let's say even just a majority of people support Sharia law, whether the immigrant wants to come for economic reasons or whatever reasons, I simply don't think the national risk is worth us helping them as much. I want to help him or them if I know they don't support Sharia law, but honestly, I'm not willing to risk it. So, like, call me crazy, but I don't think helping others should be prioritized before our national
So again, based on this argument, you would not let people who are fleeing the Holocaust, right, come from Germany, because Germany has values that we heavily disagree with, and you're not going to risk it.
No, the Nazi regime has the values, not the Jews who are literally fleeing the regime.
He just contradicted himself.
No, guys, one at a time.
So it was those regimes that hold those views, not the people that are fleeing them.
Not necessarily fleeing. How do you know they're fleeing? They're not. There's not a
They're
genocide
immigrating to
going
our
on.
country.
Yeah, and they can be coming for economic reasons or for other reasons. But we don't know for a fact. It's not as clear as it was with the Holocaust, where they were literally trying to genocide
in both scenarios, they're arguing for better conditions, and they're trying to come here for better conditions. And your whole argument for why you're not letting people come from certain countries is that you're not going to risk it because a huge percentage of the people coming from that country do support it. Well, you could say the same thing about Nazi Germany. When there were Jewish people coming from Germany, right, a huge percent of Germans at that time did support the actions.
The Jews? The Germans. The Germans and the Nazis supported the actions. The Jews who are literally
the Jewish people that are
fleeing the
coming
country.
from Germany are German Jews.
Yes, and
Okay.
they are literally freeing the regime. If there were a genocide in a country with Sharia law and people who don't support Sharia law were fleeing it, then obviously that would be a different scenario. But that is not what's going on right now, and I really don't think we have to be like the world.
You're not understanding the underpinning point that I'm making, that you're okay
No, I
with
understand,
people
but
coming from our country that are coming from a country that still has a huge percentage of people that support some radical extremist ideology.
Yes, but not those people. And there we know for a fact.
Oh, exactly. Exactly the point.
There we know. Yes, but with the Jews, we know for a fact because they are literally being killed. And in the Sharia law country or whatever other country, we don't know for a fact. And they are not actively trying to kill them. So it's not as clear. And there is a much bigger risk that they're either coming for economic reasons or they just don't share the values of the country.
I
And
just
that
think this
I'm
guy
not willing
can't fathom
to
what I'm
risk.
saying right now. I think he
No,
just
I
can't get
understand.
it.
Does this guy even know what Sharia law is?
I don't know. I probably doubt it.
What you're saying.
What's Sharia law?
What you're saying. Can I finish the first
Yeah,
point
after you
first?
tell us what Sharia law is.
But why are you deciding what order I go in?
What is Sharia law?
It's from Quran, like an Islamic extremist I don't remember the word, like a law, not law, like an order or a set of laws where, like,
Can you give me any examples of it?
I think the woman's testimony is worth half as much.
No, I'm
as the
asking you,
man's.
what is Sharia law?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you what Sharia law is and to give me examples of things in Sharia law.
That's what I did.
You have not.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What? I don't understand what you're
Dean,
asking.
did you hear any
listen.
of the laws from
You want-
Sharia law that he defined or described or anything?
Listen, bruh. Sharia laws, I mean, just essentially the divine moral and legal code from Prophet Muhammad in the Quran. All right, bruh? And the reason why we see such a large issue with quote-unquote Sharia law, like the reason why we stigmatize it, is because of the way that it's worked itself into governments and amounted to upholding theocracy. So the question I'd ask you is, do you think that we should prevent Christian nationalists from immigrating into America?
If there were a country that is 80% Christian nationalist and despises or does not hold the American
Just
values,
answer my question. Ideologically, do you think Christian nationalists should be able to immigrate into America?
we cannot vet people for their values on
That's
a
why I didn't
personal
ask you
level.
practically, I asked you ideologically.
Ideologically, if they don't hold American values, then no.
What do you think that Christian nationalism is an American value?
No. So no.
Okay, all right. So then Christian nationalists shouldn't be able to immigrate into
Well, it
America.
depends on
So
what
then
you
why
define as nationalist, but no.
So then why did you make a Christian nationalist president?
That was a binary, and I think it was very bad and very, very bad. So people chose the very bad option.
Oh yeah, then back to Sharia law. You like went on to how it like subjugates women to oppression, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then why did you make somebody that's boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and girls, that's raped a woman, sent Epstein a letter depicting the body of a naked girl with a statement may have been
Yes,
used
I know.
medical secret.
You don't need
He's
to
named in
repeat
the
it.
Epstein files over 1 million times. There was a credible accusation against him from one of Epstein's victims that she was trafficked to him from Epstein, president, right? Because it seems to be the case, right, that you're telling us that you don't think that people should be able to immigrate into the country, quote unquote, if they're at risk of possibly believing in the oppression of women. Yet when we know that somebody doesn't just ideologically believe in the oppression of women, but make sure to live by that value in their day-to-day life, raping, exploiting, so on and so forth, you make him president?
It was a binary choice between two bad options.
But clearly,
half
like
of
the
things
whole
you
argument
said.
we've been making so far is caring about the oppression of women and how we need to prevent people from entering
Well,
that could
that's
possibly
one
oppress
part.
women. So therefore, it seems like Trump was clearly the worst of the two options.
I never only cared about the woman part of the Sharia law. That is
Okay, then
one
what else
part.
do you care about? Tell me.
Well, like the child marriage stuff.
Oh, wait, remember how we just went over how he'd sexually exploit naked women? You know, we also had 4 girls as young as 15 come forward and say that Donald Trump would barge into their dressing rooms as well. So clearly, even in accordance with his second value, it seems like Trump was the greater of two evils. Unless there's anything else about Sharia law that you care about.
No, you're attacking Trump on a personal level, and I don't think anyone voted for Trump as person of the year.
No, okay, but you're attacking immigrants on a personal level. You're saying because of their potential personable characteristics, they shouldn't be able to come into the country. Yet when we know that these are the actionable personable characteristics that haven't just been kept personal, but have been actively implemented in the way in which our country is governed, i.e. the cover-up of the Epstein files, i.e. him calling for Eugene Carroll to be thrown in jail, i.e. Roe v. Wade being overturned,
we get it.
women and girls being denied access to healthcare in 10 of our 50 states. All right, all of a sudden
Abortion
you don't
isn't
care. How's that
healthcare.
clearly like not contradictory?
Abortion is not healthcare, but that is a different topic. Let's not
Wait,
get
I
into
said
that.
that raped pregnant women and girls have been being denied access to abortion, i.e. healthcare. You don't think that abortion is healthcare for raped little 11-year-old girls?
I did not hear that part. I do
then maybe
think
you should
it
be
is
listening
healthcare.
closely.
Okay, so.
Okay, so now that we've determined, right, that the
Yes.
two things that you don't like
Can I
about
answer?
Sharia law is a whole thing to do with the kids and the oppression of women. All right, well then why would you make somebody that oppresses both kids and women president?
Okay, can I ask you not to talk over me for like 45 seconds? Okay.
So then you could go on another yap session to
Okay.
flex. Say that
Yes,
you don't
for
care
40
about the
seconds.
personal characteristics about Trump, even though that's your whole argument.
No,
How about
no.
immigrants? Sure, go
No,
ahead.
because Trump, obviously, I think bad on a personal level. I'm not sure if we know for a fact that he, other than the walking in on the woman dressing or whatever, I don't think there's concrete evidence, undeniable evidence of most of the things you said, or like there's circumstantial evidence. But what I said is that importing 1 million people who hold these values, these about child and woman, as an electorate, and who will also implement this in the government with their votes and as policies, is completely different than electing someone who did bad things in his personal life but does not do any of them in the political or in the policy.
He just keeps repeating the same
his
thing.
policies.
Do you see anything else from this conversation that we can get, Dean? I just genuinely think he's a broken record and won't acknowledge anything we're saying.
I know. I mean, the only people that I've seen implement oppressive policy against women and children in this country have been Republican white men. Funny enough, the first Muslim brown guy we got is one of the best politicians that we've had in modern American history that's fighting to make the life better for the constituents of New York City. So that's pretty contradictory. But I just think that you're a mess. I think that you're ideologically incoherent. I think that you're very clearly prejudiced against Muslim
He's
individuals.
posing with Hassan Piker, who literally hates America. He's for open borders. He's for political violence. He's literally against every value the U.S. has. He literally said out, like, straight out that he hates the country or America sucks. So that guy is honestly insane.
Zoran Mamdani?
No, he said Hassan. He just randomly brought up Hassan. That's why I laughed.
Yeah,
I was like, why did he just randomly bring up Hassan? Like,
well, I mean, regardless of what your thoughts
Mamdani,
are on Hassan, right? I definitely say that Trump posing with Jeffrey Epstein is worse.
Okay, can you answer that? No, can you answer that?
He's gonna criticize Zoran Mamdani for literally going on Hassan's platform once, but he's not gonna criticize Donald Trump for his literally 15-year best friendship with Jeffrey Epstein.
There's no evidence of any wrongdoing.
So, yeah. Did you hear anything that Dean said at all?
What? That 1 million mentions, which I'm not even sure that's true.
That's all you heard. That's all you heard Dean say. Not the fact that he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Accused.
Not the fact that he tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files, even calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the files. He said that anyone who wanted the release of the files wasn't actually anyone who supported him in the very first place. Because he said it was a hoax.
Obviously, but that's not incriminating.
Yes, it is. If you want to prevent the release of the Epstein files, that is definitely incriminating, dude. What are you trying to hide?
Okay, so then why? Then why isn't he behind bars?
What? Why is he behind bars? Because he's literally president. Because you guys voted for him. You know that he would have been put in prison if you guys didn't vote for him. Because in the sentencing, it literally said, "Oh, we're not going to put him in prison because he's literally been elected president," and that would be very confusing to have an elected president behind literal fucking bars.
You're pivoting.
I'm not pivoting for shit.
Yes. No, we were talking about Epstein and how he's not incriminated for any wrongdoing regarding Epstein. And then you brought up
Epstein files and how he's preventing the release of the files. And how he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
He's accused. Anyone could call in on that hotline.
No, this is a credible accusation. There were multiple different interviews, which, by the way, they tried to scrub, where specifically the person that was giving those interviews had already got a settlement with the Epstein estate and was determined to be a credible accuser. And she accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump on top of the accusations that she made.
Clearly not credible enough.
Oh, okay, so what do you mean by not credible enough? So you don't believe the victims of Epstein?
Not incriminating.
So you don't believe the victims of Epstein?
I don't even know the person you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm giving you someone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. Do you believe the victims of Epstein?
I don't know enough about that
case. Do you believe the victims that got settlements from the Epstein estate for being assaulted and for being trafficked by Epstein?
Depends on what they're saying. Sure,
depends?
Probably.
Who do you not believe? Yes. What victim do you not believe?
I mean, if they're... I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, what victim do you not believe? Tell me.
Okay, but... I don't even know the victim you're talking about, but
is there any victim that you can point to?
Whether I believe it or not.
You're not answering the question. Is there any victim that you can point to that you don't believe that got a settlement with the Epstein estate for being assaulted or trafficked by Epstein?
No, I cannot. And that's still not incriminating.
Okay. But so the point that I'm then making is that do you see the people who have got settlements from the Epstein estate for being assaulted or trafficked by Epstein to be credible?
Mostly, yes. Yes, I would say, yeah.
Okay, so if you mostly see them to be credible, unless you have good reason to indicate otherwise, then why wouldn't you indicate that they've made a credible accusation here?
Wait.
I would.
He contradicted himself earlier. He said that there wasn't enough evidence to believe that Trump is a rapist, and is now arguing that, well, there would be enough evidence to believe that he's incriminated by the files if it led to prosecution.
I would say I would believe that.
I mean,
me believing someone.
Eugene, I mean, stop. So then, clearly, under your view,
there actually is enough evidence to believe that Donald Trump is a rapist because it led to him being held civilly liable by a court of law.
That doesn't mean anything. If I see someone steal something, that doesn't
Now
mean
prosecution doesn't mean
reasonable
anything. Now prosecution
doubt.
doesn't mean anything.
No, that's not what I said. Me believing him or someone does not mean anything. It has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and it has not been.
So what's the reasonable doubt to the E. Jean Carroll rape case? Name it.
I'm not a judge, so like ask that.
What did the judge? Oh, so what did the judge say?
The civil or the?
Wait, so yeah,
or
do you accept what the judge says?
The civil, where you have to prove it for 50.1%.
No, you said you're not a judge, so do you accept what the judge does say?
The civil.
Do you accept what the judge does say?
The civil or criminal?
I mean, it doesn't matter. They're still a judge, but in civil.
Yeah, in civil, I believe that there's probably a 50.1% chance that he did it.
You're like not listening or answering my questions. This guy has been doing this the entire time I've been talking to him. Are you incapable of talking to me about this?
I believe the judge.
In an actual legitimate sense?
I believe the judge that there is a 50.1% chance that he did it.
So the judge said that Donald Trump in fact raped E. Jean Carroll. That's what the judge said. Do you believe what the judge said? Because you said you're not a judge. Well, this is what the judge said.
That's one judge. I mean...
That was the judge overseeing the case.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't necessarily...
You don't believe them? So you don't take what the judge has to say. So then why did you say, no, I'm not a judge as a dispute for you being able to answer this question? Because apparently you don't even consider what the judge says to be accurate.
If a criminal court found him liable, or if a judge found him criminally liable, that's different, because that's beyond a reasonable doubt. That I would much rather believe than I would a civil.
You would... Wait, say that one more time, sorry?
If a judge found him criminally liable, I would much rather believe that.
Okay, I have a question then. Do you accept the felonies against Trump as legitimate?
Legally, I think they hold up, yeah.
But do you think that rightfully he committed that crime?
I mean, he did commit it. They did kind of, I don't know. I never
And do you believe that they were
someone
felonies?
else. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I'm not an
So you
expert
do
on that
accept the
case.
determinations from criminal courts, but you just don't accept them from civil courts. Let me ask you this question then. The 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country that are overstaying their visas and have not violated criminal law because they didn't enter the country unlawfully, and they have just overstayed their visa, which is a civil violation, you don't accept the civil court determinations against them that they should be deported, right?
No, that's completely different. Because...
How?
No, because with the Trump case, there only needs to be a 50.1%.
Because it's a civil case, right?
Yes.
So are those civil? Those are also civil cases.
Yes, but
so
there
then,
is
why do you
obvious
accept the
that
civil
it's
cases against
100%.
all of the people who are in the country who have overstayed their visas, but you don't accept the civil case against Trump?
Because, again, I accept the civil case. That's not what I said.
You do
What I
accept
said
the
is
civil
that-
case.
Yes, what I said is that I don't believe that he did it only because
Okay,
of
that
the
means
civil.
you don't accept the civil case, dude. When I
No,
say accept the civil
no.
case, do you accept the contents of the civil case, the determination of the civil cases to be true?
I don't agree with it.
So you don't agree with it. So then let me ask you a question. Do you agree with the determinations specifically about all of the people who have been overstaying their visa from civil courts? Or do you think that they are not justified in making their determinations?
Yes, because
You do?
it is obvious because there's with the overstaying there is a 100% obvious wherever.
But it's a civil court. You
obvious.
said civil courts. You don't judge,
Yes,
think
but
that they're
there-
justified
but
in
there
making these
is-
determinations.
Okay, I only don't agree with the Trump ruling with the
Exactly!
because there you only need a 50.1%.
You see what I mean, dude?
Oh my
all of the civil cases are the same, my guy. So wait, let me just do this a base for you. You said you don't believe it because it's Trump. That's essentially the reason.
No,
because
no,
the
because it
civil
only
case
has to
is
be
the
proven
same
for
regardless.
50.1%.
It's a civil case. So you said it's the 51% because it's a civil case, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a civil case. So do you accept the civil case?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
But
I do.
no.
I do accept the civil case. I just don't accept it against Donald Trump. Why don't you accept it against
No.
Donald Trump? I just
Okay,
don't.
can I explain, please?
You're not explaining. You're just yapping.
No, with the Trump,
my
you
guy.
only need
You are doing what's called
51%.
yapping. And you also have
Okay.
something called TDS, called Trump Devotion
15
Syndrome.
seconds. 10 seconds, okay?
Trump Devotion Syndrome. Go ahead.
So, I only don't agree with the Trump thing, despite it being a civil case, because it only needs 51%. On the immigration or the overstaying, I agree with it. If it only were 51%, if there were only 51% like proof
Can I
that
de-
someone
can I debunk
overstayed the
this real
visa,
quick?
I wouldn't really believe it.
I'm going to
But-
debunk this rule real quick. You keep on referring to the 50.1% evidentiary standard in your dispute to the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll rape case. But what you seemingly forget here is that it's just the lowest legally required evidentiary standard in order for a jury to rule somebody's guilt inside of a civil court of law, right? But you can't just assume that that is therefore the evidentiary standard that was met by this individual case. Like, for instance, if you're in Georgia, the lowest legal requirement for what you have to get paid by an employer is $7.25. But does this mean that you could just assume that somebody working a random job in Georgia is getting paid $7.25? No. There's many cases where they will get paid much more than that based upon their skill, the necessity inside of like the labor force, so on and so forth. So I'm actually going to ask you to do an analysis of all of the evidence set forth inside of that trial and reasonably conclude that all of the evidence in consideration of her testimony, the submitted evidence and discovery, his testimony, his character prior, so on and so forth, only concludes in a measly 50.1% level of accuracy that the claim he raped her is true. So please do that analysis of all the evidence submitted to the case now.
You want me to be a judge now?
Yeah, well, I mean, you already claimed that you were a judge when you said that the evidence only proved it to a 50.1% level degree of certainty.
Yes, that 50.1% is enough. And a 50
So prove that, like, in this civil case, they didn't actually prove it to like a 99% degree of certainty.
I cannot prove that because they don't give a percentage. What I said is that
so then you can't make the
please,
claim
please.
that they only proved it to a 50.1 degree level of certainty.
What I said is that a being civilly held liable, which a 50.1% is enough for that, then being held civilly liable is not going to ensure, or I'm not going to necessarily believe that it happened. Even if
Okay, so if someone is held civilly
because
liable for overstaying their visa, they shouldn't be removed from the country?
That's not what I'm saying, because that's 100%.
It's actually not 100%. It's a civil case.
100%. Yeah,
it's
it's
a civil case, my guy.
But the civil case only matters because 50.1% is
There you go.
enough.
So exactly. So if it's civil case, you don't accept civil case because civil cases like this, then why do you accept this other civil case even though it's still a civil case?
Because it's 100% proven, even if it's a civil case.
Okay, this guy is genuinely the stupidest person I've ever talked to. Actually, like, dude, how many times are you going to repeat back the same thing after I've already responded to it? Holy shit, dude. Are you fucking serious right now?
Okay, so.
Like, why do you keep doing that? Like, it's so frustrating talking to the dumbest people on the planet. Like, actually, dude, use your fucking brain and think past the same response that you keep repeating over and over again.
Please? Can I explain and stop crashing?
No, you're not explaining shit. You keep just explaining. You keep just saying the same thing.
I will approach it from a different view. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, if something 100% happened, and it's in let's say, a civil case,
it's not
100% held against it.
It is not 100%. Where do you get this from?
Someone overstaying their visa is pretty obvious. There's you don't have to provide a lot of evidence for it.
Yeah, you do.
It's pretty obvious. It's documented. Yes, but it's documented and there's no dispute really. It's either yes or no. It's either 0% proven or 100% proven. There's no I don't think that's true. Document, so it's 50% proven. It is pretty true.
No, I don't think that's true because you like, for example, couldn't you posit that you think that there were corrupt jurors or corrupt judges, like how you guys do with the Donald Trump case in terms of the civil courts?
I mean, obviously, but that's a fault of the judicial system. Like,
okay, so then it's not 100%, right?
it. Okay, then it's 99.9%.
How do you make that determination?
it
Out of
is-
thin air.
it
He
is
just
the
whipped it right
most-
out of thin air.
No. Obviously, it's not exactly 99.999%. What I'm saying is that it is as close to 100% as we can get with our judicial system, which is filled with humans.
No,
which means
because you
there
said
will
that
obviously
you said
be
the standard for
imperfections.
what is the standard for a civil court?
50.1%.
Okay, is this a civil court?
Yes.
What is the
But-
standard for it?
50.1%.
Okay, so then isn't that applicable because it's a civil case?
It is, but don't talk over me. Okay.
Wait, now you're saying based upon the evidence.
Please, I'm begging you, please.
No.
Okay, so
Based upon the evidence provided, he's able to make an assertion that it's very likely that this has happened. So, by the way, based on the evidence provided in the E. Jean Carroll case, I know it's way above 50.1%. It's way above 51%. We would argue it's beyond a reasonable doubt.
then why wasn't he held criminally liable?
Because of statute of limitations.
But wasn't there like a time that didn't matter for like a year, I think?
That was for civil cases, not for criminal.
Thank you. Okay, so anyway, what I was saying is that 50.1% being the minimum is why civil cases aren't always 100% true. You understand? But if it's 100% proven, or as close to 100% as we can get with a judicial system filled with human beings, then it doesn't matter that it's a civil or not civil case. What matters is that it is 100% proven.
I know that you keep repeating that. I've already responded to this. So it's based upon the evidence provided in the case. You think the evidence can establish an extremely high level of certainty. So what evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case do you dispute that reduces your level of certainty?
I'm not an expert on that. I think he didn't remember the place and the date, and
so she didn't. She did give the place. Bergdorf Goodman.
Okay, the date. He didn't even. She
So
didn't even.
you don't need to remember the date. The date is not reasonable doubt. There not being a specific date. That's not a reasonable doubt because plenty of victims don't remember the specific date it happened to them. Right? That's not a reasonable doubt in this scenario. It's actually reasonable to assume that that would happen to a victim.
Okay, but like the year.
She did know. 1995 to 1986 is within 1 year. And also, by the way, these standards can be applied to victims of Epstein. That would then mean you don't believe the victims of Epstein because they might not remember the specific day or the specific year. And you think that there was reasonable doubt in those circumstances. So if you're not willing to think that that's reasonable doubt, then you aren't willing to think it's reasonable doubt here.
Look, honestly, I don't know enough about this case. I will look into it. But
All
yeah,
right.
from what you're saying, if it's so, then yeah, so be it.
Okay, then look into the case.
I will.
I can't believe it took him that long to say that. I can't have a conversation with that person any longer. Dean, my conversations all day have been like that.
Yeah, I've been like tuning in and out like throughout your stream because I'm not gonna lie, I've been a pretty lazy chud all day. Just been like laying down doing nothing. And I've heard some pretty bad combos.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. Like today hurts like mentally. Honestly, it's pretty bad.
I'm sorry, man.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
February.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live in New York.
What time is it?
6 p.m.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Mercedes, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mercedes. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That's hilarious. I'm 36.
What's so funny?
I was gonna say the same thing. I was gonna say, what time is it?
Oh, you're talking about the last person. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were saying something else. All right, so election were held today. Harris versus Trump. You said you'd vote for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you support
Yeah, all
Trump?
day, of course. Why wouldn't you? Why would you vote for the other side?
Well, because he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, saying he has sex in common with his daughter, saying he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. And calling his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. We can point to the fact that he's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. We can point to the fact that he's tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files, calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor when she wanted the release of the Epstein files. And it's been legally obligated for him to release it, and they haven't released all of them, even though they're legally obligated to do so. So, I mean, there are countless things we can point to alongside his policy being absolutely atrocious, him pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, calling them patriots, pardoning a convicted seed drug trafficker that trafficked over 400 tons of seed drug to our country. We can point to the fact that he tried to undermine our democracy, pardon violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots.
No, nobody's laughing at Greg, guys. You can all take a deep breath, that's for sure. That's funny. No, I'm not laughing at the... I was just laughing with the way he came out of the gate, just ready to go. But anyway, obviously we don't know enough about her and what she could do yet. But anyway.
We do. We definitely do. I know plenty. I can actually mention it. But all the things we know about Trump are bad. So even if, say, we knew nothing about Kamala Harris, she would still be the preferable candidate because of how horrible and atrocious that Donald Trump is, that the average person would be likely better than Trump.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So then, like, what would be the reason why you support Trump over Harris?
Because I don't think she would have stood up for anything that he stands up for.
Like?
Just like, I just don't think she would be as tough as he would be, that's for sure.
As tough? Like, on what? Like, can you give me any specific examples?
Like, I think other countries would laugh at us if we had a woman president like her come in. Like
Oh, okay. So because she's a woman, you think that countries would attack us because she's a woman?
In a way, yeah, that's the way.
So there's no evidence of that. There are plenty of countries around the world that have women leaders. Wait, I have a question. When was Germany attacked? Like when Angela Merkel was the leader?
What do you mean?
When was Germany attacked because Angela Merkel was the leader?
Nobody's talking about Germany right now.
Wait, but they had a woman who was the prime minister.
Okay.
Who was actually under Trump's first term determined to be the leader of the free world because Trump was not respected or taken seriously enough.
Okay.
So what's the response?
Anyway.
You just said if we had a woman leader, we'd get attacked, but you have no evidence of that at all. And I just gave you evidence to indicate otherwise.
I was just trying to get you hot and heavy.
You failed?
But I would vote over him over her. But after everything,
Well, why?
obviously, I'm just saying that everything that has come out in the last, obviously, couple of years is pretty bad about him. But I still think he did a good job the first time around. So this time, no, unfortunately.
Okay, but so like, what about him do you like that gets you to want to support him over Harris?
Taxes and just that she wasn't fit. I don't think yet for that spot.
Okay, what makes you think that she wasn't fit?
Just somebody who's brand new and not ready for that job yet.
So then you would have preferred Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in 2016 because Donald Trump had no history working in politics.
I would prefer Hillary Clinton over Harris, though.
Why not Hillary Clinton over Trump? Because Trump had no history, which, by the way, she did. She was vice president. She was a senator. She was district attorney. She was attorney general. And she was a prosecutor. All of that is actually very, very, very good precedence for someone in terms of like building themselves up to then be president of the United States. A hell of a lot more than what Donald Trump has done.
She's a little scary, though, you know?
Yeah. The history of what Donald Trump's had is that he tried to undermine our democracy when leaving office.
Yeah, he's scary, too, for sure, but...
He literally tried to undermine our democracy and called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And you still support him?
I just support him over that, that hateful side. It's that whole like facade of what that side is. You know what I mean?
How are we
It
hateful?
doesn't have to do with kind of it's it's just that whole side, I guess.
Like, what about us?
He said, "What about us?" That's funny. What if Harris was running as a Republican? Would you vote for her?
If she has the same views and she's against Donald Trump, I would still vote for her.
Nice. Okay, that's good to hear. That.
What? I don't vote because of the party name next to the person. I vote because of ideological
Oh, yeah,
opinions,
right, of course.
effect on the
I'm not
country,
saying I don't.
character, and things that are actually relevant.
Don't think that that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. But... All right. Chat's a bunch of soft babies.
You're the one that's not giving an argument. He just left, by the way. So I think he just came up here to rage bait and not actually like engage in an argument because he knows that the Trump administration worldview is utterly incoherent and is indefensible. So he's just going to sit up here and make all these like random claims to try to trigger people, but he's not going to actually intellectually engage because he knows it's not possible. Let's go on the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Mark, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's from Mark in the comment section right now. Yeah, I don't understand these people. Eric, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you so
Parker.
much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do actually.
And what's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
January.
Okay. And what state do you live in?
I live in New York.
And what time is it?
It's 4:18.
Okay. And can you name 2 states that border New York?
Yeah. Do you know?
Yes, I'm asking you.
No, I don't believe you know.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. As well as Jessica, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. 100%. Thank you so much. Mark as well, thank you for the $5. And Kirsten, thank you so much for the $5. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Stacy, thank you for the $2. Steph, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $8. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Steph. And Joe, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, or actually Drake, thank you for the $10 as well. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, and make sure to support Dean while he's up here as well. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you like my content, make sure to follow me and subscribe if you haven't already, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on YouTube for the 3,300 people or so, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think right now we're actually at like 1,300 likes or so. Hit that thumbs up. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the bouquet, Morgan. Thank you, thank you. And Brando, thank you so much for the Viking hammer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can you get some W's for them in the comment section? As well as, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Has it taken extra long for you recently to get debates, Dean?
Yeah, I've just had to become an authoritarian with the rules.
Yeah, I did that earlier.
Yeah, hell yeah. And sometimes you just gotta.
Yeah, I was being super authoritarian earlier. It actually does work, you know? It definitely does. Yo, what's up, Holly?
Hi, Parker. Hi, Teen. You know who this is.
Oh, it's Ty. What's up, Ty? Ty's not a Trump supporter.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Astrid, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually didn't see. What specific thing are you referencing? I must have missed it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. 113, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you owe me $100, by the way.
No, you owe me $100. I talked to you recently. What is the thing that you think I owe you $100 for?
So you said people who, like the CDC and the total death count of COVID.
Oh yeah, I
only
proved you
list
wrong. I was so
people-
right on this one.
No, you proved me
He's
right.
so mad,
actually.
dude. This guy is still mad that he's came back this many days later
Yo, you
to
can
say the
stop
same
interrupting
bullshit.
me now.
Dude, I totally proved you wrong.
You can stop
and you got
barking now.
mad. Your source was literally Google AI says this, and then when you clicked on the source that Google AI gave, it proved you wrong.
Hey, Eric, you can stop interrupting me now and let me speak.
You're just mad that you just
Oh,
know
wait.
that I'm right.
I actually watched y'all's debate. Can I give my input?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I was right, so
So
you better.
here's my input, Dylan. I don't think you won the bet, and the reason why
I
I,
definitely
say
won.
that, the reason why I say you lost.
You lied about me. I won in capitals, everything.
So the reason why I disagree with you, Dylan, is because your claim was that if somebody were to die from a natural cause and just so happen to have COVID at the same time, then that would be categorized as a death from COVID. However, like while y'all were debating, I was watching. I had some free time, so I was looking into it myself. And what I found is like, sure, it's not as cut and dry as saying that the only deaths categorized were those directly from COVID. However, when they would include a death from somebody that did not die directly from COVID, it was when COVID would exacerbate some underlying issue.
It wasn't
So
an
the reason why-
exacerbation at all.
The reason why this would mean your argument failed is because I'm sure in many cases, COVID would be an underlying cause that exacerbated a death, right? Meaning that it wouldn't be the primary cause of death. Yet they would not always classify COVID as this underlying cause that exacerbated the reason for a death, merely because they had COVID at the time of death. I feel like a really good example that Parker gave during your debate to dispute your argument was when he mentioned somebody dying from a heart attack that also so happened to have COVID. A heart attack would be a natural cause. So under your view, they would have to be categorized as a death from COVID in order for you to be right, granting you the win for the $100. However,
Okay.
that would
Before
not
we
be
get-
the case.
Okay, so before we get into that nuance, those cases, I think I did win because Parker's original argument with the bet was that the only people listed in the death count were those who primarily died from COVID. That's
No, that's actually not. I said
No,
those
it
who
was.
died from COVID, not with just COVID in their system. And by the way, one thing I would say there
You
is
said
that
those who died from
when,
COVID.
when it's a contributing
that
cause of
proves my
death,
point.
it still is from COVID because it's a contributing cause of that death or exacerbates the problem. So it's still
not
in that
from COVID,
context.
though.
It's still
No,
from COVID. An example I gave in this
no,
circumstance to actually
no.
demonstrate that. Let me give an example. The example that I gave was that my grandma had dementia, and that she got COVID, right, and it caused her to die. Now, it wasn't listed as the primary, but it was listed as a contributing cause of death because it inevitably exacerbated the condition
If
that
the
she
COVID
was.
caused her to die, it would have been.
It exacerbated the condition that she was in and caused her to be in that circumstance where then she died. So a contributing cause of death is still dying from COVID, but it's dying from COVID, and then there's also other explanations, right? It's from COVID, and then there's also more on top of that. From COVID
No,
and dementia,
let me speak.
right? Whereas specifically, right, what you're talking about is people were categorized under the deaths for just having COVID within their system, meaning individuals who died in car accidents would show up, meaning individuals who died specifically from heart attacks would show up just for having COVID within their system.
So you just like keep spewing these lies that I said people who died in a car accident who had COVID would be labeled as died from COVID.
I'm saying if what you were saying is true, that people who died with COVID in their system, if what you were saying is true, that people who died with COVID in their system were categorized, it would necessarily include individuals who died in car accidents that had it within their system.
So you're lying, by the way, about what I said because I specifically specified that car accidents would not count. And also, you know what's crazy is like you guys say you're not the violent.
But you said right after that the bet, which we categorized and agreed, the bet was on that you think that people who died just with COVID in their system were categorized. So either you're saying that both of us are wrong under your view, right, or you're acknowledging that you're wrong and I'm right.
I think that there's a way to solve this because I'm kind of bouncing between the view that both of you guys are wrong or that Parker is right, but it just falls down to a semantic dispute. So Dylan, let me ask you this question. Would it make sense to say that somebody who died from lung cancer developed from smoking cigarettes died from smoking cigarettes?
They died from lung cancer.
So you think that it would be like false and it wouldn't make sense for somebody to say that they died from smoking? Okay, because like under my view, I guess like
Well, smoking isn't a disease.
Well, ultimately, smoking was the direct cause of the thing and which caused their death. So what I would say
No,
here
smoking
is that I think
is
semantically,
different.
well, one moment, I think that this ultimately falls down to a semantic dispute, because I could see how somebody could like say in this like not 100% literal sense that somebody died from smoking cigarettes, if in smoking cigarettes that exacerbated the development of lung cancer that inevitably killed them. However, if we're speaking strictly from a literal sense, right, one would be right in saying, well, they died from lung cancer, yet that lung cancer was onset and exacerbated from smoking cigarettes. But regardless of like which conclusion we yield here, still ultimately you wouldn't be right, because your argument was
Well, Parker
that
definitely wouldn't
regardless
be right.
if or if not COVID was a contributing cause for death, COVID would still be listed as the cause of death. So
See,
there's
that's the
literally
thing.
two options here. There's literally two options. Either you're both wrong because we reject that semantically we could say you died from something in a non-literal sense, i.e. from smoking cigarettes, or Parker is right and you are wrong.
No,
because we
no.
accept that we could
Because Parker lied about
semantically
me
say
repeatedly.
that
How
people
would he
could
be
die
right? He
from
lied
things
about
in a
me
non-literal
repeatedly.
sense, i.e. dying from smoking cigarettes. So it's either the case that you don't owe him $100 and he doesn't owe you $100, or that you owe him $100.
No, no.
I can't conceive of any circumstance where he would owe you $100.
Well, let me get into something first, okay? Because before we get into what contributing factor means, let me just
But
say, you
before we do,
guys.
Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very
Oh,
much on
great
PayPal. I
interaction,
really appreciate it.
nice.
Get some W's for Cheyenne in the comment section for the $40. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And again, I just want to remind you, you owe me $100, Dylan.
Yeah, even your LARPer friends.
I don't know.
My LARPer
it might be
friend?
my view. It might be my view that like no one owes anybody $100, because to be fair, like I do see points for both sides on saying, well, like maybe we wouldn't argue that somebody died from smoking cigarettes because what killed them was the cancer. And at the same time, I'd understand why somebody would argue that somebody did die from smoking cigarettes, because
feel
that
like
is
that's
directly what led
incoherent.
to the development of the cancer.
Do you think, can I just say something off topic
like
for a
if we're
bit? One
saying that
sec.
it's
I'll go
involved in
back.
causing the cancer, to say that someone died because of the cigarettes in that scenario would be totally reasonable to say.
Oh,
right?
wait,
Especially
actually,
if,
no, I agree
the
with
illness
Parker.
is a contributing factor within the
Hey,
cause
hey,
of death.
one
Like we're
sec.
saying that they died, like when we're saying that we died from something, if there are contributing factors to that thing that you died from, it would list all of the contributing factors as the things that you died from. So I
There's
think
an even better test.
Yeah, I
There's
think
an
that
even better test. Do
Go ahead.
you think that like data that represents how many people die from smoking cigarettes is like reliable data? Is that like dishonest data? Is it
I've
like
been trying to speak for
is
quite
it
a long time.
dishonest to suggest, you know, like all like the institutions that will track like how many people die from smoking cigarettes, how like, oh, smoking cigarettes was one of like the primary causes of death in the last generation, or like those websites that will say like, oh, in the last 24 hours, you know, like 160 people died from smoking cigarettes. Is that dishonest data? Like clearly that's not dishonest data. We've never had an issue in America where we've had like 50% of society disputing data in which represents how many people have died from smoking cigarettes. So because we don't accept that as dishonest data, then we wouldn't accept the CDC's reporting on COVID deaths as dishonest data.
Okay. So I've been trying to speak for quite a long time. So before I just wanted to say something off topic, you know, but then I'll go back into this. So, you know how you guys say the left is nice, they're definitely not violent, and we also talked about how you partly contributed to Charlie Kirk's death. I
These are
received death
complete
threats.
pivots.
I received death threats from your own viewers after the debate.
Oh my God,
So-
people do this. I disagree with that.
Yeah, well, it happened. So I just want to say that obviously, and I'll go back to the original debate, but people are saying I'm pivoting. It's crazy. Just shows that your comment
Trump
section
supporters
is
send
very
me death
hateful,
threats.
very violent.
Trump supporters send me death threats. Is Trump responsible for that?
What?
Yeah,
That was
Trump
not, you were an
supporters send me
influencer. Your
Trump
literal
supporters send me
viewers
death
sent me-
threats, right? Do you think that Trump is responsible for Trump supporters sending me death threats?
First of all, Trump is.
He can't answer
not
the question.
Even in the same category as you, Trump is a president.
Yeah, he's the president.
okay?
Therefore, he should be held at a
You are
higher
an
standard than
influencer
me.
who has like a cult following. So
What?
it's a little different.
I think that Trump has more of a cult following than me. That's ridiculous to say.
I mean, you could say that some Trump supporters are radical, but I think a lot of people on your side, like, I don't think a Trump supporter would send a random leftist.
I did. I've gotten
debater like
plenty.
me.
I've gotten plenty of death threats, dude. What do you
Yeah,
talking?
but
People
you're a
have come on my
public
live
figure.
stream
I'm
and
not a
threatened my
public
life.
figure, and I receive death threats.
Wait, hold up. People have come on my live stream and have threatened my life on my live stream. So again, because
Okay,
Trump
but
supporters
you're different
have
from me.
listen, because
You have
Trump
millions of followers.
So
I am just a random person. I came onto your live stream.
You should have seen the DMs of random liberal women after Trump won the election.
yeah, like do you
No,
blame
that's
Trump? Do you
ridiculous.
blame
Come on,
Trump for the
that's-
Trump supporters that have sent me death threats? Can you answer that question?
Well, can you listen to what you are not in the same category as me, okay? You have millions of followers, okay? I am just a regular person.
Why does that
Understand? So
matter?
if I'm receiving death threats, that means there's something very wrong with your viewer base, obviously.
But if I receive death threats, that doesn't say anything's wrong.
Because statistically, it's more likely that you would.
Isn't it
Okay,
statistically
because you
more
have
likely
millions
that
of
if you go on a
followers.
isn't it statistically
reason
more likely
people
that if you
do
go on a platform that disagrees with you that you might get something like that anyway? I think that's going to be true for both of us in a circumstance where there's over 10,000 people
You
listening.
think it's just as likely that I should receive death threats as you?
I actually would argue it's more likely that I would, right?
Wait. I would argue that because both of you guys are on the same platform right now with the same viewership, that it'd be at a heightened statistic probability for the two of you. So, Dylan, if your argument here is that it's not as representative of the right as a whole when Parker gets death threats, that it's not representative of Parker's fan base as a whole when you get death threats.
No, but
considering
it
you're
is
on the
because
same
I'm just
fucking
one random
platform.
viewer.
One random viewer that happens to be on a platform right now in front of over 10,000 people, right?
Yeah, but you understand, like, longevity and how you're not supposed to receive death threats just after one live stream, okay? That's ridiculous.
Wait, I'm just letting you know, I've gotten death threats by Trump supporters even before I had my platform. Like when I had first started.
So it's funny because
I just want to
the
clarify.
second I said this, you made it about you, which is so funny. So
Random
you're like,
people
wait,
get death
wait,
threats on the
I got
internet
death
all the
threats too.
fucking time.
You didn't even
we're-
say, oh, I'm sorry.
Listen, bruh. Random people get death threats on the internet all the fucking time. Like,
Yeah.
clearly that's something that we condemn. Clearly that's something that we think is
No,
wrong.
Parker didn't condemn
but
it.
the internet is
Yeah, I
just a
did.
very
I did condemn
toxic
it.
place.
You didn't
right?
apologize or anything.
The
or
first
say
thing I said
that
is
your
I think
fan
that's
base is
wrong, and I
radical.
think that's bad. That's the first thing I said.
You said, yeah, that's not good, and then
That's apparently not condemning it.
And then right after you said that, you were like, I've gotten death threats too. So you're basically
Yeah, no,
dismissing
the argument that I'm
story.
trying you're completely misrepresenting what I'm saying. I brought up in response to it after I condemned it. I then said, okay, well then do you think that Donald Trump is responsible, right, for Trump supporters sending me death threats? Because you were continuing to press it down after I literally condemned it.
But you don't understand the difference between me and you.
I
is
think that people
you
just get death threats on the internet when they
have
say
millions
things.
of followers.
Wait, do you agree that people just get death threats on the internet when they say something controversial?
Not very. I think it's
See,
more
'cause
people
what I
on the
would
left
argue-
that give the death threats.
What I would
Definitely.
argue is when somebody puts themselves out there and says something controversial on the internet, regardless of
Wait,
like, the
what did I
nature
say
of the
that was
controversy,
controversial?
it's going to lead to death threats.
You're a
like,
Trump
bro,
supporter.
there's even
And you're
people who are
a
like
common
one moment. There's even people who will start like YouTube channels about like baking things, and they'll have like a controversial way to make their sourdough, and then that'll lead to people sending them death threats. I know this because
No.
I've seen it firsthand. Like unfortunately, right? That's just the nature of toxicity in an environment when controversial things are said on a platform. Now, of course, I think we're going to see a heightened level of these responses when that controversy is specifically surrounding politics. However, I think it's unfair for you to say that because you got a minute amount of death threats from a very small portion of not just Parker's
I
fan
got a
base, but the viewers
disproportional
that
amount.
happen to be in here.
A disproportional amount.
Compared to what? Disproportional
Compared to
comparative
like
term.
Parker, who has millions of followers,
How
I
do
got
you
a
know that?
disproportional amount.
Wait, I
do you
definitely
know
get more
that?
death threats than you do. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, bro! You realize I'm a random person, right? And the second I came on your stream, I didn't even have any controversial opinions. Okay,
You're a Trump
So many
supporter.
people
That's a
agree.
controversial opinion.
How is that a controversial opinion? Half of America is Trump supporter, half is a Kamala supporter.
You don't think that being a Trump supporter is a controversial opinion when most of the population disagrees with you?
No, I don't. No, half of America agrees with me. Half of
No, it
America
doesn't.
agrees with me.
It's like 37% approval rating.
Yeah, like Trump isn't supported by half the country. There's
The
a lot of
approval
people
rating
that-
fluctuates, and that's a poll. Okay,
It's only been going down.
consistently over like the past decade, half of the people have supported
I'm sorry,
Trump,
that's
half of
just
the
a
people
lie.
support the other side.
Can you please give me a poll from the last 3 months in which indicates that at least 50% of America supports Trump's presidency?
Wait, did I not just say consistently over the past decade it's half and half, right?
Well, you argued that when you said this on his live 3 days ago, it wasn't controversial for this reason. So I'd suggest that you use modern data. So can you please give me data from the last 3 months to suggest that over 50% of the country supports Trump?
Okay.
Oh,
let's
got cooked.
Even if it's 39% now, I think. Right?
I said 37.
No, you're wrong. It's 38.5. I looked it up.
Last time I saw it was 37, but I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah, well, let's just say 39% or 37. Does that, if 37% of the population agrees with me, does that make my statement controversial?
Yes.
Does that mean I deserve to die?
No. You don't deserve to die. What?
Okay, but you said a controversial opinion,
makes it
inevitably you're going to get
controversial,
death threats.
Yes, I did say that. That's not saying that we would prescriptively say that it's a good thing that you get death threats or that you should get death threats.
Yeah, we said
However,
you said
that
it's
leads to the
expected.
fact that inevitably saying controversial
Yeah,
things on the internet does lead to death threats, okay? And we're not saying that that's your fault. We're always going to blame this on the person that's ushering the death threat. However,
Not me.
let's not play dumb here. All right, let's not play dumb here. Like, yeah, clearly saying controversial things on public platforms does lead to death threats in many cases.
Not really if you're on the left.
Okay, regardless of whether or not I condemned it, why are you holding me accountable for this?
I'm holding the entire
Like, you literally decided to
radical
completely pivot away from our
left-wing
conversation that we were
ideology
having just to
accountable.
randomly bring this up. Because you were trying to pivot away the fact that you owe me $100, and you were trying to bring up,
don't.
I consider you violent, Parker, because there were people that sent me death threats. I condemned that. I
Wait,
disagree with that. I never supported that.
Do
you
think
can
that
stop,
Parker
like,
upholds radical left-wing ideology?
what?
Do you think that Parker upholds radical left-wing ideology?
Yes.
So why would you condemn his quote-unquote radical left-wing ideology, given the fact that it has led to him condemning the death threats in which he received?
I did not condemn Parker specifically as a person.
You condemn the ideology in which he upholds, because you said that you condemn radical left-wing
Because-
ideology, and then you affirm that Parker upholds radical left-wing ideology. So
I'll
why do you condemn
elaborate.
Parker's radical left-wing ideology, given that that ideology led to him condemning the death threats in which you received? Is this saying that you are mad at people in which don't think you should receive death threats because
I'll
Parker's
elaborate.
ideology has led to that outcome, yet you condemn it?
Can I elaborate?
I don't know. Can you? The right word would be may I, and yes, you may. Go ahead.
Yeah, so with his radical left-wing ideology, there are a higher percentage of violent people.
Okay,
That doesn't mean they're all violent.
What's the evidence for this claim?
His ass. He's whipping it right out of his ass and throwing it at the wall and hoping it sticks.
I just gave you evidence.
Wait, you gave me an anecdote.
The evidence that I got death threats after only a tiny conversation.
And let me tell you this, buddy. An anecdote's not evidence. Like, what you're gonna have to provide to me here would be some statistic in which would be representative of a sample size of a population.
Okay, sure.
So please give me a statistic representative of a adequate sample size of a population in order to justify the claim.
Sure. So, how many assassination attempts have there been on conservative figures?
A handful.
Yeah, a handful. How many have there been on left-wing figures?
A handful?
No. Not over the past 2 years.
There was 11 attempts on Obama's life. There was 4 attempts on Biden's life. In the last year, her husband got killed.
Not all attempts are the same.
Dean, you're covering your mic a little bit, just letting you know.
Obama had 11, Biden had 4 in the last year.
No, not all attempts are the same.
Are they still attempts?
Some attempts are more serious, far more serious than others.
But are all attempts still representative of an underpinning of violent ideology?
No.
Wait, so you're telling me that there's some attempts that were made against the lives of people like Biden or Obama
like
that
Charlie
weren't
Kirk.
representative of violent ideology?
Well, I'll just give you an example of...
No, don't pivot away from this point. Are you arguing that some of the attempts made against the life of people like Obama or Biden were not underpinned by violent ideology?
I haven't heard of a single serious attempt on Biden or Obama.
Because you haven't researched it, Dylan.
Because it hasn't been serious enough to be covered.
He hasn't heard of it, therefore it doesn't exist. You don't exist! I can't see you! I can't see you! You don't exist!
Are you done?
Now you do
Okay.
exist. Now you don't exist. Now you do exist. Now
I'll
you
give
don't
you.
exist. Now you do exist.
Can
Now
I
you
ask
don't
Dean a
exist.
question? Like, Dean, for example, said he despises Charlie Kirk in a video.
Yeah.
He said he despises him. Do you think that's not hateful rhetoric?
I think that's base rhetoric.
Based rhetoric like you've never seen before. I tell you that.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Bro,
you
it's
guys are
not hate-
violent.
It's not
How is that
hateful to say-
violent?
It's not violent or hateful to say that you despise people that agree with child torture, bro.
You said you despised him, and
Yeah,
then
because he agrees with child torture.
yeah. So basically, you think that because he's anti-abortion, he deserves to die.
Wait, say
No,
that you
that's not what we
despise
said.
Wait, can you despise somebody without thinking that they deserve to die?
Not really, honestly.
Define despise. Define despise.
Despise is- Oh, you can stop fake laughing now.
That's not a fake laugh. You actually just said
That's
in order
crazy,
to
bro.
despise someone, you have to think that they should die. Like what?
Dean literally said he's kind of glad he's gone.
That's not what he said.
Oh my god, this guy's lost. This guy's so fucking lost. Hey, Dylan, I have a question.
What?
Define despise.
A deep loathing for a person.
So
Which
a
means
lot
you
of
have
hate.
to call for their
A lot of
execution,
hate.
by the way.
So you're saying that if you really hate somebody, you want them to die? I think that you could really hate people without thinking they deserve to lose their lives.
Oh wait,
Or,
so
like,
actually
like-
Donald Trump hates all liberals. Does he want all liberals to die?
So true.
When has he said he hated all liberals?
Literally at the whole event they had after Charlie Kirk died, the funeral that they kind of made a Trump rally.
He never said those specific words.
Yeah, he
I
did.
hate all liberals. No, he never said that.
Yeah, he did. He says he hates the left.
That's not even true.
Yes,
why,
he does.
Why would he hang out with Mamdani then? He likes Mamdani, so how? That's obviously not true.
So he said that he hates the left. That's quite literally what he said. I can play the audio of him
He
saying
hates the
that.
left people.
What's up?
Dean said he hates a specific person.
Yeah, he said he hates his opponents. Are
Trump
liberals his
hates
opponents?
specific people. Trump hates specific people.
Are liberals his opponents?
Not all liberals are his opponents.
Really?
Yeah, I'm actually being precise. I don't make blanket statements like you, Parker.
In general, are liberals against Trump or an opponent to Trump?
There's probably the majority, but not all.
So he wants a majority of liberals to die then?
No, he doesn't like the ideology.
Oh,
He
okay.
doesn't hate
Do you
all
see what I
liberal
mean?
people.
Do you see what I mean? So we
Dean
disagree
hates
with the
people.
ideology that Charlie Kirk had. We despise the ideology that Charlie Kirk had. We never said that he deserved to die. That's not what we said.
Dean said he despised Charlie Kirk as a person.
Yes,
Dean said that he's glad Charlie Kirk is dead.
that's not what he said.
Well, maybe Dean can respond. I don't know why. why are you speaking
Donald
for him?
Trump said that he's glad that Robert Mueller is dead. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that makes sense. He hates
Oh! 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 Do you see how... Okay, and you have no problem with that. That's not violent rhetoric?
him. I would say that he knows Robert Mueller personally. So
I knew Charlie Kirk
he
personally.
Yeah, and you hate him too. That's violent rhetoric.
Okay, so it was violent rhetoric with Trump saying that about Robert Mueller, right?
See, it's different because you didn't know Charlie Kirk personally the same way Trump knew Robert Mueller personally.
What?
Robert Mueller
was the
personally attacked Trump.
So Charlie Kirk personally attacked me. I
he
personally, in person, debated Charlie. In front of tens
Robert
of
Mueller
millions of
tried
people.
to spread hoaxes about. He spread the Russia hoax about Trump.
Me? You mean Robert Mueller? Sorry.
No, Robert Mueller spread.
That wasn't
the
a hoax.
Russian
He did the investigation.
It was a hoax.
He
It
did
was
the
a hoax.
investigation. And
Yeah, it was
wait, has
proven to
Trump
be
even
wrong.
met Mueller?
Yeah, of course he's met Mueller. What?
I don't
Or
know if there's even evidence of that.
Well, Mueller has personally gone after him legally. That's different than what Charlie Kirk did.
Charlie
to you.
Kirk's gone after me in this one. By the way, that was an
Legally, no.
investigation. Robert Mueller did an investigation. And by the way, that's not justification to literally say that you are glad that he's dead. That's ridiculous. Now, based on your argument, you don't actually give a fuck about saying you're glad that people die. You'd be totally
you
okay
can
if
stop
Dean said that about...
lurking. You can
You
stop
actually,
lurking now.
you must be
You can
totally
stop
okay if
lurking
Dean
now.
said that
You can
about
stop
Charlie
lurking
Kirk.
now.
You actually must say that about if Dean... It's okay that Dean said that about Charlie Kirk if he did say that, which, by the way, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
Right?
I have
Because
to
you just
go,
said it was
but-
okay for Trump to say that about Robert Mueller. Robert Mueller was just doing his job. He left. That guy owes me $100. He's the most incoherent, gibberish-generating idiot I've ever talked to. That guy is ridiculous. He's literally like, yeah, he's totally okay with Donald Trump saying that he's glad that literally Robert Mueller is dead. But apparently he's going to make up things about Dean and try to say that's true about Dean. And by the way, Dean, you can't despise someone without calling for their death. Yeah. I should have asked him about like if he despises liberals or liberal ideology. That would have been great. Oh my God, chat. This is so ridiculous. Justina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he's so ridiculous, isn't he? So contradictory. Dis, thank you for the $5. Thank you. He believes in nothing. I know, right? Morgan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I always will. Thank you so much. Vel, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much. As well as Ashley, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the guy is absurd. He literally is just trying to complain for no reason. Paige, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I know, isn't that crazy? This guy's such a joke. Alexander, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. We are Parker. Get a job. Paige, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Drake, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria on the screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I think we're at like 1,400 right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we can. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. XR, that's amazing to hear. That's amazing. That's amazing. W Dad. W Dad. We love to hear that. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody.
What's up, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I love Trump.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would obviously vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's the man.
Okay, why do you think he's the man?
Because I love him.
And why do you love him?
Because he's just awesome.
But why do you think he's awesome?
Because he doesn't stand up for anybody's crap.
I like your bio. It's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
What's his bio?
It just says, I'm stupid.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Because I love him.
But you're not telling me why.
That's why I support him, because I love him.
Okay, why do you love him?
Because he's awesome.
Why is he awesome?
Because he's just so cool.
Why is he so cool?
Because he does a lot of cool things. I don't know.
Like what?
Stands up to Hillary Clinton.
He's so lost. He couldn't think of anything. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Look at this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, 59.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Bro, your debates today have been rough, man.
I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I honestly think this is the most rough day of debates I've had in like the past few weeks, at least.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm getting set up to go live here soon.
Yeah, let me know when Parker. Let me know when you do, and I'll make sure to send everyone over to you. Actually, obviously, I'll know because you're gonna leave the live. Do you know what time you're going live tomorrow at all?
No.
Alrighty.
Just go live when you want. I'll work around you.
I got you. It always just depends on whenever my girlfriend's busy. I'm pretty sure she has work tomorrow, so I'll probably be live in the morning.
Wait, Parker,
Yo, what's
you
up?
got
How
a
old are you?
girlfriend? I am 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I support his immigration policy.
Okay, and like what immigration policy?
Like keeping illegals out without documentation.
Okay, so you know that Democrats still want to criminalize undocumented entry, right?
Okay, and how good do they stand up to that?
They
Not
did
good at
prior.
all.
They still deported undocumented immigrants. They just wanted to make the legal
Okay,
process
but not
go
as
quicker.
much as Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, because they weren't violating people's due process rights. They weren't committing abuses of power. They weren't detaining U.S. citizens just for their accents or for their race.
Okay, but there were
they
still,
weren't.
There were still drug dealers.
They
There were
weren't-
still criminals that killed people.
Okay,
that
and you
were
understand
not-
that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. Plus, Donald Trump pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker. The ex-president of Honduras trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, and Donald Trump pardoned him. How do you feel about that?
I feel like that is something that should be looked into, but also at the same time, like for example, Nicolas Maduro, liberals didn't know who he was, and they still don't think that.
I'm sorry, that's like Trump pardoning El Chapo, my guy.
Okay.
400 tons of seed drug, my guy. He was convicted of trafficking 400 tons of seed drug to our country.
Okay, and I bet there's a lot more that was under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, can you give me one example?
Yeah, give us a single example of Biden pardoning somebody who traffics 400 tons of drugs into America.
I didn't say pardon people, but I'm saying that people came in and done that. Not 400 tons.
Okay, but for the people that came in, they were condemned, clearly. Right?
Also,
but under Trump, it seems like they're rewarded because they're just let out of the jail.
Also, I want to hear what you think about. You've said a lot that illegals have done a lot of work for the United States of America over the past decades or so. I want to ask you guys, why can't they do that back in Mexico?
Okay, so immigrants don't just come from Mexico, especially undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants see a better life and better opportunity here. That's why they decide to come here. They can build up things in other countries, but they decide to come to this country for a better life. In the same way that I grew up in Iowa. I could have done everything that I wanted to do in Iowa, but I decided to move to California with my family because we like California.
Also, wouldn't you prefer them building up America? Like, isn't that what American excellence is all about?
Yes, but over time, American technology and different types of Americans can do a lot more.
You cut out.
These Americans can do a lot of. I'm not saying that Americans are the best workers in the world. That is wrong. But at the same time, we don't need illegal immigrants to help build our country when they can be doing that somewhere else.
Yeah, let's just give them a legal pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad enough crime to deport them.
Okay, but there's been a lot of numbers of murders that have come from illegal immigrants that have no documentation to be in the United States legally.
Yeah, so let's give them a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and it will make it easier for law enforcement
I just said
to focus.
Murderers.
Yeah, I understand. It'll be easier to focus on those that have committed a murder if you don't go after those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Wait, you
95% of those detained by ICE have no violent criminal record.
A pathway to documentation?
No, you fucking idiot. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
No, I didn't, you dumbass. I said people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes enough to be deported shouldn't be removed from the country, and they should be given a pathway to citizenship. And it'll be easier to focus on those that are murderers and deport them from the country if you are not deporting those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. 95% of those detained by ICE have no violent criminal record.
They have been... Okay. So they have been detained.
Dean, you should start your live soon. I just got a second harassment and bullying flag myself. Right. So, you know.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go live right now.
Okay, I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you.
Go ahead. What? Sorry, what was the question you guys were talking?
I don't even know. I can go back and listen.
Okay, and then I want to ask you a question too.
No.
No, it's a good question.
No.
Why?
For bad crimes enough to be deported shouldn't be removed from the country. They should be given a pathway to citizenship, and it'll be easier to focus on those that are murderers and deport them from the country if you are not deporting those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. 95% of those detained by ICE have no violent criminal record.
Oh, I know. Yeah. So they have been. It's like taking them to a court case to see if they are legal or not legal. So
you know that they've been detaining people and grabbing people that are going to their court cases.
Where's the video?
There's actual evidence I can provide you of this. Yes, there are people being detained going to their court cases. You there?
Yeah, but I thought you were playing a video.
Oh, yeah. Here's from Politico. They've been detained by ICE and ordered deported. Judges, USA Today, ICE now targeting people attending immigration court.
Targeting... I do not think that is true.
That's a fact.
From what source again? USA what?
USA Today. ICE agents deploy new tactic, arresting people as they leave mandatory court hearings.
I don't think they would just genuinely go around doing that. They may have done that at...
I just gave you a source.
Okay. But I want to ask you a question, Parker.
From Reuters, courts have ruled 4,400 times that ICE jailed people illegally. It hasn't stopped. That's from Reuters.
From Reuters?
Reuters, yeah.
Reuters.
Courts have ruled 4,400 times that ICE jailed people illegally. It hasn't stopped.
So it's still going on right as we speak?
Yes.
So you think that there's a United States citizen right now as we speak getting detained?
Yes. For their accent, for literally just trying to go to work. George Radis was literally held for 3 days without access to an attorney, without access to medicine after being detained, specifically just trying to go to work.
That's the saddest thing I've ever
U.S.
heard.
citizen, veteran.
I don't think nobody has done that.
I gave you an example. Look up George Radis.
George Radis?
Yes. You can literally hear him talking about it, and you can see it. He was held for 3 days. He missed his kid's birthday party because they detained him without access to an attorney for 3 days. Literally just trying to go to work, bro.
I don't think that's true, man.
It is. You can sit there and complain about it all you want, but it is true.
Okay, but I want to ask you a question. Have you ever supported a single thing Donald Trump has done?
Operation Warp Speed. Have you ever supported a single thing Kamala Harris has done?
Well, honestly, if there's something good, I would probably remember it, but I don't remember the last time she has done anything.
So, by the way, you were just trying to criticize me by saying that I can't mention anything I agree with Trump on, but you yourself couldn't mention anything that you agree with Kamala Harris on.
Yeah, because
doesn't that indicate that actually you were biased? You just kind of debunked yourself with your own argument there, buddy.
No, she has done almost nothing when she was vice president for 4 years.
She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. Now tell me anything that J.D. Vance has done as vice president other than vacation at Disneyland or hump the couch.
Yeah, I hope you know that I was taken as a joke. Hold up.
I'm waiting. What has J.D. Vance done as vice president? Name one thing. You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you. Name one thing that J.D. Vance has done as vice president. Is he running away? Name one thing that J.D. Vance did as vice president.
He's been a part of the negotiation teams for a lot of different things. He has helped other people with certain different things.
Anything specific?
Getting people freed up with money, healthcare, etc.
Nope. Nope. Anything specific?
I just named you healthcare.
What did he do with healthcare?
He has done a lot for healthcare.
He's done nothing for healthcare. They had concepts of a plan for healthcare. Did you know that?
Dog, I'm trolling you, dog.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah, you want to go suck?
These people are so ridiculous, dude. These people are so ridiculous, dude. Elise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I honestly, I'm not going to lie. I just had like the worst fucking day of debates ever. I honestly think I had some of the worst debates all day. Like, those guys were so insufferable. It was brutal. I don't know why it was so tough today. Like, why there were so many insufferable people. Hopefully tomorrow's better. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I would really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up for the 3,200 people here. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming through. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section. I am about to get off right now, though. You can ask me any questions, though. I'll make sure to catch up here real quick before I do get off. Nathan, think of the $2. Why are you on so early lately? It's been 5 a.m. in Australia. I'm actually on during the weekdays, typically in the morning, because that's whenever my girlfriend will be working, and I want to spend as much time as I can with her later in the day. So I work in the morning time when she works in the morning time, and I work later on when she's like not working in the morning. Like like yesterday was later in the day because she didn't have work, because she didn't get it, because she's a substitute teacher. So, Kaylee, thank you so much for the racing helmet. Thank you very much. Omega, thank you for the $5. Rodney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So, I mean, it's something that happened under his administration, something he signed into law. So I actually do attribute to him, even though I don't think he's the sole determining factor for it. It was also bipartisan. So it was supported by both Republicans and Democrats. If you have any questions, you can ask me, though. I'm about to hop off right now here in a quick second. I'm going to stay on for, I think, 5 more minutes or so, answering questions, and then we'll send everyone over to Dean. If you have any final questions, you can ask me in the comment section. If anything, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. AC, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Why haven't we impeached Trump yet? Because we don't have enough support. We need to vote for Democrats in the midterms, get enough Democrats in, and hopefully we can change it. Twitch, maybe if I have the capacity to. If I have some time, I'll think about it. I'll think about doing some Twitch. It might be like when I'm posting my videos or something. I'll do that like right after this. Why did you decide to become a TikTok debater? I originally started just making videos here on TikTok because my sister was like, yo, you always have so much insightful things to say when we would like talk about politics and current events during the pandemic because we had so much free time at home. And I was like, you know, I feel like no one would want to watch me. And I made a video about like how Democrats are more educated than Republicans. And I think I made some joke about it, like, oh, I couldn't have guessed that one or something. It got like a few thousand views, and I guess that's kind of what got me into it. I started posting videos like that, and over time started doing live streams in the beginning of 2021 where I would just like talk to the chat, do Q&As. Started off with like 5 viewers in my stream, like all the time. That took months to get past. You know, I just would talk to people, like 5 people. I thought that was really fun. It was really interesting just to like hang out with people and talk about politics and things that I really genuinely like talking about. Justina, thank you so much for the $5. For something that small that instantly improves your mood, don't say elevation. That's cheating. Good idea. Something that immediately improves my mood. Oh, when a new episode of a show I like comes out. Of course I was going to say my girlfriend, but like I would say that my girlfriend isn't like something small that improves my mood. I would say like my girlfriend is like the main factor that improves my mood. Like that's what I would say. So not something small. Melody, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Said my husband and I are very young parents raising 2 girls in this world, and we love your content. He is wanting to start debating. He's wanting to start debating. How can I support him as his spouse. Any advice? I mean, have conversations with him about this. If he wants you to, do it with him. Like, talk about these things. I feel like that would be like the way to do so, and like just generally be supportive, which I would expect that you would be anyway. Emily, thank you for the 70 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did earlier. I think I responded to it a bit earlier. Do you ever go to MAGA lives? I actually don't. It would be funny to have me join a MAGA live and debate them. The reason why I actually tend not to do that is because I don't want to increase the amount of viewers that are in those MAGA lives. Now, one thing with that is that, I mean, essentially it would go away right away. Like, they're not going to maintain the viewership. But it's just any push up in views, you know, generally don't want to do. But Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much for it may have been passed in his term, but like the Epstein file law, he didn't write it and tried to sabotage it. You know, I do agree with you there, and I don't dispute you there. But, you know, I'll accept it because it's something that he did try to, or at least he did sign into law. And partially, like, I do think that he did somewhat push for it. I'm not quite sure if he, like, what ways he tried to sabotage. I guess it would be, like, certain regulations or aspects of it. But I do think that he did originally try to push for it, and maybe would have gone back on it later on, kind of. But I think he did technically originally push for it. Justina, thank you so much for the $5 for what's something about you that would surprise people who only know you from your lives. Ooh. What would be interesting about me that would surprise people who only know me from the lives? I feel like y'all know so much about my life that, like, it's really hard to think about that. I don't know. I think I, like, literally say everything. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I say everything. I tell you all my hobbies. I speak about everything in my life. There's nothing I really hold back on, so I actually literally don't know the answer to that question. You know, maybe things I can't say on the live, like my girlfriend's name, you know? Do you like science, Parker? Absolutely. Not liking music is pretty strange. I mean, I like music. It's just I don't listen to it all the time. And it's also, like, something I've spoke about on live. So I guess, like, I don't know. I feel like I've spoke about everything on live. So I actually don't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. Alrighty, everyone. Last questions. One more minute, and then I'm going to get off, everyone. I'll probably go on Twitch right now if you want to come join me. Parker, get a job on Twitch. I'll just be posting my videos, and maybe I'll play a game or something if I feel like it. But we'll see. We'll see. What career did you get into if you didn't end up doing this? I would have ended up getting a master's in economics. So I'd be doing something with that. Justina, think of the dollar. Oh my god, I broke you. I'm sorry. No, don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. I actually have no clue what it would be. Emily, I was thinking about it, but maybe in general, like, I'm still going to do more politics. After Trump is out of office, it's going to be, like, still politics. Alrighty. I think I'm going to get off. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Everyone can go join Dean, or you can come join me on twitch.tv/ParkerGetAJob. All right, I love y'all. Good night, everyone. Or good day.